Well, hello, everyone. This is a strange one to be back online. A very warm welcome to you, wherever you are around the world. And the Pro Tour is back. And we here at Online Darts are very, very excited for that. My name is Jarlath Theaton. If you are new to the channel, I used to work here before I got unceremoniously dumped, but you can tell that they're desperate because I'm back to do some bits. Also joining us this afternoon, well, here in the UK this afternoon, wherever you are around the world, we don't know what time it is, but we hope that you're enjoying the day already, is Mr. Dan Simpson. A very happy bank holiday Saturday to you, Mr. Simpson. And as I said to you earlier, wearing the Mervyn King shirt, full respect on that.
Yeah. It's as I said to you, Merv Merv and I share probably a few things in our physique, a few similarities. So I do find his shirts do fit slightly better than some of the others. But yeah, it is. You just point out it's a bank holiday weekend. I've managed to play an absolute blinder. I had 2 weeks off work. Went back to work on Thursday. So I went back, managed to have 2 weeks off, went in for Thursday and Friday, just enough to head into a long weekend off. So it's it's quite, there's lots on. Last day, York, the darts. So we've got 2 days of darts. The horse racing's on this afternoon. Some decent football on over the next couple of days as well.
Is there?
And we're looking forward to Newcastle Liverpool tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, yes, of course. Big game, that.
So it's a big game. It's all is well. All is good. We've got some quite interesting. We've got some quite interesting board draws as well. There's a few people that I think might be eyeing it up and thinking here's a bit of an opportunity. And then I think there's a few others thinking, oh my word, I've travelled all the way to Germany just for this.
Well, the thing is that like it feels to me, looking at who's not there this weekend, it feels like it's like that Oprah moment. You get a call up, and you get a call up, and then you get a call up. It's absolutely bonkers. I think it went down to number 39 on the Challenge Tour that got a call up. I think Moreno Blanc, who got a call up, and I think he's playing today. Although I couldn't see him on the list. And I think what's interesting is the fact that already. Big news, Dave Chisnall in round 1 has a bye. So someone's pulled out early doors.
Someone's gone very late. And we've got quite a lot. Just a really quick look over. We've only got 3 of the top 10 in the current PDC rankings. We've only got 3 of the top 10 there. Unusually, and again, if somebody said to me, you're only getting 3 of the top 10, who do you think they'll be? And someone have asked me a week or 2 ago, Peter Wright probably wouldn't have been on my list of predictions if I was going to pick 3 of the top 10 to be there. But
the big but on that is where he is in the race for the Players' Championship finals, because he's currently $6,000 out of 64th spot and having the world number 3, and then he will be defending £500,000 and don't forget another £100,000 because he won the Players' Championship finals in November 2021. Not having that on the ranking is a massive, massive moment, considering the fact that he could drop down to possibly, I think, world number 26 at this stage, where he is. So big moment in that. Hello, everybody in the chat room, by the way. Great to see you all again. Matthew's in. Laura, of course, is in as well. Of course, big day for John O'Shea. He's on first against Kevin Dowitz. That's coming up in a few moments' time. We have also got Juanita. It's great to see you still on the channel, mate. I missed you too. Hello to Kieran as well. Thanks for listening to the cricket stuff that we've been doing over the summer, mate. Thank you very, very much for that. Yankee Clippers in. James Coupland. Bob says there's a lot of non-tour card holders playing this weekend as well. Yep, you're bang on. Joe Mahama as well. Who we got? Matthew. We got Paul. And we've also got or Jared, actually. Very, very good. But yes. Morgan Harvey, any big names not playing today, or are most people playing? The big question is, how many big names are playing? Have a look. I think the tour card list, the people that are out, I know MBG's not there. I don't think Asp is there as well.
I'll give you the list that's not so. It is a list of names not playing today. So we've got no Michael Smith, world number 1 and world champion, is not there. Michael Van Gerwen, not there. Nathan Aspinall's not there. Luke Humphreys isn't playing. Johnny Clayton, Danny Noppert, Dirk van Duivenbode, Ryan Searle, Gary Anderson, Callan Ridds, Adrian Lewis, and that is everyone in the top 50 that's not there. A couple of names outside of that. Jim Williams, no surprise.
Yep.
We've got no Devon Peterson. But we are missing quite a lot of players not there.
There's a massive applause on the stream. Is there? Okay. Right. Okay. Sorry about that, Tom. We are trying. We are trying to get that sorted. I don't know why there's a massive applause on there. But Dan, should we get? I think games are starting to warm up over in Hildesheim at the moment. Remember, you can watch, as we've put on the screen there. You can see as anyone. We do get a lot of people asking us, can we show live games? So we just thought we'd pop it on the banner there. We're not allowed to do so. I know most of you who have been here hundreds of times with us now over the years. We're not allowed to show live games on the channel. PDC TV have the rights to that. We don't. So if you'd like to watch the matches, you can subscribe right now to PDC TV. 4 boards live. You can watch it and watch along with us as well. So we could give everything for you. You can do that from as little as £2.99 over the weekend as well. So very, very good value. And I know people were fuming about what happened. There was an announcement, and then in the background, the applause started for like a minute. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that. Probably that shouldn't be needed because I'm only back for a few hours. As you can probably tell, I'm a little bit smartly dressed today because I will be leaving about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Because I'm going to go and celebrate my nan and granddad's 70th wedding anniversary. Yes, people haven't been married for that long of a time.
Oh, nice. You go for a nice meal? Are you going to eat somewhere?
I'm actually going to my dad's. Oh, we've got a half split screen there. I know why we've done that because obviously you're going to put the games in there. So I'll remove that for now. You're going to put the 2 games side by side. You're going to get feature game and then live scores in a minute. So we'll do that in a minute. This is a strange day, I think, because there are a lot of people. I mean, PDC put out something yesterday on the website, which was talking about the top people to never win a ranking title. This is if you're going to get an opportunity. My God, here's your opportunity now. Jesus.
Yeah, it's a cracker, isn't it? And again, there are some slightly naughty draws in that. There are some boards that people might not have fancied. But if you just want a general day to have a go at it, you won't get many more generous than this. Just in terms of, if you get through the tough game on your board, it could really open up for you today. If you're outside the top 32 and you get through the tough game, then we could see some really, really surprise semi-finalists and perhaps even surprise quarter-finalists today.
Absolutely, indeed. Hope everyone is good. As soon as we have live games for you, we will put them on the screen.
Yeah, I'm just having a think of a feature game. Now,
if you want to, by the way, we'll also put this up there as well. So you've got board 7, board 11, board 9, and board 13 that are going to be the streaming boards for you today in round 1. So I think boards 1 and 2, streaming 1 and 2 will have commentary. I presume from Dan, from Chris, and from Webby, although I don't know. I haven't seen it on socials. And then you've got board 9 and board 13 on streams 3 and 4, which don't have any live commentary on the back of it. I mean, I kind of think that Peter Wright's the big story at the moment because of the way that he has been playing. And if he doesn't win one of these sooner rather than later, he ain't going to Minehead. He's gone.
No, and that's a huge, not going there with what he's defending as well is a really, really big lump off, and it's a catastrophic slide down the order of merit, isn't it?
Massively. I'm just looking at the. Hang on. If I go to the tour card race without provisional money, where does he fall to? He falls to world number 14. 300. He's losing 600 odd grand off these. That is mad.
It's huge, isn't it?
Bonkers. And I mean, even with provisional money at the moment, he'd still be world number 14 because it'd only get 25 grand for getting into round 2 of the Worlds. So that's a lot of dough that he's losing. Yes, I can't wait for this. Excalibur, you are bang on with that. Notre Dame versus Navy in the College Football Classic. I'll be watching that a bit later on tonight. Can't wait. Big game.
What sport's that?
American football. Laces out.
Yeah. I've tried, mate. I've tried. I'm going to give it again. I'm going to give it another go this season. And I'm going to try and sort of. I need to pick a team. I need to be invested. I need to want to watch something. I need reasons to watch. That's what I need to do, I think, to get into it.
You are a Newcastle fan. So you could pick the team that play in black and white as well from that basis, which are the Las Vegas Raiders.
I'm sure at some point I did some sort of online quiz, that like a sort of which NFL team should you support?
Yeah.
And I think, as a Newcastle fan, it's, that there was certain things, I almost looking for someone that peaked, someone that peaked in the mid-90s and then dipped ever since. There must be a parallel somewhere, I think.
Maybe not necessarily the mid-90s, but maybe the 80s, and that would be my team that I support through my dad, which is the Washington Commanders. I can't say the old name because it's racist, but the Washington Commanders, don't support them if you want success right now. Although they have just been bought out for $6 billion.
Well, that sounds right with my screen.
Mate, you're basically right now. There,
we're sorted now. I've got a team. Right, we're done.
I will say this though quickly about your English football team, your soccer side. For our friends elsewhere, that I think Tonali's an absolute mint signing. I really do. I think. It's just I was lucky enough. So I was lucky enough to be at the Etihad last week, and whilst it wasn't a particularly great game, I had really good seats. Me and Billy, my little lad, were there, and we were right up close to the pitch, and it was just the touch and the strength of the lad. He looks like a real player. Very, very exciting. I'm not quite sure how on earth we've prized him away from AC Milan, but long may it continue. He looks like a cracker. So if you want to just set up the screen here, mate, because we do have live games. I know we don't normally go for games that are on stream, but I do think that Right Klassen is the pick right now.
The one in the middle there. Is that what we normally? Is that how we normally have it set? I'm
not too sure.
Right.
Wild.
Should we go Peter Wright, yellow class?
Yeah.
Should we do that?
I think that's probably the right thing to do. I do think that. And then if you put a separate screen on the other side so we can have a bit of live scores, that'd be great.
What are we doing? Why? Oh, hang on. This is not.
I'll tell you what. You sort that out. You sort that out. And then
we had it sorted out before we started. Let me have a quick look.
I know.
There's
hang on a minute. Let me see if I can get this. You can tell this is a long. This has been a long.
That's time. It. That there. Right now, stick that back in. Stick my screen back in.
There we go. Lovely. There we go.
Yeah, because what I'll do now is I'll pull this onto a separate window. I'll make this a bit smaller.
Honestly, I haven't done this for a long time. Sorry, everybody. We got there on the air. Yes, I know, Bob, but I think that's probably the right game to pick at the moment. I do think that Wright versus Klassen is the right game to pick because of the storyline coming in with Snakey. So I do think that's what we're going to be doing. Right. So, Wright actually has gone off and won the first leg. Josh Rock is 1-0 down against Jeffrey the Swan. Early games going on right now. Christopher Tysky is also going. By the way, as you say, Dave Chisnell does have a bye as well. So we do have a bye in that game. We have so he will be on board one bit later. He's the top seed coming into today. Early doors, we've got Gerwin Price beating Brandon Zagansky 1-0, and Adam Smith-Neal's taken the first leg against Martin Schindler. Tell you what, now you've got that sorted, I think. Yep, you got that all bang on, I think, pretty much. Right, I can now ask you this. Oh, he was close for the 9 as well. Just went for a 10-darter, did Snakebite. Yeah. There we go. Right. Right, now we can ask you this, and chat room as well, want your picks as well. Who is winning the thing? Who is winning it this afternoon?
Today's event will be won by. Hang on. Give me 1 minute to just have another look into the bracket. Because I'm almost certain with what I'm about to say, but I just wanted to check something first. And yes, Rob Cross.
Do you know what? I don't think that's a bad shout, considering, of course, that he's won back-to-back titles over in New Zealand and Australia. He would have been my pick, but I've got to go different now, don't I?
Yeah, I'm with that. He
Yeah,
likes to win on the road at the minute, doesn't he?
He does. He really does. Oh, go on, sod it. I'll pick Ross Smith. Why not?
Oh, yeah, that's not. Yeah, that do you know? I did look at Ross again, just looking at the draw, and I thought whilst he, there's no such thing as an easy board, but I thought if he gets through. If he gets through that board, he could do some damage today. And whilst there's some top players on there, you certainly fancy him coming through. He's definitely the standout favourite around on board 12, isn't he?
Definitely by a long chalk. Josh Rock has been picked as well. Yeah, I was thinking Cullen as well, Kieran, but not quite sure on that one, if I'm being really honest.
Are we... I tell you, I haven't seen mentioned, and this is unusual, and it prompted me just because I had a quick look over onto the stream to see the former world champion playing that hasn't been picked by anybody, I don't think, yet, in Gerwyn Price.
I'm not too sure about Gezi at the moment. I still don't think that he's in a great headspace. I'm not too sure. I don't get me wrong. I do think that Gezi will be coming back, and he'll be coming back strong. But I don't know what it is. Since he's lost that Premier League final, he's just sort of a sudden fallen away a little bit, in my opinion.
Yeah, and he's also, I mean, I don't know the stats off the top of my head, but it's just more of a feeling. But he seems to be another player, not to the level of Peter Wright, but up right towards the top of the rankings, that has just gone a bit too long since we've seen him lift the trophy. Yeah, and he's going to start hitting tournaments in which he's defending big lumps of money. And if we don't see a bit of an upturn in form from him, and him actually start, playing to his level, then he's another player that could take a bit of a tumble down the rankings.
Well, the big thing is obviously he's defending a Grand Slam of Darts title that he hasn't from 2 years ago as well. Later on in the Aldersley Leisure Village, which is definitely not a leisure village at all, in Wolverhampton. Good afternoon, Niall. Hope you're all good, mate. Yourself?
I tell you what, the player we saw picked by quite a few members of the chat room today has not got off to the flying start we would have hoped. Josh Rock slips to a 3-0 scoreline with Jeffrey the Swan. Averaging just 81. Josh Rock struggling to get up and running today.
Do we think that Josh Rock is catching what Leeds caught last year in the football? I have to say that because, funny. In second season syndrome, a little bit. Do we think he's catching second season syndrome? Because I know he was the number one seed coming into the World Youth, but don't get me wrong, I'm very excited for Jan van Veen against Luke Littler at Minehead. I think that's going to be an absolute belter of a game.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
But I just don't know. I think Rock has slowly started to just drift off a little bit. And that's why people were saying, get Josh Rock in for the Premier League, do this, do that. You need to have that consistency, because if it had been gone through, look at Dopes, for crying out loud.
Yeah, it's and these things aren't, there are an awful lot of players that on any given day can put in an unbelievable performance. And what we have seen from Josh Rock is some good spells of time where he can string those together. We just haven't yet, because he hasn't had the time on tour. He hasn't had the time as a professional darts player to do that for any. Over the course of a season, over the course of a couple of years, to defend money in the rankings, everything's a freebie. Because, every time he wins something, every time he gets past the first round, he's moving up the rankings, because he's got nothing to defend. He's got, and it's interesting because the expectation is going to go up. He's someone that people do start to fear. People start to up their game. There's a bit of psychology goes on. And it's really interesting to see how that'll settle over a longer period of time.
Absolutely. Sorry, Laura, at the moment, but John O'Shea's 3-0 down against Kevin Doetz. The score's now 4-0 down, unfortunately, so I'm sorry about that, but hopefully we can pull that one back. Joe Cullen leading Lee Evans by 2 legs to 1. Gert Nenchez leading Christopher Tyski by 2 legs to 1 as well. Early scores, 1-1 between Dimi Vandenberg and Jacques Labre. The game you can see on screen, Peter Wright 4-0 ahead of Jelle Klaassen, both looking for 20 at the moment. Who is going to get out of this leg with the W in the column?
Peter Wright's only averaging 109.
Bobbins.
Garbage.
Yep. And there it is. So I think it might go down now. 104 it goes down to, but he's 5-0 up. And I think he's got the hurry up somewhat. I think he's realised exactly what he needs to do this weekend. Rob Cross 2-1 up on Kevin Burness. Gerwin Price 4-0 up on Radek Zagansky. Gabriel Clemens 2-1 down at the moment to Sean Wilkinson. Same scoreline between Stefan Belmont and Jose de Sousa. Stefan Belmont leading that. Adam Smith Neal's just gone 3-1 up on Martin Schindler. 2-2 between Wade and Menzies. I think we might need to put that game on, because that is belter at the moment. 106 plays, 103 average as Wade goes 3-2 up. Wesley Placey has just taken a 2-1 lead on Ross Smith. Owen the Master Bates is 2-1 up on Stephen Bunting. John O'Shea's got a leg back against Kevin Doet. And Keegan Brown's just got his first leg on the board against Damon Hetter. Josh Rock 3-1 down to Jeffrey Deswan. And Andrew Gilding and Scott Waits level at 2 apiece at the moment. But I think if Wright gets this quickly, I think we might flick onto Wade against Menzies. That looks like a belter of a game.
We'll
finish off the game.
And we're getting close on this one, aren't we?
If he hits a big number here, then he should do. Okay, he's left himself a 164. Good board management, that. Will Wadey make the slam? Well, he's got to win something.
Yeah, you think so? I mean, it's an interesting position that James Wade, I think, finds himself in at the minute, both in his, in his where he's at in the rankings, what he's got coming up, exciting time of the year, big events, but I'm not convinced about what we'll see from him between now and the end of the year. Contrary to what a lot of people are saying, I know there's a lot of people that seem to think we're going to see big things, but I'm not convinced.
Well, don't worry, because obviously you can go through the tour card holder qualifier and there'll be 7 spots up for grabs in there, because the other spot will always be taken by Wayne Jones, because that's how it works. Even though it's just how it works. Klaassen wants 16 to avoid a bagel. And he does get that. So I tell you what, because that game's on streaming board 2, let's flick over to Cameron Menzies and James Wade, if you don't mind. Because that's out at the moment. 108 from Wadey Blaze, 102 from Cam Menzies, and of course, Cam Menzies' partner, Fallon Sherrick, back in the news yesterday with an unbelievable moment that happened in the MODUS Super Series, deciding to go and hit the first ever 9 data on television from a female player.
Yeah, absolutely superb stuff. Really, really impressive. I'm bored of having the debate with people as to whether or not it was on TV or not, because
it obviously was. It was on Sporty Stuff.
Well, I'll tell you how I watched it. Yeah, I watched it on Sky Q, like after record, like so. Yeah, slid that in.
Yeah.
So it's on TV, isn't it? Because that's where I watched it, on my TV on Sky Q.
Can Cam Menzies reel in the fish and go 4-3 up on Wadey?
Be a big break, this,
Well, not yet, but he's there or thereabouts, still there.
Where's John Virgo? First result of the day is in.
Yep.
As Gerwin Price, 6-1 victory over Radek Zagansky.
Opening here for Menzies on the 72 shot. He should get a data double here as long as he stays straight.
And he's
there. And he puts out in 2. Don't know which way he's gone, but he's got a big break.
It is, and that's massive. James Wade averaging 106, but finds himself up against it and in need of a break of throw now. But that's not how Cam Menzies would have wanted to start this match. Adam Smith-Neil pulling ahead 4-1, well above a Martin Schindler, who on home soil can only average 70 at the moment. It's not very often that Adam Smith-Neil will be lucky enough to get 4-1 ahead in a Pro Tour game, averaging 73. That's not going to happen very often through the course of a season. Jelle Klaassen takes another leg back from Peter Wright. Peter Wright, don't forget, very, very close to serving a bagel to Jelle Klaassen. But the Dutchman, could we see a comeback? It's very unlikely.
Comeback of all comebacks. Speaking of a comeback, though, Josh Rock is now only 4-3 down to Jeffrey the Swan.
Yeah, we've seen John O'Shea's got another one on the board, still fighting with Kevin Dukes just within one, so we can't have any more mistakes from John O'Shea if he's going to mount a comeback. Jose de Souza, 3-1 down against Stefan Belmont.
Both have left 24. The difference is that Menzies has taken a longer turn to do so. Wadey looking for double 12 to level us back up. He takes it out first darts. This is a cracker. 107 plays 102. Keep it up.
Yeah, and we're back on throw as well. That breaker throw, Cameron Menzies, was worth absolutely nothing because there is no advantage to breaking if you can't then hold your own throws. Peter Wright gets over the line, dispatches Jelle Klaassen, shuts down that potential comeback, and 2 of our 3 top 10 players that we're seeing in Germany today are already through to the second round.
Don't get used to it, Jamie. I'm only here till 3 o'clock. But welcome back. Good to see you, mate. Good to speak to you. Right. Let's have a quick look at what else have we got coming up. How's Ross Smith getting on? Have I given him the kiss of death? No, it's 3-2 at the moment. And Smith 5-1 up now on Martin Schindler. Jesus. Shindiggity. And Kevin Duritz has got over the line 6-2 against John O'Shea on board 1. Remember, that board will probably be a bit quicker than most today because it's not got coming a 4th round 1 game because David Chisnall already has a bye. So there we are. Again, looks like it's another chance of another break of throw for Cameron Menzies. He's got 6 to clear 204 here. What did Wright average? What did Wright average? He averaged quite a lot. Nice, well, a 96.88, but he was averaging 109 at one stage.
Yeah, he just had a little dip at the end when he lost a couple of legs, but he was playing tremendously well.
That's just so typical Wadey, isn't it? After a shocking start, 100, 100, ton 40 to leave 60. This.
There you go, pressure on.
Oh, he's not there.
It makes you think this 60's got to go, though, doesn't it?
It does.
2 dart combination for Menzies if it comes back, and James Wade just looks like he's gone outside twice, I think, has he?
Must have done, because he's left himself tops. Normally, Wadey doesn't do that.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Oh, Cameron Menzies.
Oh dear, it's all over the gaff. I don't know what way has he gone there?
My maths wasn't quick enough to even work out how he leaves 6 from 56. I don't know what he's gone. He's gone the traditional 56 combination of bull double 3. That's what he's gone for.
That might be it. Wadey gets over the line there, 5-4, and they're starting to tighten up a little bit. 103 plays 99 now, but big moments coming up for Cam Menzies.
Yeah, Cam Menzies has created opportunities in this game. He's got the breaker throw, then couldn't find trebles in his own leg. He's had darts to break again. It just looks like it's slipping away from him this now. Within one, big 180 there, but he hasn't managed just to seize those opportunities that he's created himself. Your pick for the day, Jar, Ross Smith moves into a 5-2 lead and is looking very, very comfortable on board number 12.
Wadey on the slow mass, says Jamie, could disappear like Lewis. I wouldn't say he disappeared because Wadey won a UK Open 2 years ago. I know, because he won me over £1,000. What a boy!
Whoa,
I remember
again.
that. That's some effort on to try and get this game done. 140, 140, 100 to lead 1-2-1 after 9. Yeah, after field this 1-3-3. He's got it. Well, he's left top. So, but Wadey, this is so typical Wadey. If this goes, this is hashtag wading. If this goes,
I was going to say, it's wading at its.
Shake hands, boys. Oh no! Oh God, he's gone all over the place. So big pass now for Menzies.
He's created himself an opportunity again here. James Wade gave him nothing really in this leg. And there we go. First start.
Big. First Noble of the day. Here we go. It's great to be back. It really is. Nobles, bagels.
Making me
9s all over the gaff, hopefully. Of course, it's going to be a 9 today because Gob's not on stream. Rob Cross, 5-3 up now on Kevin Burness. Bit of a cushion. Same for Christoph Ratajski, 5-3 up on Gert Nentjes. Marching coming a little bit back into it between Adam Smith-Neal and himself. 5-3 now.
I'll tell you what, Joe Cullen, who received a few picks in the chat room, is looking like he's right on this. That's massive from Cameron Menzies. What a time. And what a leg this is.
Deciding leg, boys. To take the jump part. Deciding leg, that's all it is.
Got to leave. Oh, that was just
that's a slip.
Just a slip. If James Wade finds 2 trebles here.
Probably go for the ball, to be fair. Why not? Damon Hector through 6-3 over King. Oh my word! Lady, love that. That's how, yeah, you're right. If he found 2 trebles, he'd go for the ball. Huge. Love that. 6-5.
That was rather good, wasn't it?
I enjoyed that. More of this throughout the day, please.
Tell you what, we're just going to really quickly take in, because we've got a noble leg that we can have a quick look at as Lee Evans is throwing to knock out the number 6 seed in today's event, Joe Cullen.
Jamie, no, Menzies not in the world just yet. He's actually only, though, $4,000 off potentially getting into the world. So $3,500 off getting into the world. So he's not an insurmountable distance.
No, it certainly isn't at all. As Rob Cross gets the job done, 6-3 against Kevin Burness. And Lee Evans still looking like he might get an opportunity to get this game done. As Martin Schindler has picked up. Martin Schindler looked a mile away, averaging 70. He's upped his average by 10 points. He's just getting up to 80. Now only 5-4 behind Adam Smith-Neal. Is it too little, too late, though, for the German?
Josh Rock and Jeffrey Desvine have been stuck at 4-3 for a while. I'm going to suggest the Wi-Fi has gone down and he will shine for that game. As yes, Rock does win 6-4. Thank you for someone who's put that on the stream. Thank you very, very much. Yes, Juanita, we did see that as well. 1-6-4 checkout for Damon Hector to win 6-3. Big 1-3-7 though from Cullen. He'll be first to the finish. Oh, that's a 140. Big moment that from Lee Evans. 73 needed now from Cullen. If we can just click off that bit there, mate, and just see that. Bang on, thank you. Big moments these for Joe Cullen, for the Rockstar. Lee Evans is sitting there on 44 and he's missed the ball. Huge.
Certainly is. Another opportunity here for Lee Evans. Big one.
Can he knock out?
We were already short of big names today.
Could he knock out the 6th seed today? No.
No.
Big moments. Big moments. Should get this done. You won't get Littler versus Sherrick in the first round of the Worlds, by the way, Jamie. Because they're both international qualifiers.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
Oh.
Chance.
Oh, dear. Darcy's nicked good.
That is a chance.
Big moments, and he's taking it.
All he needs as well. First
Lee
time.
Evans. Lee Evans knocks out Joe Cullen. Huge moments there. And the 6 seed is gone.
Where shall we go next?
The other day.
Where shall we go next?
While you're deciding that, I'll go through some of the results that were on while we were checking that out. Kevin Doetz did beat John O'Shea by 6 legs to 2. Stephen Bunting beating Owen Bates 6-4. Another seed gone today is Martin Schindler. 6-4 losing to Alan Smith-Neal on board 3. Other scores, we had Ross Smith beating Wesley Placier 6-2. Josh Rockers won 6-4 against Jeffrey the Swan. And Andrew Gilding, 6-3 winner over Scott Waits. So those are the results at the moment. Stefan Belmont could be about to knock out another seed in Jose de Sousa. Dimi van den Berg is not necessarily at his best, but he's 5-3 up on Jack Labra, though Labra wants a 36 now to try and break the throw and get his back on throw, and he misses outside on all 3. So Dimi now wanting 67. No, you've got the Matt Campbell Darren Webster game up in a moment, but we will just see the end of this if it goes in. Spence Start Connect. Probably taking 17 hours, and he gets there as well. So 67 taken out, and Dimi is through 6-3 against Jacques Labra.
Dimi's got a chance today, hasn't he?
He does, and I'll be honest, I think he's one of those that definitely needs to pick up a pot at some stage, because he had that brilliant win at the match play. We know all about that. And of course, he's made the semi-finals earlier on this season in the World Champs. But realistically, what else is there that he's defending? I mean, I know the World Match Play next year. I mean, there's not much he's defending off of this year, I don't think. But
no.
You've got to win a pot at some point.
Yeah, 100%. He does just have to re-establish himself, I think, as somebody that, yeah, exactly, that picks up trophies at events. You know, rather than at the minute, he seems very, very almost comfortable as a player that's always going to go deep and have a bit of a run, loads of potential. He's going to play well, but he just needs to re-establish himself, I think, yeah, as someone who picks up trophies.
I think the last pot he won was on the Players' Championship 2 years ago. Players' Championship 24, I think was the last pot that he won. Oh, De Sousa, huge. 1-6-1 for 5-all. That's big from Jose. As Clements does get over the line, 6-4 against Sean Wilkinson. So we're off to a no ball between Jose De Sousa and Stefan Belmont in that one. Rugby World Cup prediction of 2 finalists and the winner. Oh, God.
England are playing today, aren't they, in the Rugby World Cup?
They are. They're playing Fiji.
Against Fiji, I saw that.
They're going to be nowhere near, by the way, mate. They're going to be nowhere near.
Yeah, I've not watched as much rugby as probably in the last 2 or 3 years as I did in the 10 years before that. And at the minute, if I'm brutally honest, my exposure to the current game of rugby is pretty much where I pick up from listening to things on TalkSport. But it doesn't sound particularly positive in terms of the English international game.
No, let me put it bluntly, it's shite. So there we go. I want to say Ireland in the final, but I just can't back myself to do it, Jamie. Although I have got tickets potentially for the final if they get there. So,
where is it?
It's in France this year, which I'm going to every game. Can't wait. Buzzing. Going to every game for Ireland in the World Cup. Can't wait. I tell you what, though. Yeah, same, Jamie. England have more of a chance to get to a World Cup semi-final than Ireland do, despite Ireland being the number 1 side in the world, which is ridiculous. I will go 2 finalists. France will make it because they're the French, though. And not being there is a massive loss for them, although they still have the best player in the world, Antoine Dupont. And I'm going to say they avoid each other in the quarters, and I'm going to say South Africa get there because, my God, did they look good last night against the ABs. I know they had 14 men, but Christ, they look good. 35 points to 7. Late as everyone. just going to turn to this game between Jose de Sousa and Stefan Belmont, if that's all right with you, Mr. Simpson, because Belmont needed 130 to try and take the win there. Didn't get it. So Jose now needs 80 to get the job done.
Let's have a quick look.
It's 5-all at the moment. Oh, and he's just missed. Missed outside and then missed inside. Huge. Or has he? Maybe he hit treble 20 for the double 10. Who knows? Who knows what Jose de Sousa did?
Well, I was going to say, if he might know, but that is a big might.
Belmont now looking for this 72 to get over the line, and he's missed.
Oh, that is an opportunity gone. An opportunity not taken advantage of there.
Opportunity not, but he didn't take it. Jose. One for the kids.
Oh
dear. Oh dear. Not good at all. Belmont 25 to get over the line. Has he gone? I don't know whether he's gone round the houses because it's taking a very long time for the marker to put the score in too. So Jose de Sousa, another one that we expected great things from after the Grand Slam of Darts, after losing that Premier League final, making the most 180s ever in a Premier League season. He gone.
Seeing some, I think we're going to see some. I'm not going to say unusual. It's not fair. It's not a fair word to say. I think we're going to see some new, let's say, new names in quarterfinals today. Names that haven't made a quarterfinal yet this season.
Interesting. I think it's going to be one of those days. Yeah, Laura and Jamie. The thing is that I wouldn't know. I'm not underestimating Ireland at all. Like I've been watching them all season long. Grand Slam winners, haven't lost the game since July last year. But having been at the Aviva last Saturday, and I appreciate it's a warm-up game and all that. Having been at the Aviva on Saturday last week, I'm just not certain. That's all it is. And remember, Ireland. Death taxes Ireland falling in the quarterfinal of the World Cup. That's how it works. I'm afraid. Right. So, any other scores that we need to bring? Any other results? I don't think there is. Christopher Tyskie beating Gertnencha 6-4 was one of them. And I think that's all of the top seeds done for now. So there's that. So we've got what games have we got going on at the moment? Tony
Matt Campbell's the only seed playing at the minute, isn't he? 32nd seed, Matt Campbell on it, and not having a particularly good time of it. Mind he has just managed to hold a throw to get that game back to 3-2. But Darren Webster, I mean, to be honest, this is a dreadful game. They're both averaging in the early 70s, but.
Tell us how it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a poor do if we're honest. Who chose that game? What a fool! Let's see. Richie Headhouse goes 2-1 up on Graham Usher, and Bradley Brooks takes the first leg in his match with Ronnie Hybricks, averaging 136. Goodness me, Bradley Brooks. Is that a 10 data?
I think it is, because it's I can't remember what it is, isn't it?
It's a 10. I think it's a 10. 10 or well, it's got to be at least 11, but I think that could be a 10.
I think that is 10 data. This is where we need job on here. How good do you think Dylan Schlevin is? It's a very good question.
Well, he's currently 2-0 down, averaging 85. But I don't think that's reflective of his potential nor his current level. I think for me, it's virtually impossible to answer that question with any great accuracy because we just haven't seen enough of him consistently playing at the top level, and I think he's got an awful lot of potential. an awful lot of potential. But we do see loads of people with lots of potential, and we see them all the time. We see them every couple of years. We see people with huge potential, and it's rare that develops into a real top level player. But they all have the potential to do it. It's going to be an exciting few years, I think.
Absolutely, it will be. I think as well. Like, what has he got? He's got 25 grand nearly on the Order of Merit. That's pretty damn good, I think, personally. He's not a million miles away. I mean, 20.75. I mean, okay, Petresco's 33.75. So you'd have to probably win a Pro Tour to get into the World Grand Prix. But still, 25 grand in your first year is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing really well. I don't want to sound like I was being negative, but I mean, in terms of potential, like he could have a monster career, like a massive career, and I just don't think we know that yet. We don't know where that's going to go just yet.
My biggest thing is that I genuinely think that we need to stop hyping up these players so young.
I agree.
Because the amount of, for Christ's sake, look at Luke Littler. Okay, fair enough. What he's done has been brilliant. 16 years old, coming in, playing in the UK Open. He's made the World Youth Final. He's going to be on the tour next year. You look at that and you think, okay, everyone's now expecting this massive thing. You look at Josh Rock. He was 5th favourite for the bloody Worlds last year, for crying out loud. But
and that's a false. That's a false hood from the bookies, isn't it? That's the bookies being frightened. But I agree. I think there's far too much, and there's nothing we can really do about it because everybody wants to create content, and everybody wants people to, watch them and listen to them, and in order to do that, we therefore need stories. And what better story is there than the potential next biggest thing in darts? So I completely get it, but I agree that there are too many young players that are getting too much pressure put on them and too much talk and too much expectation. And we need to, as a sport, try and find a way to manage that a bit better, I think.
Jamie, I'm not allowed to say this, but I don't think that Luke, I can't say why, but I somehow don't think that Luke Littler will be playing in the World Championships at Lakeside. Just a little note there. Right. Do you think Steve Allen keeps his tour card? Well, it depends on a number of things, doesn't it?
If he wins today, then maybe.
His biggest thing is that if he can get to the Players' Championship finals again, huge moment, because that way then you can at least get some more money on that. He's in the qualification spots for the Worlds as things stand, so he'll need to probably get to the second round of that, probably to keep his card. But it's not an impossible thing, but he knows himself. Like, do you remember when we met him outside in Minot, Dan?
Yeah, I do remember meeting him. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's a very knowledgeable bloke. Like, he knows that he's not been great this year, and he hasn't been great the last 2 years. So to listen to two blokes that can never, with the best in the world to you, Dan, two blokes that can never even dream making a Pro Tour, never mind being on it, to say you've got to do this better. It's one of those things, isn't it? Like,
yeah, and I think there is an acceptance as well. Is that the gap between the increase of numbers of players who are around that grow to a level conversation that could realistically be ranked between 64 and 128. There's maybe 200 players that you could have that conversation about that could fit into that, over the course of a year, could have a good season, could get some points on the Pro Tour. So I think it's a combination of it. He hasn't really played his best. There are more players in and around his level in the game at the minute, we've had a few conversations about how not. I think everyone accepts there has never been a better time to not have a tour card since the PDC was formed. There's never been a better card to not have a tour card. But I also subscribe to the notion that there's never been a harder time to get one. if you want one,
Yes.
I don't think, you know, whilst there's never been, it's never been as profitable or as good opportunities out there as there is now for people that haven't got a tour card. I wouldn't like to think I had to try, if my goal was to get a Pro Tour card at the minute, in the current climate, the amount of the level of players that haven't got a tour card, I would not like to think I was in that mix at all.
Tony Martinez beats Jared Cole 6-4 on board 7. Richard, do you think Ryan Searle will make a major final this year? You know what my question's going to be back to you, Richard. Hashtag, what's a major? What are we talking? Are we talking a television final? If we're talking a TV final...
Yeah, but that's now a bloody debate, isn't it? Because you can't even... Now it all depends which channel it's on, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. If it's a television, is it a television event? Is it a streaming event? What are we talking about? No. The thing is with Ryan, right, is that he does so many things just so well, right? And I really like Ryan as a player, as a bloke. Got a lot of time for him. Made a World Match Play quarterfinal, deservedly so. But since that 2021 Players Championship final, I don't think he's kicked on enough. And I don't think that we as people that are in the sport or fans that watch the sport have seen him kick on to the level that he can get to. Because if he's on it, he's one of the best. He's one of the best players that I on tour, in my opinion, when he's on it. Okay, TV event. Yeah, Jamie. Hashtag not the World Series finals. Hey, the Jacks World Series finals is a huge moment for Dutch for the Dutch. It was the only time they can get away with hosting a television final. Yeah, that's my thought on it. Ryan Searle, he's good enough to make one, but there's so many players right now that are just good enough to make them. If that makes sense.
I think when that a few years ago when we were in Minehead and we watched that Players Championship final between Ryan Searle and Peter Wright, if you'd have asked me on that day, even after Ryan Searle had lost the final, would we in the next 2 years see Ryan Searle, in a handful of TV? I'd say yeah, absolutely. He looks like the only way. It looks like he's on a trajectory, and he's only going one way from here. It feels like from that point, he'd sort of plateaued, and then as sort of when he hasn't remained at that plateau, he's dipped. And we did see we saw some fantastic things for him in Blackpool this year, but again, then leveled out a little bit and couldn't sustain it. But he's got the way you put it is absolutely correct. He does so many things so very well, and he's such a nice fella that it's very difficult to not root for him, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Oh yeah, Laura says Lennon's just like John. No match practice at home the past 9 weeks. Not allowed to play any darts in the Irish systems. When you're down on your game, you can't rebuild it. Yeah, that's stupid. That is stupid.
Yeah, dumb.
Like
it works for it offers absolutely nothing to anybody. Like there's nobody benefiting from that at all. It's just silly.
I presume, Laura, forgive me for being less up to it on Irish darts. But I presume that there's like some sort of county or Super League like they would be able to play here if they need to redo their game over in Ireland, which is ridiculous. Sort that out.
Do you know, I've castigated myself several times for picking this feature game. However, the game between Darren Webster and Matt Campbell is, whilst crap, at least tense, because we have got a noble leg, and even if we've strung this out with some middling 70s averages, we will at least keep people on the edge of their seats for 11 legs here.
Jesus. Oh, good. Tottenham have scored.
Have they? Who was it?
Madison.
Ugh.
As long as Bournemouth lose, I don't care. Scum club.
I'll tell you what I could do with at some point in the next 70 minutes is a Son shot on target. That'd be
right. Is that for your fantasy team? Is it?
No. It's just,
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. I had 50 pence on it. I saw a particularly good price, and I had 50 pence on.
Gamble responsibly.
Yes, I and so should every bugger else as well.
But yeah, no. As long as Bournemouth lose, I don't care. Awful club. Awful.
Steve Lennon and Danny Van Tripe have also gone. We've got 2 noble legs underway at the same time here. Aaron Monk remains a break ahead of Jimi Hendrix, 4-2 up. Brian Rahman is 1 away, 5-2 ahead of Ross Montgomery. Martin Lukeman playing well, averaging 101, 5-3 ahead of Pascal Ruprecht. 1 away, and Matt Campbell will get the opportunity to come back for 65 here. Darren Webster on a 2-dart combination. So there is some pressure on this 65 if the Canadian can take it out. Has he bust 65 there?
Must have done.
Oh, fair play. Ooh,
Danny Van Tripe.
Gone.
Yeah, but so Danny Van Tripe 6-5 over Steve Lennon. No, not allowed to play for county, not allowed to play most pub leasing courts. Can't say no PDC players. Oh, jeez.
What's the point? What a ridiculous way of going on.
Got it. He's got it this time anyway.
Yes, the 65 goes.
Barry Keane's on. Yes, Barry Keane. He's back.
He's back, and I'll tell you where he's going.
He's on board 1. He's also on stream board 1 at the moment.
Oh, is that stream? Let's have something else. Can we have a bit of Whitlock?
Why not? I was thinking. Oh no! I tell you what. Actually, no. I'm going to request. Request Richie against Graham Hall. We love a bit of Richie Burnett on this channel.
And Graham Hall 3-2 up. Richie Burnett is.
Cam Crabtree and the big serial killer Martijn Kleermaker are level at 5 apiece at the moment. Oh, Martin! He's on for the 5-ton leg. God's sake. The true holy.
We've seen a few noble legs today, haven't we? Already.
It's going to be a long day for you, buddy, old pal.
It's going to be one of those days, isn't it?
Yep.
It's going to be one of those days. Although we do benefit from the time difference today, don't we?
Yes. You should. I mean, you should get ready. What game is on at R5 today? Brighton Villa.
Yeah, United's the 3 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah.
I looked at the fixtures and thought United should have been the TV game, but
I think Forest are actually not doing half bad at the minute, to be fair to them. I've got a little soft spot for Forest, coming from living in Nottingham for all those years.
That'll be a lovely game, that. Brighton against West Ham will be nice. That'll be a good game, that.
Cam Crabtree does find the 66 to knock out the big serial killer, Martijn Kleermaker. Clear the way. Brian in Hildesheim. Brian Rahman, 6-3 winner over Ross Montgomery as well. So those are other scores around.
Just while that was happening, Richie Burnett he took a break of throw from Graham Hall. Opens now with a 140, 4-2 ahead, and a break up for the Welshman. Jimi Hendrix clawing his way back, was 4-2 behind Aaron Monk, and it has levelled the game up 4-all. So this is some pressure on Aaron Monk now, who looked pretty comfortable throughout the game. Jimi Hendrix is now on throw, opens with a 140. So Aaron Monk, from looking like he was just going to serve this game out, looking second best.
Yeah, Chainer on Joe Mernan's winning today. That'll be some story again.
It certainly would.
Main Watamina, 6-2 winner over Daniel Klosser. And we do have yet another noble leg on the stream today, as Luke Peters and Karol Sedlacek are going to the 11th. And we have another one. Martin Lukeman and Pascal Ruprecht. Although that looks like a good game. 99 plays 101.
They're loving this today.
George will be fuming.
Stephen Burton takes an early break, goes 2-0 up on the wizard Simon Whitlock. Richie Burnett.
Yes, sorry, Sam. Yeah, we have discussed the 9-darter. Yes. What I think makes it even funnier is the fact that the referee completely loses it when he's trying to call in the 9.
Yeah, it does, and I think the amount of God, it's bought. People must be like, I worry about people sometimes. I worry what goes on in their lives. You know, like so, like the amount that people feel the need to then weigh in on that in a public forum is like it's very very bizarre. But I thought it was piss funny, to be honest.
I agree. Richie, double 18.
Has Willie O'Connor played yet today? No, he hasn't, has he?
No, Big Willie Style hasn't yet.
He hasn't, and I don't recall seeing it. He's definitely playing today. I'm certain he is. I don't recall seeing him in the draw. I'm not sure who he's playing off the top of my head.
Martin Lukeman has got through 6-5 against Pascal Reprecht and an absolute cracker. 100 averages from the both of them. Fair play. Jimi Hendrix experience now 5-4 up on Aaron Monk. Vladimir Anderson and Dylan Schleven 4 apiece. As well, Barry Keane 2-1 down to Nick Kenny. Simon Whitlock 2-1 down, as I said, to Stephen Burton. Nick Woodhouse and Ted Evans getting underway on board 3, and Alexander Merckx and Dragutin Horvat getting underway as well. Oh, is he playing Tickle? Oh, yes. I normally would support the Irish lads, but no. Viva Tickle. Allez le bleu. Sorry, Laura. Allez le bleu.
Oh, dear me. Simon Whitlock not messing about. It seemed to be less. It only seemed to be about 30 seconds till I was saying Simon Whitlock 2-0 down after Stephen Burton breaks him early. The Wiz is now levelled up, takes 2 legs very quickly and levels that game up 2-all, as does Barry Keane. 2-all there with Nick Kenny.
Is Ted Evans in danger? Yes, he is. He's at the moment $6,000 off potentially his tour card. So he's going to have to get moving if he's going to get there.
Certainly is. Big leg from Richie Burnett again, whose scoring has been really good today. But Graham Hall not letting him back into this leg. Well timed 180 there.
I'm just trying to find out, where is Ted on the race for the Worlds?
Ooh. Some way off, I believe, off the top of my head.
I know he's in 31 spot at the moment. So,
all right.
If he were to get there, he might just have a chance. If he were to get there.
Ronnie Hybrex goes within 1.53 ahead of Bradley Brooks.
We'll get an extra 7.5.
Jimi Hendrix now beating Aaron Monk. He's come from being 4-2 behind to being 5-4 up.
What else have we got going on? And it's now 5 apiece in that one. My God.
Oh, Graham Hall fought his way back into this game as well. It seems to be an awful lot of these noble legs seem to be coming from comebacks a lot of the time. People getting within 1 and then throwing 2-3 opportunities away to win the game.
Joe Merlin beats Gablas, 6-3 on board 13. And this is no disrespect to Adam, but with the way that how long he throws, I'm surprised to finish that game already.
Oh, that's a nice game warming up. I think there's our next feature game picked out there. Daryl Gurney and Mervyn King.
Well, especially, we've got to have Merv King on there now.
It's got to be, hasn't it?
Wearing the shirt.
Got to be. Yeah, there's the next feature game already picked out for us as Steve Beaton gets underway against Jamie Hughes. And we're just breaking into that second batch of seeded players in today's draw.
Oh, mate, I've got to tell you as well. Speaking of the racing, can't wait. I'm going to November meeting, buzzing again on Saturday. The November meeting at Cheltenham, probably one of my favourite days of the racing calendar.
Oh, very nice, very nice. I would not, if under normal circumstances, had I got, because York's like 35 minutes on the train for me. Like York's really easy for me to get to, but life get in the way a little bit. And as I say, I was off. I went back to work on Thursday after a couple of weeks off, and then it's all a bit chaotic this week. So I've not managed to get down, but it's gone all right for me so far. It's been reasonable. A brilliant day yesterday.
Yeah, just letting someone know. He might be, actually. I thought that his tour card...
Oh, Jimi Hendrix wins. Come back from 4-2 down to Aaron Monk to come and win 6-5. I'd probably duck if I bumped into Aaron Monk in the next 15 minutes or so.
No, he's not, apparently. No, he's not. Ted Everts. He is in the race for a tour card. He's on £49,000. He would lose. He would be 65th currently on the order of merit. He got into... How did he get into the Worlds last year? No, it was 2 years ago. It was 2 years ago.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, that's fine. No worries. I was thinking, and I was like, hang on a minute. He didn't get into the Worlds this year, did he? Must have got in as... No, he got in as World Youth Champ, didn't he?
Yeah.
A couple of years ago. Right, where are we looking then? Vladimir Anderson and Dylan Slevin are slugging it out. Dylan Slevin has got to find some big numbers. Otherwise, Vladimir Anderson's going to have 6 starts at 112.
Oh, I tell you what, we are in for some treats here, with these games warming up.
Can I just say very, very quickly, by the way, afternoon to you as well, Tommy. I said he needed to find a big score. He's only gone and found the biggest score of the lot. 180 to leave 35. Go 117. Do it. Do it.
Me.
Vladimir Anderson now needs 112 to knock out Dylan Slevin. Suspense is killing us. And he has. Now that's pressure. That is a dead cat shot to leave 35. And then Dylan Slevin was thinking, I'm coming back for this. No, you are not, son. That's very good from Vladimir Anderson. 6-5 winner.
Here's a big leg on a feature game here between Richie Burnett and Graham Hall. As Graham Hall trying to hold here to force a noble leg. But 3 big scores from Richie Burnett there have put the pressure on Graham Hall.
Also, Simon Whitlock is in a bit of bother, the wizard. He needs to find a spell to get out of this. 5-2 down now.
He certainly is. But opportunity here for Richie Burnett to get the job done without having to go through that noble leg. 1-2-1 to break. Oh, he's missed the ball.
Unlucky.
He's missed the ball. But this 86 not straightforward. Pressure on it. Will we see yet another noble leg? Ooh.
What's he done there? Has he missed the ball? And straight into the 6?
I was going to say, he must have missed it by some way.
Straight into the 8. Sorry. My maths is all over the gaff.
Big opportunity now for Richie Burnett today. Oh, he's half around with that something rotten, hasn't he?
Unlucky. Hang on, where is it? I'm not going to do it, but it's definitely in the back end, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Go on.
Unlucky. He's not.
There we go. Haven't done that for a while. Oh.
Took him 3 darts to do it there, Graham Hall. We see yet another noble leg, but Richie Burnett will have the advantage of throwing first. A 3-dart head start.
Shelby, you talk about the dating needs to be moved. There is 2 major reasons why they won't be. One, the biggest reason, the broadcasters don't want it moved because it gives them content throughout the year. And 2, they put all the floor stuff and Euro Tours in now, so that way then all the people that can play, say for instance, in your Grand Prix, the Slam, the players and all the rest of it, you then have the end of the year to get to that stage. So that's what that's all about, really. So it's not going to change because they can't move the amount of Pro Tour dates that they need in a year and Euro Tours to be able to get to a European Championship at the end of the season or a Players' Championship Finals at the end of the season or a Worlds. It's just not going to happen.
I'll tell you what I find offensive,
Go on.
the relentlessness with which I am having to watch Keith Lemon's stupid antics every time I click on a streaming board.
Shitting!
That 32 red advert, it's genuinely it's offensive. It drives me around the bend.
it isn't great, is it? I've never got Keith Lemon. I'm sorry. I know people like him, and I know people like him on Celebrity Juice, but I just never got it.
So, so as I like to say with quite a lot of things, Stephen Burton bins the Wizard out 6-3. Always seemed to be up against it there, Whitlock. Even though he averaged just shy of 90, he just never quite seemed to be properly in that game, did he?
No, I agree. Sorry, you were saying...
Yeah, the best way I find to describe it is that Keith Lemon, it's intellectually beneath you, mate. That's what it is, unfortunately. And it's unfortunate for those that enjoy it, but it's intellectually beneath you.
William O'Connor and Thibaut Tricol have just got underway on board 12. So William O'Connor taking the early lead by a leg 2-0. Daryl Gurney and Mervyn King have got underway as well. Lots of games going on back underway.
Yeah, we've got some real good stuff at the minute as well. Alan Suter against Ricardo Petresco is an interesting one, as is Dolan and Van der Voort. Dobie against Big Boris. There's some really, really interesting games going on at the minute. Ryan Joyce, who is having a really, really good time of things on the Pro Tour or in Pro Tour events this year.
Yeah,
finds himself seeded number 30, Ryan Joyce, and takes the opener against Jose Justicia. This is on a knife edge between Burnett and Hall.
Wouldn't it be awful if we went to a commercial break at this time? Oh. We can do now. Brilliant.
2-dart combination for Richie Burnett.
So 6-5 winner. We do have some more games coming towards the end, so we'll stay for them for that. Rowby, John Rodriguez, and Vyacheslav Sedlak, are now into a noble leg. Nick Kenny 5 on Barry Keane. Once we get, I'll tell you what, actually, because I'll tell you what, I need to go to a commercial break. For 2 reasons. One, I don't know where my phone is, so I need to try and find that quick. And 2, also, I do need to head to the little boys' room. Certainly in my case. Right, I will be back. We'll be back in a few minutes. This is Online Darts' coverage of the Pro Tour in association with my Red Dragon and Motorsport. We're back in just a couple of moments' time. See you shortly.
Welcome back, everybody. And we've got some early breaks in some of these games that we've talked about being quite exciting ones. So Alan Suter goes 2-0 up with an early break against Ricardo Petresco. And Vincent Van der Voort, Big Vincent, is 2-0 up against Brendan Dolan. We've got a couple there just off leveling. Chris Dobie and Big Boris Kirchmar 1-1, as is William O'Connor against Thibaut Tricol. And as I say that, William O'Connor takes a leg to go 2-1 up. Ryan Joyce 2-0 ahead. Jose Justicia, another early break in that game there. Ryan Joyce averaging just shy of 104. So a really good start for the man from Newcastle.
Hello. Found it.
There you go.
Very good. So we did miss a score. I'm sorry about that. But I think it's Rabbi John Rodriguez did beat Vitslav Sedlak 6-5 there. Barry Keane's got it back to 5-4 against Nick Kenny as well. And Daryl Gurney, as you say, there's now level at 2 apiece between himself and Big Merv. Just keep an eye on the Barry Keane, Nick Kenny game.
Yeah, that's good. It certainly looks like it could go all the way there.
Well, Kenny wants 83 with Barry needing 100. And he's just missed the ball, has Nick Kenny. So Barry now needs this 100 to go, and he needs to go now.
Ooh.
Take this out in 2. He's another one as well. Do you remember when he won the Tom Kirby and everyone was like putting him as like this next world champ? It's another one where the poor kid needs a bit of a break. Jesus.
Yeah, agreed.
He hasn't found the 100. He's only found 42. So now Nick Kenny needs 25. I know, Bob. Bob, the reason why we say it is because Matt Ward was once on a stream with us and kept calling him Barry Keane for about half an hour before we corrected him, as he does take out that 58, and we are going to a noble. So that's the reason why we call him that on this stream. I obviously know Keane very, very well. Met him on a number of occasions. Lovely, lovely kid. Really, really nice bloke.
We should start to almost do a bit of a sweep on how long it takes into the day before someone tells us off for getting the wrong name, innit? we should start picking out, what 1 minute 18 into the stream, right? Whoever had that.
Yeah, well done. Congrats. You've won yourself no prize. You've won yourself pride, is what you've won.
Yes.
Good start to the final leg for Nick Kenny, though. 130 followed by a 135 to the 226. Barry can only respond with a ton and a ton. 301, and Nick Kenny is ahead and has the darts as well. He left himself 167. That's good maths. That's really good maths. And Barry's left himself 161. So the pressure is on. 167 plays 161. Who is going to find themselves into the second round of Players Championship 17? Won't be Nick Kenny yet, but he hits 99 to leave 68. Can Keen Barry find the same shot that James Wade did? No, he can't. He only leaves himself on 71. So Nick Kenny, as long as he stays straight, should get a dart at a double. Should get 2. Alexander Merckx has gone through 6-3 against Dragantine Horvat, and Nick Kenny does get 2 darts at a double, and he only needs 1 of them. So Nick Kenny takes out Keen Barry, or Barry Keane, or whoever you want to call him, 6-5 to the Welsh and Nick Kenny into.
I am sorry for this, mate.
Oh, don't do it. Don't.
Sorry.
Why have you done it?
Because the others wouldn't forgive me otherwise, mate. I'd be.
Why have you done that?
I knew. I tried to get it in before the 43 comments in the comments going, "Where's the Barney alarm? Where we got the Barney alarm? Barney's playing."
Come on, Adam.
Well, let's be honest. Like that'll be a cracking win, though. To be fair, for Adam Warner, it's a scalp. Early in his career, that'd be surely a big moment in his career.
Well, the thing is that I met Adam through Gob because they both obviously played at the same time in university darts, and he's a fantastic player, and he's a brilliant servant to university darts, and he's a proper man for the system as well, showing that it does work. So even if he wasn't playing, you know who, I'd still be cheering him on anyway.
Good.
Jamie Hughes is beating Steve Beaton at the moment. He needs to try and find a way to be staying alive because at the moment he's definitely not.
Ian White goes 5-2 ahead. Ian White is a man whose current and recent form I find quite hard to really sum up. It's if some when people ask what do I expect from Ian White in the next 2 years, I find that a very, very difficult question to answer at the minute.
If you want me to be brutally honest, what I find from Ian White currently at the moment, I'm not too sure exactly whether he's going to be able to keep his tour card.
Well, this is it though, but it doesn't seem very long since it seems it seems to have happened very rapidly from quarterfinals of big events, and we're always seeing Ian White on the telly, and then all of a sudden it just seems that he can't quite recapture that.
Well, do you know what? I still remember 2019 going down to Players' Championship in Minehead, and he made a semi-final. Push going Price all the way as well, I think.
Absolutely.
Was it Gersey or was it Michael? Not quite sure who it was. But there we go. Shocking averages, lowest I can remember on the Pro Tour in recent years. To be fair, Stephen, we should get a little bit more now that the seeds are back on.
We always have a bit of a dip in it. So just obviously the seeds are split into two halves in this draw. We see the first batch of seeds first, early in the day, and then we get the second batch of seeds on the back end of the bracket. So there is, let's be brutal, a bit of a lull in the middle where we've got loads of games without seeds playing. And if we're going to see low averaging games, that's probably where they'll be. We're probably now on the upper end of the curve in terms of the opening round averages. And we're seeing we're seeing some tight games and some real back and forth stuff. William O'Connor and Thibaut Tricol, 4-3. William O'Connor's just took a leg to nip ahead there. But 3-all in that game between Dobie and Boris Kirchmar. 3-all in a feature game between Mervyn King and Daryl Gurney. But we are seeing one hell of a leg here from Daryl Gurney, who's got 36 left after 9 darts. Against
the darts as well, by the way. He's still way to break the throw if he gets this now in one. What's you now go flying around the board? Oh no, fair play.
10 dart leg from Daryl Gurney there. Lovely stuff. And that was, let's be honest, a really, really good time in the match to take a break there, because now he is just 2 holes a throw away from a place in the second round.
Can I say this very, very quickly? We're not having Mickey Mansell against Jules Van Dongen as a feature game. Just not happening.
Oh, that's a shame. I'm going to have to come up with another plan now then. Oh, I tell you what we could do, though, because it's warming up, is the first game in the second round. We could have Dave Chisnell against Kevin Dutz.
Why not? We'll have that after the Gurney versus King finish. Why not?
That'd be all right. We'll move into the second round. It'll make me feel like we're progressing through the afternoon as we draw to a draw. First round's been a bit unusual, hasn't it? Bit unusual. But Kim Huybrecht's off to a good start, averaging just 107 with a 3-0 lead there.
I've seen that that FIFA have just banned the head of the Spanish FA. Finally, they got involved and gone laters.
Yeah, interesting. It seems to have took too long, that, and I appreciate it's not like it's been 6 months, but it seems like something that somebody just could have come out almost like the next morning.
Yeah, Tommy, I'm here for Mickey Mansell against Adam Gavlas. That's the game I want to watch.
It's a shame they're not selling tickets. As Steve Beaton is done for today over in Germany. Jamie Hughes was 6-3 when it looked tight in the early stages of that game. But Jamie Hughes just got his foot down on the accelerator there, pulled away, and Steve Beaton could not keep pace. As we see a breaker throw from Chris Dobie, who takes the lead in this match for the very first time against Boris Kirchmar, 4-3 ahead. And Ted Everts, we talked about where he currently is in the rankings and how challenging it's going to be for him to hold on to his tour card. That challenge has just got ever so slightly harder because Luke Woodhouse is a 6-4 winner there. Loads of results coming through around the same time as Madus Razma is a 6-3 winner over the Polish player Krzysztof Kachuk. Madus Razma is a player that I enjoy a great deal watching him on television. I think his style of play is very attractive for television viewing. And I do still think that there's a good amount of untapped potential in there, and that he could really establish himself as a player up in that top lump in the rankings. What do you think?
Well, I was just about to mention him because I remember, what was it? I think it was either 2018 or 19. I think it was 2019 when he made a World Series darts finals. Absolutely pissed it in the qualifier. And he was absolutely on fire. And obviously made it in 2020. I know he made a Pro Tour final as well. In my opinion, he's still the best treble 19 hitter on the tour. Like, there's no doubt about that. And if he can find the ability to be able to go to the top of the board as he does to the bottom of the board, well, I still think he's got some potential. I do think, I'm not saying he's going to go and win a television title, but has he got the ability to go and win a Pro Tour, even a Euro Tour? Yeah, probably. As Ian White just beats Jurgen van der Velde 6-3.
I tend to agree, and I do think there is something that, like, let's be honest. A lot of the time, when when we talk about somebody being entertaining, so it essentially means one of two things. It's them either being, flawlessly superb or doing something a bit different. That's what That's what people want to see on the TV. They want to see absolute excellence, or they want to see something that's a bit different. And I just think the way that he mixes it up, the relentlessness with which he plays for the treble 19. Goes to the hockey with 5:01 left and rattles 3 into treble 19. It's a bit different and it's a bit interesting, and it makes people sit up and look at it. And I think that can only be a good thing for darts, as we lose Thibaut Tricol.
Allez le bleu. Yeah, 6-4 against William O'Connor. Will Jeff Smith keep his tour card? No, I can't see it.
No.
The only way he's doing that is if he goes and wins a Pro Tour and gets into the World or Euro Tour and gets into the World Championships qualifiers. Even then, he'd probably have to win 2 or 3 games there. No. I like Jeff, good bloke, but at the moment, no.
We met Jeff. When I met Jeff, actually, about 6 minutes after I met Steve Lennon. That was we mentioned meeting Steve Lennon earlier on, and they almost walked through the door 5 minutes apart, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Good fella as well. Nice bloke.
I remember singing with you at the top of my lungs, "Any Dream Will Do," with this German stomper band.
Yes,
when we had a pitcher of wine.
Goodness me. Yeah, it was. So yeah, I've told that story once or twice, and it's because they have this obsession in Butlins with not trusting grown-ups with glassware. And it's not. I've generally modelled my adult life on not attending places where you can only have plastic glassware. But unfortunately, so every now and again,
you model yourself on where you can get your bags carried to your room, mate.
Yeah, like normally I think, well, this is ridiculous. It's not crystal. Who's going to polish that glass before I've had it? So, so once they insisted that we couldn't have a bottle of wine in the bottle. And it had to be poured into a pitcher. I'm sure they poured it into a bleeding 4-pint pitcher, and it just looked pitiful, though, didn't it? It looked pitiful. It looked like this tiny little. Whilst it was a full bottle, it looked so. It seemed to make more sense to put more bottles of wine into the pitcher, just for the aesthetics, really, wasn't it? Just to make sure it looks.
I mean, I don't drink anymore, so we won't be repeating that at the UK Open next year. However. It was one of the most hilarious. I've still got that photo saved somewhere on my phone. It's one of the most hilarious things with us holding little cocktail things.
Yeah. Well. I mean, there's no messing about there, was there? It was. No. It was as Daryl Gurney, so just jumping around.
Yes,
Daryl Gurney is making a move here. And is down to 76 after we have seen some huge legs. He's only averaging 87, but there is a few legs in this game where he's just rattled off massive scores in his first 3 visits.
Yeah, we saw him get taken 10 darter out earlier on in the game.
For the match, and he takes it out.
Solid.
A 12-dart leg from Daryl Gurney gives him a 6-4 victory over Mervyn King.
Did I enjoy the match play? To an extent. I don't think it was a classic. But the reason why I say it wasn't a classic, and I know you shouldn't look at it this way, But the reason why I say it wasn't a classic is because the final didn't deliver. And I always think that a tournament feels better when the final delivers. And I don't really think that the semi-finals delivered that well either, because Cullen was off the pace, and I know Clayton and Humphreys was a bit back and forth, but it wasn't a classic. Let's put it that way. It was. I'd give it a B plus, maybe just a B, 6 or 7 out of 10 potentially.
I tend to. It's hard for me to look at the match play often objectively, because it's one of the tournaments that 100%, no matter what, if I have to walk over piles of Lego in bare feet, I attend, even if it's just one session. I make sure I get there, and it's dead good for me, because I always get the opportunity. I've got a few. It's almost ritualistic now. I meet Boise every year for some tea, and we've got this same really, really good restaurant. So I look forward to that. I always get to have a bit of a catch up with Barzy. I've had some genuinely unbelievable experiences in Trilogy with some amazing ex and current darts players. This year I spent an evening with Ricky Hatton, and that was a really, really interesting experience. So it's difficult for me to look at it objectively, because I just think, oh well, yeah, it was really good. I got to see all my pals and catch up with everybody. And I had a night out with Ricky Hatton, and of course it was an amazing match play tournament. But I don't really think about the darts.
Well, you'll be very happy yourself, mate, because both Ryan Joyce and Chris Dobie are through. Ryan Joyce winning 6-4, Chris Dobie winning 6-5 over Boris Kuchma. I've got to say, I think earlier as well, Jimi Hendrix did beat Aaron Monk 6-5 as a result. I don't think that we gave you earlier.
I covered that one. We got that one
did you?
out.
Oh,
yeah, because I did make a comment that with Aaron Monk looking so far ahead in that game and looking very comfortable serving it out, anyone that encounters him in the next 20 minutes might want to just walk the other way down the corridor, perhaps.
Very good point. Alexander Merckx beat Dragutine Horvat 6-3 in the end, and Dave Chisnell is 2-1 down, despite averaging nearly 10 points higher in the early stages against Kevin Dewitt. So we'll keep an eye on that. If there's a shot there.
Is that being streamed, that one? Is that on a stream board?
I don't know. I don't think it is. But Ricardo Petretsko has just beaten Alan Suter 6-4. Good turnaround, that, because I think he was 4-2 down. I think he's just reeled off the last 4 legs there to get over the line. And the history maker, Brendan Dolan's 6-4 winner as well.
Let's have Chizzy on then, if he's not on the stream.
Oh, goody. Raymond Van Barnevel's just against Adam Warner. Yay.
Bloody Keith Lemon again. Relentless. So I must have watched that advert 40 times today. I'm like stuck in some sort of chamber of madness. Sick of it.
That was the original title, I think, for the Harry Potter film, or the Harry Potter book.
Yeah, the Chamber of Madness.
I think Chamber of Madness was probably was the one that J.K. Rowling maybe did on the top shelf. If you get
Right, you'll bear with me just 1 minute, because I've got a cat that wants letting out, so I'm going to go and let him out. I'll leave you. I'll leave you for a moment.
No problem. Kim Hybrex has just beaten Ian Conterman by 6 legs to 3. Tommy, trust me, I just want that by alarm to cough, but no. Where are we? Kevin Dewitt, has just taken out a 3-1 lead and has just broken the Dave Chisnell throw. Chizzy missing a dart, potentially for tops. He's now 3-1 down. So early stages of that one. So something needs to change on that one. Mike DeDecker now 5-ball down to Darius Labanauskas, the 19th seed, in a bit of bother early doors. I think in these, so in a bit of a problem there as well. Right, so what are we looking at here then? George Kinnington 4-2 up now on Mario van den Boogaard, Darryl Pilgrim and Martin Drat. Level up 1 apiece. And it looks like that, unfortunately, we're going to be hearing the Barney alarm for one more time today, as Barney's now on 5-2 up. Scott Williams versus GM Van Veen being a future Premier League fixture? Absolutely not. Next question. I like Scott, got a lot of time, and I like Gian. I think he's very, very good, but I don't see them getting to Premier League level. Chizzy trying to fight back here, but he's left himself 171. Yes, Tommy, potentially, yes. Kevin Douglas needs 108. Dave Chisnell has only left himself 123. How is the cat?
Yeah, he's all right. He's fine. I'm in charge of them at the minute, Anna, because Mrs. S is away, so I'm in charge of a third of the children and all of the cats.
Kevin Dowitz with a 108 checkout in 12, and he's pushed his average up now to 97, and he's 4-1 up with a double break of throw against Dave Chisnell.
We've seen this, haven't we? And we've seen this a number of times this year and last on the Pro Tour, where players have got a bye through to that second round.
Yes.
And they've met somebody who's already come through, perhaps even a tough game, but has already played a competitive game that day, and they just can't get going quick enough, and they quickly slip behind. Kevin Dowitz, again, off to an absolute flyer here, but Dave Chisnell looks like he could just fall victim to that, but we've seen it quite a few times with the buys not quite working out for people.
Barney wants 76, and he's missed a dart at top, double 18, for it. So, and now Adam Warner wants double 4 to at least keep us going and at least make Barney try and serve it out. He's already missed a couple of darts out of double in this leg, and he finds it last dart in hand. So Barney will need to serve this one out. Danny Hansen, look, again, I just think he's steady. I think that's the best word of putting it. I think he's just steady. Is he gonna go and break at the moment? Is he gonna go and break records? I don't think so. But I just think he's steady. Wow. Kevin Dowitz. 140 and a 132 to leave 32. Double 16 for a triple break of throw. Wowzers. Yeah, Tommy, what happened there about a lot of PDC members can't get tickets anymore? Because I saw people moaning on socials, but I just assumed that people were just moaning for moaning's sake. Just because they couldn't get the night that they wanted. What happened?
The difficulty is always going to be, like, if you, in my opinion, because let's be honest, in terms of the, when you look at things like the Premier League and you look at, the opportunities that people get across the year to go and see some darts, it's not a big venue. It just isn't a big venue. And then what you've got to think is that...
Sorry, just interrupt. Apologies for interrupting. I will let you go in a second. But if you've never been to Alexander Palace, it looks massive on the TV. And Sky I think this is one of the best things that Sky do with their coverage of darts. They make it look like this massive room. If you ever go to Ali Pali, you'll realise just how small the West Hall actually is.
Oh, I've been in social clubs with a bigger concert hall than that. It's just not. It's not a big venue. Yeah. And also what the issue is as well is that people want to go to particular sessions. Let's be honest, everyone wants to get there on a Friday night, or they want to get there on a Saturday night. So what you might find is that you've got 10, 15, 20,000 people who all want to go there for the Saturday night. And you only got 2,000. You got a couple of thousand tickets, and that's all you've got. And it's the supply and demand. If you want, like me last year, I wanted some tickets, on an afternoon session in the family area. I didn't have any issue at all. It wasn't a problem because it wasn't that everybody wanted to do their Christmas party and their Christmas night out at that session, and that's the difficulty.
A lot of people saying they couldn't get any ticket for any session. Now that is where I do struggle with. That is where I do think that people are just moaning for being an arse.
I find that very hard to believe.
I know that I logged on at 12:10, I think, when I logged on. I wasn't going to any sessions because Christmas for me is I'll be working. but just to see what was available. And I still could get some seats in for an afternoon session. I couldn't get any tables, but I couldn't get any tables, please. Go on. Kevin Dowitt. Wow.
One victory and the number 1 seed.
Gone.
That bye does not always work. Jan van Veen, 125 average, massive opening leg against Scott Williams. And it will go there, you know.
Going back to that point though about the Worlds, and this is something, and you know me, I'm not on the PDC payroll. I'm not, and I know that necessarily that certain people at the PDC I know would never let me be on that payroll again. However, right, I will say this to Adam at the PDC, who is their marketing manager, and Jimmy as well. Both of them, they have done an unbelievable job of getting everybody hyped for this World Championships. The fact that it didn't even make it to general sale is utterly mind-blowing. That would not have happened 5 years ago. That would not have happened.
It's huge. It is massive, isn't it? And it's a. Let's be honest. It's a. And I know it's a daft. It's not a really easy parallel to draw across. But like I'm a Newcastle United fan, right?
Yeah.
And the difficulty, and this is the difficulty that the PDC, well, it's a good problem to have, but the problem they've got with Alexandra Palace is they could sell it out twice comfortably to most sessions.
I think that they could actually move into the bigger venue that's next door, Ali Pally.
Yeah, and that's what you've got. There's got to be at some point because what will happen is if this goes on for 2 or 3 years, you're going to end up with people who've tried to get tickets for a couple of years in a row, haven't been able to get tickets for the last 3 years, and it starts to turn them off a little bit, and it starts to just, it becomes very difficult. Getting a ticket for a Newcastle match this year is like, it's ridiculous. Like, there aren't any tickets. There are no tickets. There isn't tickets that go on sale for Newcastle matches this year. It's incredibly challenging. It's a good problem to have, but it's tough.
I wouldn't say the Worlds is starting to outgrow Ali Pally, Liam. What I do think is that it's starting to outgrow that part of Alexandra Palace. But the reason why, I don't know whether the PDC will change it, because, again, we've been very fortunate to be able to go around the back end of Ali Pally, and it all just works beautifully. The press room is right next door to where the hospitality entrance is. The hospitality entrance is just so close to it all. The fan zone works wonderfully well. What else? Obviously where the toilets are and where it's easy for the players as well. The practice room is downstairs, so it's away from everybody, so no one can go in there. It works wonderfully well. Do I think they could move it into the bigger venue? Absolutely, they could sell that venue out probably easily. That holds about 6,000-7,000. But do I think that they're going to do it probably next year? I don't think so. No, it shouldn't, Sam. No, it shouldn't. One reason and one reason only. I like being able to go to the World Championships an hour and a half away from my house. But Germany's an odd one because it could sell out because Germany get a lot of great stuff from the Euro Tour, and they do get that night in Berlin, and they sell it out wonderfully well, and it's great and whatever. But I do think that there's more. I do think that there's still more to go in Germany, if that makes sense. I know they had the event in Schalke a few years back, but no, I don't think it's going to move from the UK, purely as well because the PDC is based in the UK and Alexandra Palace is basically their venue. They might as well bloody own the thing. Yeah,
it's a nice venue as well.
Yeah, I mean,
although the parking's bizarre.
Walking up that Kinhill.
I took the car this year.
Did you?
Yeah, I took Billy, and what I did, I had a spare ticket, and which I was excited. I was happy enough to share with Gob. So what I did was I drove down. Billy, he finished school. It was for the Saturday afternoon session. So I might have made an excuse to get him out of school slightly early on the Friday afternoon, and then I flew down to Nottingham. And then me and Billy had a night together in Nottingham. We went it was because the Christmas markets were on. So we went out for a bit of tea and we did the Christmas markets in Nottingham. And then we picked Gob up in the morning and I drove, It's bad form to get tanked up when you take an 8-year-old out anyway.
People still do it to football, lad.
Yeah, so I thought that it would be more practical if I drove and it would keep me off the source. Here's an interesting one. So Ricky Evans has just won 6-4 against Nathan Rafferty, and I appreciate there is a very long way to go, but that victory has moved Ricky Evans into a provisional green slot for the World Championships. And I think we could all agree that it's much better to be in the green and defending it than to be having to claw your way up the rankings into a green position. But yeah, the early exit from Radek Sazansky today and that opening round victory from Ricky Evans moves Ricky Evans into the green.
Interesting, of course, in the battle for the final qualification spot for the World Grand Prix. I don't know how many more tournaments there are before the cutoff, September the 25th. So there's only a couple more tournaments left. I think there's about 6 Pro Tours and a couple of Euro Tours. But Ricardo Petretsko and Kim Huybrechts currently tied on 34.5 grand to get into the World Grand Prix. Luke Woodhouse not far away either, £33,000 for him. So all 3 of them into the second round today. One to watch, definitely.
Absolutely.
How much influence did Eddie Hearn have in darts? Could he change something, and what do you think he would do? Look, Eddie might be the chairman right now to PDC, but let me tell you, he does no call any shots. No, everything still goes through the gaffer, right? Everything still goes through the gaffer, and Matt Porter as well. I mean, I know Bobby's saying there's really strict on no third parties reselling tickets. Yeah, if they spot them, they normally put them back on sale for fans a bit later on down the line, so they're pretty hot on that shit. But yeah, Eddie has an influence on the broadcasting side of things more so, I think. I mean, you start to see a lot more behind the scenes stuff since he's come in, because I think he wants that sort of you've got the access to them. Why not do it? I mean, you've seen the dart show All Access is on Sky or on the PDC website, which is quite big, as Jeff Smith does beat Robbie Knox 6-3. But yeah, Eddie doesn't have that much influence, I don't think, with the actual running of the sport. The gaffer still pulls the strings on that one, 100%. Barry rules the roost. Right, what we got here then? We've got one more top 64 game finally going on. Matt Campbell against Alexander Merckx. And we do have the second round starting in a moment on boards 5, 7, and 11. That is 3 of the top 10 in the world coming up for your viewing pleasure on Online Darts' coverage of the Pro Tour in association with Windmill, Red Dragon, Boyle Sports, and MODUS. Thank you to all of our sponsors who make this possible. And a massive thank you as well to you, by the way. There's York going on, as Dan said. There's a Premier League football game going on. Championship and League 1 and 2, where you're choosing to watch 2 blokes ramble on about darts and take the mick out of each other and watch all the Pro Tour coverage. So we do appreciate that. So thank you.
We've got another event tomorrow as well, haven't we?
We do. I won't be working that because I will be off to Lords.
Yeah, you and me both. So I'm going to go. As I say, I'm currently home. I've got a third of the children with me at the minute, and the other 2 are over in Southport. I am gonna get up in the morning. I'm gonna dart across the country from coast to coast across the A66, and I'm gonna get to Merseyside in time to watch the match with a load of Liverpool fans.
That's a shame. Thankfully, I will have a Liverpool fan with me actually tomorrow, because Gob is coming with me to the 16.4 finals.
Oh, well, I am hoping to. I've enjoyed that, of late.
I have as well.
Yeah, I'm my cricket, cricket's something that I have very little knowledge on, but I will turn the TV on and enjoy it. I'm like that sort of. I did thoroughly enjoy listening to you and Cam on your. But I thought it was quite good for me. It's quite nice because first of all, I just get to hear my mates have a bit of a chat, and we don't all see each other very often, so it is quite nice. Just you feel like you're a little bit closer to everybody, having listened to them Twitter about sport for a while. But it's it's an end. What I find, so like I've got, I talk about them quite a lot. I've got 3 kids. The 100 is the first time my 8-year-old has like got excited about cricket, because it's quite busy and the screen's quite exciting and there's lots of action going on. And in terms of bringing people like my 8-year-old towards cricket to then have them learn more about other forms of cricket and be interested in it, I think it's potentially a really good vehicle with which to do that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I did not like the 16.4 at all, but I've got into it this year and it's actually quite good. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, the women's eliminators on in a bit, actually. Up the Welsh Fire. We love them. What's your favourite cricket venue? Tommy asks. Oh, easy for me. I mean, I love Edgbaston to bits. It's my second favourite in the world, but I hate saying this because God will probably clip this because he's a muppet. But it's definitely for me Trent Bridge. I don't think there's a better cricket ground in the world to watch cricket at. It's quite small and compact outside. And there's not much room to move about like there is at Edgbaston or at Lords or anywhere like that. But if you're purely just watching a game of cricket, you will never get a bad view at Trent Bridge. And the Fox Road stand at Trent Bridge is my favourite stand in cricket by a long chalk.
So I've regularly enjoyed the Western Terrace at Leeds. I do quite like going down. And as I say, I'm not a cricket expert at all. But I have enjoyed many a jump on the train to Leeds and gone and enjoyed a day of a test match there.
I mean, the Western Terrace is very interesting place.
It's nuts. So the first time I went there, within about 50, my pal's a big cricket fan. He was telling me all about it. He's been sitting on the Western Terrace for 30 plus years, and he was telling me all about it. And within 5 minutes, I assume it was a stag do, but there was someone in fancy dress as Donald Trump being repeatedly chased from one end of the stadium to the other by about 30 Mexicans. And I thought, all right, this is like, we're in for it today. This is going to be a hoot. Yeah, good fun. Very good fun. Strange place, but good fun.
Well, shall we get back to the darts?
Yeah, why
not? Let's go through. Alexander Merckx 3-0 up on Matt Campbell as the top 64 is underway. Peter Wright 1-0 up on Rusty Jake Rodriguez, Gavin Price, and Tony Martinez and Crabtree and Christopher Tysky into the first leg. Connor Scutt 3-1 up on Callum Goffin on board 14. Neil Zonneveld 4-2 up as well on Ron Moolenkamp. Lucas Vaney could be about to go into round 2. He's 5-1 up on Robert Grundy. Josh Payne 4-3 against Andy Bolton. Owen Roloff's 4-1 up over Mensur Sulovic. Ryan Meikle 2-1 down to Chris Landman. And Martijn Dracht and Daryl Pilgrim. Guess what? We've got another one. And not another one.
A lot of noble legs today. Oh, that's a big slip from Scott Williams there, up against it now in this leg.
Do the 9. Go for it. Why not? Right. Do a 9. Do a 9. Do a 9.
Let's have it right now.
Gian Van Veen. Oh, come on. Come on. I'm going to be just shouting boo after this, aren't I?
Sure. He's going to have to... Let's have a... Go on.
Big moment.
Oh!
I think he's missed it.
Right, he must have done 1-2-5. He has.
Or maybe he's hit the 5 first start. I don't know. Which way would you end up with double 16, though? That's the key question. But, gutted. Absolutely gutted. Oh,
that would have been. Okay,
fair enough. He's busted score now. He could do that. To be fair, with the way Scott Williams is back.
I was going to say, like he's going to get a couple more turns at this one. We're starting to see more and more of these second round games warming up. Again, some good picks, some good fixtures in this. And there we go. Gian Van Veen within 1 now. Scott Williams, a man who is within a victory or 2 of that cut-off for the World Championship race, hovering around that cut-off line. he could do with a couple of wins this weekend.
Daryl Pilgrim has won at 6-5 in that match against Martijn Dracht. And Connor Scott goes 4-1 up on Callum Goffin. Josh Payne 5-3 up over the X Factor. Andy Bolton, Jeffrey Sparadans 5-4 down now to Mike Koivenhoven as well. Alexander Merckx 4-1 up now on Matt Campbell as well. So we could have a board final between Kevin Dewitt and Alexander Merckx. If you had that at the start of the day, then give me the lottery numbers.
Yeah, exactly. And again, Connor Scott is another player that we were lucky enough to have him on the live lounge, and we talked to him for a little while on there, and he came across as a really decent fella, but certainly had his head screwed on in all the right ways. But he's another man who is solidly in the green. So we are going to see him at Minehead, and we are very much looking like he's going to be in the World Championships. He's in that sort of bottom third of those Pro Tour Order of Merit qualifiers, but a win today gives him if he can win in this opening round match, gives him another boost up that. And it's far easier to be in the green defending than trying to claw your way back, as Scott Williams takes out 150 to force a noble leg. He was up against it there on throw, but Jan van Veen once again opens with a 180.
Lucas Veinig beats Robert Grundy 6-2. Also earlier, just a second ago, Jeffrey Sparadans does go down. Mike Koivenhoven 6-4 winner in that game. Peter Wright looks like he's in a bit of a mood today. The Scots 3-0 up now on Rusty Jake Rodriguez. He wants to qualify for Minehead and he wants to get it done today, clearly. People ask us a lot, but is this finally the end of Peter Wright? I don't know. But the thing is that he's capable of just turning up. He's just capable of turning up and winning an event because he is that good. I don't think it's the end of him, but I still don't think there's anybody that's like dominating the sport anymore. I just don't think it's going to happen.
No, it doesn't. And let's be honest, if Peter Wright, with where the qualification is at for Minehead, like if Peter Wright just wins this event today, he's there. Done.
Yeah.
And it's very doable that for Peter Wright. It really is. And if you look at the draw and you look at who's there and who isn't and how they're playing today and generally at the minute, Peter Wright can win this. And let's be honest, it's not a news story, is it? Peter Wright wins Pro Tour event. All right, yeah, good. Yeah, that's it.
Shock.
Ron the Bomb is gone. Neil Zonneveld with a 6-2 victory, and we're just coming to the end. And Jan van Veen on our feature game dispatches Scott Williams. Just these last few first round games coming to an end now. Where shall we go in the second round? What should we have a look at? I think.
Should we have a look at Gez?
Yeah. Let's have a see what Gezi Price. Yeah, certainly now it's 2-2.
And also with Tony Martinez averaging 103 at the same time. So yeah, we'll go with Gezi Price. How much does Florian Hempel need to keep his tour card? Let me have a butcher's. He's not far off on provisional money at the moment. He's only about $5,000? Yeah, 4.5. So he just needs to better Danny Jansen at the moment by $4.5 grand, and that can easily be done. If he gets another run like he did at the Worlds, that'll be him sorted.
Oh, good news for Tottenham fans. There's another goal.
Is it 2? Is it 2-0?
2-0.
I had that.
Yeah.
I had them as part of my killer today. So I'm glad about that.
Sorry for the giggle, but my 14-year-old is upstairs messaging me saying, "Hi, Dad, please can I go and get a bag of Monster Munch?"
No, never allowed.
I should have put that into the chat room for a vote. Should we a poll on that? I'll run a Twitter poll.
I don't follow football anymore, so you can't do that joke. Is Gez still on Streaming Board 1?
He's had a decent session on there today, hasn't he?
I thought they changed it around after round 1. Have they changed that? Right, so Josh Rock is underway. So Josh Rock's underway. Ross Smith 1-0 up on the Jimi Hendrix Experience. Christopher Tyskie leading 2-1 against Cam Crabtree. Damon Hester lost the opening leg against Danny Van Tripp. Rob Cross now 2-0 up on Brian Rahman and averaging 115.62 in the process to do so. Gezi 2 with Tony Martinez and Peter Wright 3-1 up on Rusty Jake Rodriguez as well.
It'll be a clever man that picked Rob Cross to win today's event the way he's playing at the minute, won't it? Oh, it's a proper mega mix for sport today because the boxing's on tonight as well, isn't it?
Is that going to be any good? Am I going to stop up to watch it or not?
Well, you don't need to stop up really. It's in Poland, mate, so it's all right. It's a reasonable hour.
Yeah, but still, you know me, I'm old. I don't go past 9:30 anymore.
Yeah, it might take. I mean, I tell you what, it's one. If Dubois manages to win, it's literally up there like Buster Douglas, Mike Tyson, like potentially the biggest upset in the history of the heavyweight. You know, Hasim Rahman knocking out Lennox Lewis level of ridiculousness. Where it gets really interesting is because Dubois is looked after by Frank Warren, who also looks after Tyson Fury.
Yes.
If Dubois wins,
that means there has to be a universal championship match.
Yeah, but it's the easiest unification fight to make in history. They'd make it tomorrow. Frank Warren would just have it. He's probably already got it done. It's probably done in the event that it happens. But of course, the likelihood of Dubois winning is, well, Usyk's a 1-9 favourite. That tells you all you need to know.
But then hang on then. What about Usyk's chance for a rematch? Does that not go?
It depends on the contracts, doesn't it? You would not normally find the champion writing in rematch clauses against mandatory title defense, to fight their mandatories.
But surely, if we did get a unified champ match between Dubois and Fury, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I concede to you on boxing knowledge, but surely if we had the opportunity of getting a unified heavyweight match between Fury and Dubois, surely they'll just go, sod it, you can do it. Usyk can wait.
Yes and no. So there's the Hrgovic is also in theory listed as the IBF mandatory and is insisting to anyone that will listen to him that he will not step aside. Now, for me, I just think he's posturing because he just wants Frank Warren to write him a check for £5 million to sit on the sidelines and wait for 6 months. Right. But there is a mandatory on the IBF. So it's boxing. It's ridiculous and complicated and shit.
Fair enough. Right, I'll tell you what isn't complicated, and that is this rest of this tournament. So we've got Ryan Meikle 5-3 up on Chris Landman, Owen Rolos 5-4 up on Mensa Sudovic, Connor Scott 5-3 up on Callum Goffin, and Josh Payne 5-4 up on Andy Bolton. So we're very nearly there with the top 128. Those results will be coming in shortly. Peter Wright could be about to be the first man into the top 32 from not on board one. And I think actually, Alexander Merckx did beat Matt Campbell 6-1. So it'll be Kevin Dowitz against Alexander Merckx for a spot in the last 16 of a Pro Tour.
Goodness
me. What
about
that start of the day?
Yeah, tell you what, it's a good day to have been picked by you or I today as Ross Smith moves 3-0 ahead in his round of 64 games. Rob Cross still averaging up around the 105 mark, 4-0 on Brian Rahman.
Roberto is on a bit of a charge after what happened in Down Under in New Zealand and Australia. Peter Wright does beat Rusty Jake Rodriguez 6-1 to go through. As you can see on your screen, Gezi 5-2 up now on Tony Martinez. So this could be a very comfortable victory. I think he did, didn't he? I think Richie did win. Pretty sure he did.
Ooh. That's not good.
What's going on?
No, it was just a result of the 150 at York. Nothing important. Oh, Gezi Price. Here we go. Are you poised? Are you ready?
Oh,
I knew we were seeing one today. I just didn't know it would be Gezi and didn't know it would be now.
Richie did win, by the way, Arman, but that's not important right now. If we can take this out, do another 9 dart for Gezi Price. Remember, we took 2 out in the Premier League in Belfast a year ago.
Oh.
Boo.
Yeah, it's not even gone close there, has he?
Shite.
So I've just flicked onto stream so I have a quick look. I mean, he's going to get this leg because Tony Martinez, there we go, he's done it.
Right.
11. Just an 11 dart leg.
And Ryan Meikle beats Chris Landman 6-3 in the top 128 there.
Tell you what, Josh Rock is he being victim to some sort of hacking
today? Yeah,
campaign today. Every time he goes near a piece of technology, it all seems to just collapse around him, doesn't it?
Just do a Daryl. Just do a Daryl. Rip the board. Rip the iPad off.
Everything else is too far on. So let's go. Andrew Gilding and Jermaine Watermaner for a feature game because Rob Cross is now within 1. Ross Smith Rob Cross. He is not messing about today. 6-0 bagel served. Sorry, Brian Roman, but 105 6-0 whitewashing from Rob Cross. Absolutely superb stuff from the former world champion.
Mensur Sudovic and Owen Rolos have gone to 5-all in the top 128, and also Connor Scott 5-4 up on Callum Goffin. Although Goffin has an opportunity, Goffin, excuse me, I'm thinking of David Goffin. What a boy! But yeah, he's they've got a chance there to get to 5-all. Might be another noble leg incoming. Looks like as well, board 9 might have stopped because. I think a few of them may have stopped as well. I've got a funny feeling as well that I'm thinking that Damon Heta, Christoph Ratajski, and Josh Rock and Joe Mernon have all gone. So we'll wait for the results to be put in on them ones. So hold fire on that. Right, where are we looking? Connor Scott and Callum Goffin have got a bit of a problem there. Callum Goffin missing
right around the houses, haven't they? Noble leg again. Another noble leg in this first round, the round of 128. The noble round, as it is today. So that is a way to open a noble leg as Connor Scott puts a 180 into his opening visit. Callum Goffin does reply, though, with a 140. So they are going to battle for this last leg as Ross Smith goes 5-0 up on Jimmy Hendricks. Owen Roloff's 6-5 victory over Mensur Suljovic. So we now only have one game remaining where we wait for the result between Connor Scott and Callum Goffin from the opening round.
Yeah, Scott going 2-2-5 with his first 6 darts left. And he's just hit a 180 as well to leave 45. Back 180, 96, 180 to leave 45 after 9 when you're serving for the match. Not bad.
Big moments in them. No, and these are, and I know there's lots of time to go. We're only in August, but they are the legs that get you positions into major. That's what qualifies you for the World Championships.
Oh, he's missed 2.
One round extra.
He's missed 2 at tops. Opportunity knocks for Callum Goffin. He needs a 136, doesn't get it, so Scott will come back. Where is he on the race in the Grand Prix? Oh, he's miles away.
Miles away.
Yeah, well, I don't know. A tournament winner gets him back in the race.
It does. Oh, Ross Smith serving the bagel. It's done 6-0 over Jimi Hendrix, who never stood a chance in that one, I'm afraid, Jimmy.
And 6-5, Connor Scott does get the job done. So we are done now with the 1, 2, 8. People asking where Wadey's gone. He definitely won.
Yeah, he's in it somewhere, isn't he? Let's have a quick.
I think he'll be coming up next. Oh, we've got a score between Josh Rock and Joe Mernon, so that's been updated. And Christopher Ratajski and Cram Crabtree has also just been updated as well. So Rock 4-2 up, Ratajski 5-4 up on Cram Crabtree. We haven't got the score yet from Danny Van Tripp against Damon Heta, but we'll try and keep our eye on that as we get to there.
We've got an all-Belgian affair in the top 64 there. Dimitri Vandenberg gets underway against Ronnie Huybrechts.
And Christopher Ratajski gets over the line 6-4 against Cram Crabtree. And we do have an updated score between Danny Van Tripp and Damon Heta. And it is Van Tripp that does lead by 4 legs to 3 on our streaming game that we've got for you. Jermaine Watamina and Andrew Gilding. Oh my God, what a clash of styles that is.
That's what made me think, oh, let's have a look at this one. It just seemed a bit bonkers, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, Danny Van Tripp gets he's a break up now on Damon Heta, and we've already lost the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is now within 1 leg of being out as well.
Apparently it's thunder and lightning down in Bournemouth. Good.
It's just started. I don't think you can pick it up on the sound, but it's just started pissing it down here. And I've got the doors open, right, so that it makes a hell of a racket on the conservatory roof. Do let me know if that starts to become irritating.
Oh, thanks, James. Love you, mate. Well, I won't be here for much longer, though, unfortunately. I am going off to celebrate my nan and granddad as they are 70 years married today. 70 years, man. Surprised not killed each other.
You don't see it anymore, do you? I think partially because people don't stick married as in the way that they used to years ago. But on top of that, people get married later now. Like I'd have to live till God knows when to be married that long. I haven't got. The problem is, it's not that my marriage is at risk. It's just that my lifestyle will never allow me to live that long.
Bloody hell, they're not hanging about. Top 32 getting underway.
Good on him.
Kevin Dotes and Alexander Merckx can probably go off for a cup of tea or something stronger. Maybe not, because of course darts players don't drink. Wadey underway against Vladimir Anderson for the chap who wanted to know where Wadey's gone. Thanks, James. Yeah, I mean it's great. It's unbelievably great to get to that level. I'm very, 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 very privileged to have done that. And I'm hoping that they'll be married for many more years to come. Grandparents are the best. Right, Adam Smith Neil, Richie Edhouse has just been updated. 4-3 now. Edhouse leads over Adam Smith Neil. Danny Van Tripp will be, I think, serving for the match, though, against Damon Heta. No, Heta's got that break back, so we're back on throw in that one. The number 2 seed staying alive.
He is a name that I don't think either of us have said out loud yet today, other than to announce a score. But we could see something this weekend, couldn't we, on home soil from Gabriel Clemens.
But he's just so inconsistent. Like, he made it was a great experience for him to get to a world semi-final. Please. Unbelievable. Great. Fabulous. But what the has he done since? And what has he ever fucking done on the Pro Tour? I have batted so hard, by the way, as Josh Rock does beat Joe Mernon 6-2. I have been batting and beating the drum of the big German giant for years. He hasn't done anything.
No, and there was some, for a good period of time, there was some serious push from people whose opinion on darts I genuinely respect for him to be in the Premier League.
Well, of course there would be, because as I've always said, There's a lot. I know that people who have a lot of respect in the world of darts, but there are also casuals out there who will only watch darts once a year, maybe twice if they're lucky with a match play, and they'll just see Clements and go, but the only way he was getting into the Premier League was if he was going to make a final. That was it.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Alexander Merckx is not. We said they weren't messing around with getting that game of that 32 game underway. He's not messing about against Kevin Doots. He's took an early break, and Alexander Merckx is 2-0 up on Kevin Doots, as is Stephen Burton, who goes to an early break and a 2-0 lead against Mario van Bodengarde.
Yeah, Wadey's got the opening leg and a 15 darter against Vladimir Anderson. Typical Wadey. Hashtag waiting. What have we got as well? Damon Heta is out. Danny Van Tripp gets the job done.
This is opening up something rotten because we had 7 of the top 10 not there. Now we've lost seeds number 1 and 2.
And don't forget as well, the 6th seed, Joe Cullen, he's gone as well. Gone, but gone.
Yeah, this is, but it's different. It is difficult though, isn't it? With I suppose with Wright, Price, and Cross still there, is the draw opening up for someone to go and do something a bit special, or are the doors just being held open for the big boys?
Well, yeah, obviously, but I mean, when was the last time Gezi won anything?
Oh, I can't remember. I genuinely can't remember. It's some time. It really is.
What was it? First week of the Euro Tour, maybe third week of the Euro Tour, when he was flying in the Premier League. At that time, when he was the best player on Planet Darts. I think I'm going to say that. I'm going to say that was the last time he won something. So it's been a long time. I
can't think of anything since. I literally can't think of anything since then at all. Lee Evans is having a good day today. Takes a 2-0 lead over Luke Peters.
Yeah, and Richie Burnett, by the way. As I said to you just then about Gabe Clements, that's why I'm not batting for him anymore. But Richie Burnett, at the moment, 2-1 up on the German giant. And Ronnie Heibrecht has also turned it around against Dimitri Vandenberg as well. 2-1 up. And Stefan Belmont against Rowdy John Rodriguez for a chance at a board final.
Oh, big check out. Andrew Gilding, 1-10 in 3. And that was a break of throw from Andrew Gilding. That 1-10 checkout was a break. So now, with the darts in hand, can move forward to serve this game. Looking very much in the driving seat now, Gilding, who, let's be honest, he's also got the potential to go deep today. That's a player that can just settle himself, work his way through an event.
Well, we already know it. He did that early this year. UK Open champion.
Adam Smith-Neale has rattled off 3 on the spin to come back from what looked like a mile behind Richie Edhouse, but 3 legs on the spin, and now Adam Smith-Neale has gone within 1 of a victory.
Martin Lukeman might be about to cause an upset as well, as the bullet Stephen Bunting is now 5-3 down, and Lukeman has the throw for 2 of the last 3 legs if he needs it as well. Lukeman only starting off with a 58 though, but he's just responded with a 140. Bunting started with a 96. He probably needs a ton 40 of his own, maybe a ton 80 to really take away these darts from Martin Lukeman. At the moment, it's only a ton, so a back level essentially. 303 plays 305. We'll come back to that one in a moment.
Monstrous from Gilding.
I think Streamboard 3's board 9. That was the end of the Danny Van Tripp Damon Heta game, Bob. I think. Have a quick look.
Richie Burnett kicks on.
Yeah.
3-1 up now.
Well, Bunting has just hit a 140 to leave himself on a bogey, 165. But with Lukeman only hitting 39 the previous visit, it's not too much of a problem. And he's going to get 6 darts to clean this up. So 165 with Martin Lukeman only on 187. Could we be going back on throw? And could the bullet be about to try and make Martin Lukeman serve for the match? He's left himself on 70. A big score here from Lukeman would put the pressure on that 70. He's hit a 140 earlier on in this leg. How we would love for another one like that now. He's hit a 137 to leave 50. So Stephen Bunting needs this 70 to send us into the next leg. Well, Martin Luke should get 2 darts.
Richie Edhouse has just found a break of throw there to force a noble leg against Adam Smith-Neale. 5-all. Yet another noble leg today. Richie Edhouse finding the break. Adam Smith-Neale throwing for the match. Couldn't find a treble anywhere in that leg. And now this is really on a knife edge.
Yeah, last dart in hand for Bunting to take us into a 10th leg. But he'll need to serve this one out and then force Martin Lukeman to throw and break the throw yet again. Needs to reel off 3 legs on the spin. Bunting starts off with a 140. Lukeman 139. Lee Evans has started as well. He's going ghoul guns after knocking out Joe Cullen. He's now 4-0 up on Luke Peters. And Alexander Merckx could be about to be the first man into the top 16. 4-1 up now on Kevin Doherty. Dimitri van den Berg is in a bit of bother yet again. It's the
strange day.
Very. That's why the Pro Tour's great, and that's why we love it.
Richie Edhouse needs 120 for the match. Adam Smith-Neale following him on 132, but might not get an opportunity if Richie Edhouse can find Shanghai on the 20s.
Afternoon, Shawnee Mac. Hope you're all good, buddy.
Oh, he does it as well. Richie Edhouse takes out 120 for the match in the noble leg, dispatches Adam Smith-Neale and moves through to the last 32. Absolutely top finishing from Richie Edhouse there.
Bunting versus Lukeman. Bunting's just found a 140 to leave himself on 104. What can Lukeman do here? He's on 184. Well, how much pressure can he put on? The answer is not enough. He's left himself the hinks if he comes back. Stephen Bunting now on 104. Can the bullet find us into a 11th and noble leg? Yes, he can with a 3-figure outshot for Bunting. 104 for him. He's found himself some huge outshots in the last couple of minutes, and now he is on with a chance, but he has to break the throw.
Oh, Jermaine, that's out. What have you done there?
Oh, dear. Can Gilding find himself another big score like that and leave us on a 9?
No.
Boo. Boo.
Another one for James Wade, nudging himself through.
Stephen Burton flying, as is Lee Evans. Both
5-0.
Both of them flying.
Who scores? William O'Connor. I know there's a few in the chat room keeping an eye on William O'Connor today. Moves 3-0 ahead of Richard Veenstra. Jermaine Watermeter finds that max, and he's going to need something monstrous again to put the pressure on Andrew Gilding, because Andrew Gilding is going to get a go at 124 for the match and another spot in the top 32. Andrew Gilding.
Stephen Bunting needs a big amount of points from this visit. Doesn't get it. Only 259 to leave himself on 242. Martin Lukeman now has 6 darts minimum to get rid of 124. He leaves himself on double 16 for the match. He'll be coming back for it. Ooh, it's a good visit there. But now Gilding for the match as well, Daniel.
Yeah, 25. You're back in from here. He has got the pressure on, though. What I mean is managed to get himself. A few bigs gone, though. It's all done and dusted. Andrew Gilding gets the job done in 2 darts, splits it, finishes it. And Goldfinger moves into the last 32, as does Martin Lukeman.
Yes, he does. 13 darter to win the match, and he's knocked out the number 6 seed, Stephen Bunting. Bunting managed to get it back from 3-5 into a deciding leg, but the bullet is saying bye-bye in Hildesheim at the moment. And Stephen Burton fires in a 6-0 victory over Mario van den Bogard, excuse me. So that's a good result for Stephen Burton. Who's got the biggest O'Connor in darts? I can't answer that question because they'd have to tell a story that I'm not allowed to tell. I'm messaging you on the private chat function, Dan.
Very, very good. Speaking of Mr. O'Connor, he finally concedes a leg in this game. Richard Venstre gets one on the board, but he is still 3-1 behind the Irishman. Lee Evans, another massive victory in this round, 6-0 win over Luke Peters. So we're seeing some really good stuff from Leo Evans today, as we are from James Wade, who is 4-1 up on Vladimir Anderson, wading his way through the day today is James.
I've just messaged you in the private chat.
I haven't, you know.
Have you not?
Nope.
Okay.
Look forward to it at some point, though.
I'll tell you off the air.
Yeah, that's a better idea.
Yeah.
Both of us probably.
I'm not allowed to tell. I'm not allowed to tell that story. but in answer to that question, there, him. I've heard his Willie O'Connor is yeah, him.
Goodness me.
Moving swiftly on quickly before we get sacked.
It's no wonder he remains so positive all the time, isn't it? 2-1. Ryan Joyce moves into the lead against Mike Kyvenhoven. Joyce rattles off 2 on the spin and a breaker throw, then opens with a 140. Good stuff. And just as always, whilst I have the mouse and I'm in control, all of the Northeast Darts players will be receiving preferential treatment. If Joyce and or Dobie get to should we do quarters or semis? Maybe semi-final today, then I will be running upstairs for a quick change into a Newcastle United kit. If they're playing the final against each other, I'll have the full kit on, shin pads and everything.
Well, Alexander Merckx is going to try to stop you from doing that for all of our sakes, because he's now 6-3, a winner over Kevin Dowitz. Alexander Merckx has a top 16 place on the Pro Tour. By the way, can I just say, I thought was mint yesterday, another Newcastle fan who absolutely smashed it last night at Reading. Sam Fender's set was unbelievable. Mint.
Did you enjoy that, mate? Are you a Sam Fender fan?
Mate, I love Sam Fender. I think he's absolutely sensational.
See, really. I don't really know any music that came out after about 2005.
Yes.
Like I'm dreadful. I don't listen to like music radio. If you like if I'm driving in the car and I haven't got an audiobook or a podcast or something, it's either TalkSport or Radio 4. And generally it's Radio 4. And that's just
can I just say, the balance there, TalkSport or Radio 4. Well, it's not how you're feeling on the day.
Yeah, it's not really that. It depends on the time of the day. If it's White and Jordan, it's White and Jordan. If it's between 10 and 1, because I'll generally sacrifice. I'll not tune into Woman's Hour on Radio 4, and I'll get White and Jordan instead. Okay. But then it all depends on the time. But I don't listen to I don't listen to Capital or whatever. I don't even know what music radio stations there are. So yeah, anything after about 2005, I'm genuinely clueless about it.
Good morning, Joel. Hope you're all good over there in Canada. Might be in a very good spot at the moment because Jeff Smith was 3-1 up over Marnus Rasmussen, although now it is now back to level. Honestly, FIFA is a good option. The FIFA 12 or FIFA 13 soundtrack is probably one of the best soundtracks ever on esports.
Oh, so get a FIFA. I also don't play video games either. I've never had in my life. I've never had an Xbox or a PlayStation or anything like that. I don't play video games. It's unproductive.
Yeah, same. Definitely don't have Madden, and I definitely wasn't playing it last night. Right, we're gonna move on. I saw Stefan Belmont as well. He beat Rabbi John Rodriguez 6-3. So he is
Dimitri van den Berg is right on the cusp. He's 5-2 behind Ronnie Hybricks.
And Ricky Evans as well. Ricky flying 5-1 up on Jamie Hughes.
He is, and I did mention earlier how close, or that first round victory moved Ricky Evans into the green in terms of the World Championship spots. If he can string together another couple of victories, it's so busy around that bottom end of the qualification. A couple more victories could see him starting to look more than comfortable in there.
Yeah, he'd move on to 15 grand. He'd be a grand ahead of Ryan Meikle. Well, it means that Ryan Meikle would have to win 2 games tomorrow. And as you've always said, very correctly, you'd rather be in the green spot, staying there, than looking to try to get yourself up, especially as we get towards the back end of this season.
100%, 100%. Nick Kenny is having a good day today, isn't he? Mind you, and somehow I'm not quite sure of the maths, is averaging 77, but 5-2 ahead of Jules van Dongen.
Should say as well, while we do have a moment, well, I know we're coming towards a couple of games, just a quick village notice for a few people who may not know this. Obviously, I'm sure you do with the subscription onto the Live Lounge and subscription here as well. We do have live Pro Tour tomorrow as well. Similar setup. It will be Phil Bars and Lee Boyce talking you through all the action. Boyce will be on through the first half of the day, then Bars will be on his own. But he will not be back on his own because he will be joined on Monday, as always, by the boys. Jack Gobby Garwood, Lee Boyce with you on the Live Lounge, 8 o'clock, Monday night. The only place to be.
There's actually an additional update in that there's going to be a slight substitution, I think, for Monday evening. And I think that I will be on that show as well. I'm not sure who instead of, so that'll be a mystery. But I think one of them isn't there, and I am on Monday.
Oh, okay. It'd probably be Gob, to be fair, or okay, Gob won't be anywhere near enough in a good spot to be able to be. It'll be very hungover, I imagine, after tomorrow.
Was that Newcastle dish out an absolute toweling to Liverpool on Sunday afternoon so that I can bully him about it on Monday evening. But we shall see. I'm just going to have a quick run to the smallest room in the house, and I'll be back in 30 seconds or so.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is probably the perfect time to take a break. So we were going to do that. We'll bring a couple of ads in, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, I don't know what happened there. A very warm welcome back, everybody. I hope you're all good. We will be back. We'll have another commercial break in just a little bit, obviously, because I'm going to have to head off. But Dimitri Van den Berg is out. Ronnie Hybrex has beaten him 6-3. And Nick Kenny as well is also through. And he will be playing Gerwin Price in the next round of that one. And James Wade as well, 6-2 winner over Vladimir Anderson as well. So a lot of results coming back as we're rejoined by Dan Simpson. Oh, right. I've just messaged Gob, actually. No, you're in for Boyce.
Fair enough.
Richie Burnett is winning 6-4. He wins against Gabriel Clemens, and it sums up why I don't back the German Giant anymore.
Correct. Well, you're dead right, but it's another. We have seen sporadic runs, haven't we, since the return to the tour of Richie Burnett, and it just no matter what the event or no matter what's going, he's just always got the potential, hasn't he? Always got the possibility that he'll just go and do something bonkers.
Tight games. Ricky Evans has now got back to 5-4, does Jamie Hughes. He was 5-1 up, was Ricky, but now it's back to 5-4. Brendan Dolan has taken a 2-0 lead over Gian Van Veen. Richie, sorry, I'm looking at something completely different there. William O'Connor now 5-4 down to Richard Deenstra. And Mardus Razma and Jeff Smith are 4 apiece. Yes, Joel, I know you're watching intently, although Mardus Razma looks like he should be about to win this leg at the very least. Jeff Smith looking to try to put some pressure on the 88 that's left. He's on 208 there. And he's just hit a 140, actually. So there is a bit of pressure now on this 88 for MODUS Razma. Otherwise, Jeff Smith will have a shot at 68. Should get at least one dart at a double. MODUS as well, stay straight. If he does that, should get at least a dart at the ball. I think he's missed double 7. Yeah, I think he has. So Jeff Smith needs 68. Should get at least one dart at the double, so long as he stays straight. Oh, he's missed. Inside on double 9. Sorry, getting inside of double 18, left himself on double 9. So we'll see if MODUS can take out this double 7, whether he'll split it or whether he'll go straight at it. Awkward double, always double 7. And he's missed it. He missed it.
It may well be, Bob, but unfortunately for everyone, Ryan Joyce is from the Northeast. He is a Geordie and therefore will receive preferential treatment above all other players.
And Jeff Smith has just taken out 18 in 2 darts. Whether he split it, I don't know. We will never know. But he's now 5-4 up with a chance to make the last 32. And you know, as I said, that Jeff Smith won't keep his talk up. You're not doing too bad of a job now.
Look at this. What is all the games going to flick to 5 all at the same time? William O'Connor against Richard Veenstra, Jamie Hughes and Ricky Evans, all clicking into noble legs together.
And Ian White and Florian Hempel as well, 4 apiece at the moment as well. So there's plenty going on here. Absolutely ridiculous. Big match in the World Grand Prix race, by the way, that's just got underway. And that's Ricardo Petrescu against Owen Roloff. If Ricardo wins that, he'll move on to 35 grand. And then again, Luke Woodhouse and Kim Huybrechts have to stay with them. Luke Woodhouse 3-0 up on Daryl Pilgrim at the moment as well. Kim Huybrechts has just got underway as well against Niels Zonneveld. So big game that there for that final spot in the qualification for the World Grand Prix.
It is, because there's that gap up to the next qualification spot is a lump, isn't it? You know, it's another $4 grand. So
to Steve Beaton, absolutely. And Woodhouse is doing all that he can at the moment. 4-0 up now on Daryl Pilgrim. Same with Kim Huybrechts. He's 2-0 up on Niels Zonneveld too. What's going on then? Let's go to the 2 noble legs and we'll keep you up to date with what's going on with that. Richard Veenstra has the dart, but William O'Connor 140, 96, 171. He's had 94 after 9 against the throw. Richard Veenstra only on 277. He needs a big score now. He finds a 121 to leave a finish, but William O'Connor will be first to that. Jamie Hughes will just need tops, although Ricky Evans has put some sort of pressure on it with a 137 to leave 118. O'Connor can't finish off the tops, can't finish on tops. So Richard Veenstra will need a 156 to try and get it. And I think he's just missed it. Well, I don't know. No, I think he went high or low on the first dart, and he's hit a 140 to leave 16. So now this has to go from William O'Connor. He's done brilliantly well to get it back, and he's missed all 3. Oy, oy, oy. And Ricky Evans and both Jamie Hughes and Ricky Evans, I think, have missed darts as well. So all over the gaff. And Jamie Hughes has got the job done in 16 darts. That's him there as well. So he's in. And Richard Veenstra has just missed 3 match darts. William O'Connor, can he find the way through? And Jeff Smith does get the job done. 6-4 over MODUS Razma. So he's into the last 32.
It's a good result, that, for Jeff Smith.
Huge. What can William O'Connor do here? We're still waiting on Dart Connect. Maybe hit a double 5 or a double 1. And he's hit it. Second dart. Takes out the 40. 6-5 victory over Richard Veenstra. William O'Connor, the Magpie, still flying here in Hildesheim.
Well, let it not be said that I wasn't polite enough for those 2 noble legs to be out the way.
Yeah. Yeah. I wish you.
Ah.
I wish that thing could just cough. Honestly, I was hoping that I wouldn't get to this stage before.
Before you had to come back around again.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be heading off before then.
Well, we're making good progress, I think, today. But again, and I mean, I know also you were grown up and you jest somewhat, but he's got a bit of a chance, hasn't he, today, Barney?
You think so? I mean, with the way the boards are going, I mean, who's he got on the board with him? Richie Burnett.
Richie Burnett.
Yeah. No disrespect to Richie, but you take that.
Yeah, 100%.
Big games coming up though. Really looking forward to these. Jeff Smith taking on Rob Cross on board 5. Ross Smith against William O'Connor. That's coming up as well. And Gerwin Price against Nick Kenny as well.
Yeah, so big games. Welsh clash in the last 32.
Oh, you can cough as well.
Who
do you think?
There he is.
You can cough as well.
Yeah, he knows it's good. He's coming at the right time. He knows I must be winning at the minute because Chris Dobie's the featured game and the Barney alarm's going off. I must be.
The thing is, as well, is that I could still say you're not coming tomorrow to Lords.
No, Ian White and Florian Hempel. It's looked like this is where it was going. It has gone there. Yet another noble leg. It has been the day of the noble today so far. And Ian White and Florian Hempel, 5-all.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that in a minute. In the meantime, Ricardo Petrescu 4-0 up on Owen Rolos. 4-1 up is... You prick. Right. It's not my channel anymore. You could get in trouble for that. Ricardo Petrescu 4-0 up over Owen Rolos. Kim Hybrex 3-1 up over Neil Zonneveld. And Luke Woodhouse 4-1 against Daryl Pilgrim as well. Those are the 3 games to be watching at the moment for the qualification for the World Grand Prix. That's if we get there, Gob. I'm not so sure I will do now. Now I've just sworn on air. Right, Ian White though is he's found a 1-2-5 with Florian Hempel in a bit of bother. Florian Hempel needs big scores right now, and he's only found a 95, so he stays with him a little bit, but we will see how we go.
Got another tight game on board number 2 between Daryl Gurney and Lucas Venning. Daryl Gurney doing everything the hard way today.
Yep. Absolutely. What can Ian White do here? 2-3-4 he had, and he can only find a 26. That is a slip of gigantic proportions.
Not good. We've got a couple of players extending big leads now as Kim Hybrex goes 4-1 ahead of Neil Zonneveld. Brendan Dolan as well, 4-1 up on Jan van Veen. Big leads opening up there, looking very... Oh, Brendan Dolan now 5-1 up. Dolan and Hybrex very much looking like making it through to the final 32 as Ricardo Petrescu goes 5-0 up in that quest to secure that spot at the World Grand Prix.
Florian Hempel has 6 starts to get rid of 1-4-5, and he's left himself 50 as Ian White backs up his 26 with a 29 to leave 179. My God, what he'd give now for at least a 139 to leave himself on tops.
Ian White throwing my darts today.
Probably throwing mine, to be fair. I don't know if I'm that good. He's left himself 95. But Florian Hempel now just needs 50 points, and he takes it out in 3 darts. So Ian White,
there we go,
is gone.
Another one gone. Chris Dobie surely is going to take this 43 out for a 2-0 lead on the feature game, and he does in 2 darts. Bang, bang. Chris Dobie 2-0 up.
So Ricardo Petrescu could be about to make his way, at least putting the pressure back on Hybrex and Woodhouse to stay with him. It's always about this time of year, isn't it, where it gets a little bit more exciting.
Well, so I love an order of merit, and I love a race. I love a championship race, and It just genuinely excites me and keeps me interested through the whole season. And what I've noticed, and it might just be that you're being too kind, that it's the first time that no one's told me to shut up because it's too far away yet. Like I think I'm talking about the World Championship qualification, and now it starts to feel like we are in the business end of the year because
once we get to July, I allow the conversation. The only one I'm not allowed, the only one I will say you're not allowed to talk about right now are two of them: Euros, because there's no point yet, because we're not doing a Euro tour, and the match play. That one can get in the bin. But the match play race is more important in the first 6 months of the year. But then after that, it can go in the bin. The rest of them, after July, you're more than welcome to talk about them.
Lovely. Chris Dobie leaves 32 after 9. Big leg this.
Big moment coming up here as well for Rob Cross. Okay, for Stephen Burton. And where is he? He's playing Peter Wright right now. If he wins that game, and he's averaging 109 in the first 2 legs, if he wins that game, he knocks out Steve Beaton and jumps into 62nd place in the race for the Players' Championship finals. And remember, Snakey needs money.
Well, that's the thing, because it's not it, and it's genuinely a thing to bear in mind, is that as you work your way up that, you do things, make your way through the rounds and climb your way up the rankings, so's everybody else. Like, there's 32 people got to the last 32. They're all getting a few quid. There's 64 people picked up some money today. So you're not just on your. It's not just a case of you winning matches. It's catching those people and beating those people that are also competing for those positions as well.
Ricardo Petrescu just needs 100 more points to beat Owen Roloffs, and he's going to have at least 6, might even have 9 to do this. So I think if he misses the first treble 20, I'm sure he'll just lay it up.
My word, Chris Dobie. Peter Wright averaging just 75. Stephen Burton, he's got you feel like he has to take advantage of this, because this isn't the Peter Wright we've seen already today, is it? And if he's going to come and average 75, you've got to get rid of him.
Ricardo Petrescu goes 6-1, then a winner over Owen Roloffs. He moves into the board final, where he takes on Lee Evans, who would have taken the place of Joe Cullen. So again, Ricardo Petrescu could be about to make some serious moves into the World Grand Prix race. Kim Huybrechts and Luke Woodhouse basically right now have to stay with them. And Kim Huybrechts is 5-2 up on Neil Zonneveld. Luke Woodhouse 5-3 up over Daryl Pilgrim. Big results coming up. Big moments coming up as Nick Kenny takes the opening leg against Gerwin Price in the top 32.
12 dart leg as well, I think.
I think you're right. What I'll probably do, mate, is I'll probably stick around until the end of the top 64 games. And then
that's right, yeah. Good.
Have to take my leave.
That's no problem at all, actually. It's all good. Oh, Josh Payne, that's a bit naughty.
How dare you take the leg?
That's unreasonable, I find. He took 72 out in 3 darts. I'm not against, no, I'm not having that. Gerwin Price and Peter Wright both averaging in the 70s. As Stephen Burton goes, he's a break ahead now of Peter Wright.
Yes.
Connor Scott rattles off 2 on the bounce after losing the open against Darius Labanauskas. Connor Scott goes 2-1 ahead as Ryan Meikle levels up with Raymond Van Barneveld. Your teeth cracking, Dan. 2-all there. Darrell Gurney, who is making hard work of every game today, from 4-all is now within 1 leg. 5-4 against Lucas Venig. Josh Payne is on for a 9, potentially 180, 177. What can he do with 144? No, not as much as he would have wanted to. We've had a few of them. That's the 3rd on the stream, isn't it? I don't know how many we've had right across the board, but that's the 1st time on the feature, or the 3rd time on the feature game today we've had a perfect 6.
Well, Connor Scott's just gone 3-1 up, and Brendan Dolan, I think, was 5-1 up at one stage against Gian Van Veen. It's now 5-4
He certainly was. Van Veen has lifted his level here. Josh Payne again, good outshot, 74. Chris Dobby was making some moves. Chris Dobby is still a break up in this match, but that will not help him very much, opening with a 57.
Kim Huybrechts at the moment needs 158 to try to get rid of Neil Zonneveld. And remember, he would then stay a level with Ricardo Petrescu, but would be out of the World Grand Prix standings on Campback. Daryl Pilgrim, who was 4-1 down to Luke Woodhouse, is now back to 5-4. So again, Luke Woodhouse knows that he has to keep winning, especially with Ricardo Petrescu winning games as well. Huybrechts wants 60. Neil Zonneveld wants 132. Doesn't get it. So Huybrechts now 460 for the match and to stay level with Ricardo Petrescu. Luke Woodhouse has started this leg off looking for the 5-ton leg as Kim Huybrechts does get the job done. 6-3 winner. So again, he stays with Ricardo Petrescu. They're both level on £35,000. Luke Woodhouse knows that he has to win this game. There's a big opportunity to do so now. They started off with 2 tons. He's got 3 tons. Come on, my man.
Big.
You know what we want.
Just a quick result. Daryl Gurney, 6-4 winner going over Lucas Vennig there. Just managed to hold on that break at the end. Daryl Gurney, and again, another big player working his way through today.
Come on, Luke. Don't go downstairs for it. Oh, you bugger. No. The 5-ton leg is the true darting holy grail. As Ryan Meikle has just got the leg back and he's got the break ahead. His first time he's actually gone ahead in this game. 3-2 now up against Raymond van Barneveld.
Oh, Josh Payne has managed to break Chris Dobie there on the feature game. 3-3 now with Josh Payne on throw. As Brendan Dolan gets over the line. He was well ahead. Jan van Ven looked to be clawing his way back into that match and it was getting competitive, but Dolan has shut him down just in time there.
Daryl Pilgrim can't find the 135. Luke Woodhouse now has tops to get himself and stay in the World Grand Prix race. You feel at this stage of the competition. Remember, don't forget that there is on Monday that they have Euro Tour qualifiers as well, and he's missed darts for the match. Don't forget as well, like I say, Monday there's Euros 11 and 12 Tour Card qualifiers, which could be massive in the race for the World Grand Prix as we come towards this slightly magical part of the year as Daryl Pilgrim takes out the 65. You guessed it.
Ooh.
You guessed it. It's another one. Another one.
There is a big weight on those Euro Tour qualifiers now, isn't there?
Well, especially as you get $2,500 now, I think, just for turning up.
Just for turning up. Big lump of money. It can really just qualifying to go there can completely change your ranking and your qualification for events. As Peter Wright claws a leg back against Stephen Burton. Just a hold of throw, though, I believe. As Ross Smith gets underway against William O'Connor and Josh Rock takes the opening leg. I think that's a 11 dart leg. He's got rid of that one against Ryan
12,
Joyce.
I think it's 12.
125, fair enough.
So then, what have we got?
Payne has lost his scoring boots just at the wrong time. He could have kicked on here. Dobie in the driving seat. Payne again struggles to find a max as Meikle moves further away from Raymond van Barneveld. And it may be that we have heard the Barney alarm for the final time today.
Hopefully the final time ever. Daryl Pilgrim has just found a 140 to go and get himself on the babyfish. And Luke Woodhouse, who'd started the leg quite well, only swung with a 44 to leave 184. So Daryl Pilgrim now has 130 points to find to get rid of Luke Woodhouse. Only can find 56 of them to leave 74. However, the key thing here is that he will be coming back. Luke Woodhouse has got 184 left. Go on, hit the 180 to leave 4. Do it. Oh, I tell you what, he hasn't done a half bad job that though. 168 to leave himself on double eights.
Oh,
Now to the pressure on for Darrell Pilgrim. 74 taken out in two. Luke Woodhouse has missed match starts. And Luke Woodhouse's chances of the World Grand Prix are going to be very, very, very slim now. £2,000 though, that is it. Remember, if it stays at that sort of a gap tomorrow and Luke Woodhouse qualifies and Kim Huybrechts and Ricardo Petresco don't, then there is still a chance for him to make it by the end of the weekend into the World Grand Prix spots. But a big moment.
Big moment for Stephen Burton there as he goes within one of knocking Peter Wright out of the top 32. 5-2 up now, Burton is, as Josh Rock is averaging, good God, he's averaging 121 after 3 legs. He's 3-0 up on Ryan Joyce, and Josh Rock is absolutely flying. Dobie managed to cling on in that leg there. Ryan Joyce is averaging 104 and getting beat 3-0. It almost doesn't seem fair.
I like it.
But it's only as unfair as Christopher Tyskie, who's averaging 110 and only managing to draw 2-2 with Jamie Hughes.
Stephen Burton could be about to win this game, you know. He only needs 156 more points. Unless Peter Wright can find himself a 180 to put some pressure on,
and
he could be about to win this game, you know.
Speaking of people, Jar, that are about to win a game, Ryan Meikle has gone within one, 5-2 against Raymond van Barneveld. He will get multiple opportunities to have a throw for the match here, Ryan Meikle. And this is a good run for Ryan Meikle, a top 32 minimum. That Ryan Meikle, we've not really talked much about him at all today, but you know, a player with another player with lots of potential who could do some really interesting things in the game. But this is a good run to guarantee himself a top 34, 32 finish.
Yeah. Darius Labanowski is now 5-2 down on Connor Scott as well. Stephen Burton has just missed the bull for the baby fish, and Peter Wright has taken out 36. Before then, hit a 177 to stay alive in the game, and now he is 2 breaks of throw down. He has to win the next 4, though, to keep himself in this. Remember, Stephen Burton wins this. He moves into provisional qualification spots for the Players' Championship finals. No, we're on Players' Championship 17. What have we always said? You'd rather be in the green than be in the chasing pack. Ryan Meikle
still averaging 121.
Piss poor.
Awful, isn't it? Dreadful.
Ryan Meikle's just found a 136 to lead top. So Raymond van Barneveld now has 78 points left. He hit 78 the previous visit. If he does it again, we go to a 9th leg, and he does it. Last start in hand. Big moment there for Barney. I don't think he's in serious danger of missing the World Grand Prix. He's on 43,750. That should be comfortably enough to make it into that. And again, the Players' Championship finals race at the moment. Barney is 39th on 14.5 grand again. So I don't think there's any danger of him missing out. But you never know. You always want to be a bit more comfortable.
Darius Labanowskis needs to take out 81, or Connor Scott will come back for 60, and you've got to assume we'll get match starts.
Peter Wright on the charge. He's taken out that finish, and he's now taken out a 130 to get himself holding. And now Stephen Burton, can you serve this out?
Oh, result, Connor Scott beats Darius Labanowskis 6-2.
Stuff.
That is a good result for Connor Scott. Again, just the 32 there, securing himself further deeper into the green. There's qualification races. Good afternoon, Andrew. How are you?
How the devil are you? Ryan Meikle, 144 left for him. Barney, 219 points, has just been cut by 99 to leave himself on the Shanghai on the 20. So Ryan Meikle, 144 needed. Not for the 9, unfortunately, but for something just as very much important. And that is a big step. He's hit himself 96 to leave 48. So Barney's coming back for Shanghai. Peter Wright seems to be a little bit more into the groove now. In his
we could lose 2 Geordies in 2 minutes here, you know. This could be catastrophic for Northeast darts.
Well, Roman van Barneveld has just missed tops, I think, for the leg. And now Ryan Meikle should get at least 2 darts to knock out Raymond van Barneveld. And he does do it. Last dart in hand. The Barney alarm can be put away for another day. He gone.
Oh, Josh Rock, 5-1 up now, 1 leg away from dispatching Ryan Joyce. He's still averaging 115, 6 legs into this match. Josh Rock has found his groove now and is, you've got to assume, just moments away from a spot in the final 16.
Peter Wright needs a 110 in order to stay alive in this contest. Burton is coming back for tops if he can't find it. He's hit a 130 the previous leg. Needs a 110. Doesn't get it. Only 29 to leave 81. So Stephen Burton now 3 darts in hand to knock out Snakey and move into qualification spots. And that's exactly what he's done. The Players' Championship Finals Order of Merit has got a new man in it, and that is Stephen Burton. Steve Beaton is out of the race currently as things stand. And Stephen Burton has done the business. 6-4 winner. Snakebite. Gone.
Goodness me. Nick Kenny gets a leg back. He is not letting Gerwin Price get away on this easily. Gerwin Price 5-4. He is within 1 leg, but Nick Kenny is not going down without a fight as William O'Connor has fought his way back and he is now 3-2 ahead of Ross Smith. And I think that once this game comes, oh, there we go. Josh Rock, 6-1 winner of Ryan Joyce, 112. We've got a noble leg. Of course, we've got a noble leg. We've had little other than noble legs today in this event. It's been relentless, but 5-all. Josh Payne with the darts in hand, serving to dispatch Chris Dobie from today's tournament. 96 opening. Chris Dobie needs a big visit to put some pressure, and that 140 is indeed a big visit. I think once we've got this noble leg done, we will go to, I think, for our feature game, board number 5, and we'll watch Rob Cross and Jeff Smith in their last 32 game.
While we do that, once we got this one out the way, while we're waiting for the concluding stages, thank you very much, everybody, for everything today. It's been great being back on. Don't know when you'll next see me again. It all depends on what I'm doing. But I'm going out to the Rugby World Cup, so obviously I won't be doing that. Won't be on here. But it's been a pleasure seeing you as well, Mr. Simpson.
Yes, it's been delightful, hasn't it?
It has, mate. Too many noble legs, though. Gerwin Price, though, doesn't add to that. He's just won 6-4 against Nick Kenny. But yes, for the rest of the afternoon, once this game's done, it will be just Dan, unfortunately, on his Jack Jones. Oh God, my sister's calling me. Give me a sec.
My sister's calling you. I hope she's not. Trust you. Right, he's gone on. He's muted himself. So where are we going? Chris Dobie and Josh Payne. This is now getting very tense. That's a big visit from Dobie, though. The 140 followed by the 128. Big pressure on Josh Payne because Chris Dobie is going to get match darts, and that is a bit of a touch of class. Josh Payne, massive visit, 180. Leaves himself double 5. You can question the wisdom of that all day long. But Chris Dobie with match darts, 3 goals to get rid of 36.
Dead cat shot that from Josh Payne.
Oh, and there we go. We didn't lose 2 Geordies in 2 minutes. 1 remains, and Chris Dobie moves through to the last 32. And as promised, I know Joel is very happy about this. We are going to join Rob Cross and Jeff Smith.
So thank you very much, everybody, for the last 3 hours. I have to shoot off quickly because I've got to go and celebrate, like I say, with my nan and granddad. Dan Simpson will be on his own, on his Jack Jones, unfortunately, but he'll be talking you through the rest of the afternoon's fixtures and the concluding stages of Players' Championship 17 shortly after the break, as Online Darts' coverage of the Pro Tour, PDC Pro Tour, with Windmill Red Dragon, Boyle Sports, and with MODUS Sports continue straight after the break. Dan will be back in 30 seconds. I'll see you along the way. Take care and
see you, mate.
See you later.
And then there was one. Thanks again, Jarlath Eaton, for joining us for a few hours on the stream today and taking us through to the last 32. Please do get involved in the chat room, because now, without the chat room involvement, it's just a madman in a small room talking to himself about darts. So the more we can get stuck in to the chat room, the better. We do see this game, Jeff Smith opened up with a holder throw in our feature game there. Rob Cross just level things up as William O'Connor, and he's gone just before his pick, is in big trouble. In Jar picked Ross Smith as today's winner, but William O'Connor takes a 5-2 lead and is just one leg away from sending Ross Smith home today. Darryl Gurney gets off to a quick start with 115 average, 1-0 up against Martin Lukeman. And Danny Van Tripe goes within one as well. 5-2, he extends his lead over Florian Hempel. We've seen some really interesting results today. Let's not forget that we started the event without 7 of the top 10. We then lost Pro Tour seeds number 1 and 2 in Dave Chisnell and Damon Hetter early today. We lost Joe Cullen early in the day, and as the day's gone on, we've lost Dimitri Vandenberg, we've lost Raymond van Barneveld, we've lost some big names, and I don't know. What's your view in the chat room? Is this draw opening up so that we can see a completely random final that nobody could have predicted? Or are we just seeing the draw fall enough so that Gerwin Price and Gerwin Price and Rob Cross can make their way through the final, and it will just be the big boys playing for it all? Kai, let's have a look. Who's Ratajski or Hughes got in the next round? Let's have a quick look and see. So Ratajski on board 8. So let's have a look who's board 7. So that will be Gerwin Price. So that could be a really tough game for everybody concerned. But, is that somewhere where we could lose? Gerwin Price, the highest ranked, arguably the biggest player left in the tournament. Is that where he's going to come under threat in that game against Ratajski and Jamie Hughes? Because we've seen some really, really good stuff from both players. This has been a fantastic game so far. Hughes 5-4 ahead within one, averaging 100, seeing some really good stuff. William O'Connor remains within one. Let's have a quick look at that. I'm going to switch on that game over here so I can. It's very much tight. So Jamie Hughes is going to get match starts here. He's had a big leg. He's up. He's gone 131, 140, 180. He looks like he's missed at least one match start, but Jamie Hughes comes back just for 20. He's got 3 darts to hit double 10. Ratajski back on 117. Oh, and Jamie Hughes misses all 3 darts outside as Jeff Smith holds. So Ratajski now needs 117 in order to force a noble leg here to break. And he doesn't take it out. So Jamie Hughes will get another 3 darts at double 10. Another 3 goals to get rid of 20 points to try and move through into the next round. And he does it first time this time. So Jamie Hughes beats Krzysztof Ratajski. We see yet another seeded player not making it through to the final 16 today. And that is a great victory from Jamie Hughes. And as we talk about another seed going out, William O'Connor granted a lower seed, but Ross Smith, Jarlath Eaton's pick for the day, his predicted victory taker, is gone. And Ross Smith falls at the hands of William O'Connor, who's played some very, very good stuff today. I know there's a few in the chat room keeping an eye out for William O'Connor. Is that real, Richard? Man United are 2-0 down already? It can't be 2-0 down after 8 minutes, surely to God. Arsenal are getting beat as well. What is going on? That's completely ridiculous. Amazing, but ridiculous at the same time. Goodness me. Unbelievable. Anybody know who won the 3 o'clock at York? I haven't checked that yet. Joel is very much giving it big licks, supporting Jeff Smith. And is this an opportunity here? Both players, I think, in this leg just stuttered a little bit. We've seen a few treble-less visits in this leg from both of them. Daryl Pilgrim has a break up and is 3-0 ahead of Richie Edhouse. Daryl Pilgrim's played some superb darts today. Really good stuff. And looking very much comfortable in this game here as Rob Cross takes out 89 in 3 darts, levels it up. This game remains on throw. And do we have the makings of another noble leg on our hands? Not sure who's on the streaming board at the minute, Kai. If I'm honest, every time I want to flick back over to the streaming board, I just lose my patience with having to watch another Keith Lemon advert. It's driving me round the bend. So I haven't, to be honest, watched the streaming board a great deal today. Gerwin Price seems to have been on them all on the streaming board for nearly every game, though, isn't he? Is it the Gerwin Price streaming board today? James Wade levels up with Connor Scott. 1-1 in that match. I don't think we've got a game live at the minute anywhere, have we? Don't seem to. Not on the stream board anywhere. Loads of Desmond. Stefan Belmont against Kim Hybricks. Lee Evans and Ricardo Petresco. And Rob Cross, Jeff Smith. All 2-2. But it won't stay that for very long because Kim Hybricks takes a leg and is now 3-2 up on Stefan Belmont as Chris Dobie takes the opener against Ronnie Hybricks. And just for you, Joel, I'm not going to do what I normally do and just trump everything by Northeast Darts allegiance and stick Chris Dobie on. We will maintain our following of my pick and your countrymen as Rob Cross and Jeff Smith battle it out for a spot in the final 16. Andrew Gilding break ahead of Brendan Dolan 3-1. Goldfinger moves ahead there as Daryl Gurney also 3-1 ahead in his match against Martin Lukeman. And that is an interesting one. We're just warming up. Board number 10 as Richie Burnett and Ryan Meikle will take on each other. So one of Richie Burnett and Ryan Meikle will be in the last 16 of today's event as Martin Lukeman gets a leg back on the board against Daryl Gurney, and Connor Scott regains the lead against James Wade. Jeff Smith going to have a few opportunities here. 3 darts to get rid of 8. Will he go straight into double 4? Keep this match on throw. He does. It takes him 3 darts to get rid of the 8. But Jeff Smith One leg closer, and Rob Cross can't find a treble in his opening visit. Is this an opportunity for a break for Jeff Smith? If he can find 2 trebles here, which he does, and pulls to 140, and Jeff Smith might just pinch the initiative here. Ricardo Protesco goes 3-2 ahead of Lee Evans. Jeff Smith just slowly sliding himself into the driving seat in this match and edges towards a potential break of throw. Let's have a quick check on what's going on everywhere. It's a wacky day for sport today. I'm finding myself trying to keep abreast of 5 or 6 different things all at once. The football's on, the racing's on. We've got all sorts going on. Jeff Smith just letting Rob Cross back in here. Just giving him an opportunity that... Gurney maintains his break lead, goes 4-2 ahead of Martin Lukeman, and James Wade levels up against Connor Scott. These two just exchanging holds of throw at the minute. Very similar to what we had seen in this match between Jeff Smith and Rob Cross, but Joel will be over the moon because Jeff Smith takes a break of throw from Rob Cross and opens his holder throw with a 180. We see a max from the Canadian. I think the first he's thrown in this game so far. Rob Cross is going to have to do something mightily impressive from this point because Jeff Smith is flying. That's big, big stuff. Chris Dobie with another early break and goes 2-0 up on Ronnie Hybricks as Richie Edhouse claws one back, is now only 4-2 behind Darryl Pilgrim. Well, this really is a perfectly timed move from Jeff Smith. If he can hold throw here, he will have multiple opportunities, and that's massive. 180, 100, 137. Jeff Smith down to 84 after 9. Rob Cross struggling to hit a big score in this leg. Still somewhere behind. Jeff Smith will get at least 6 starts from 84. Darryl Gurney elsewhere goes within 1, 5-2 up on Martin Lukeman as James Wade finds a break and goes ahead in this match for the first time against Connor Scott. James Wade 3-2 up, averaging just shy of 103. Also averaging just shy of 103 is Chris Dobie, who is now 3-0 ahead of Ronnie Hybricks. And it could be that I have to run and switch into my Newcastle kit if Chris Dobie gets... Jeff Smith has missed. Now, if Chris Cross, if Rob Cross can take this 103 out, this is going to be surely a huge blow to Jeff Smith. And I'm sure Joel in the chat room, if this goes, Jeff Smith has had the opportunities. It doesn't, but Rob Cross sets up the double 16. So this 10, this double 5 for Jeff Smith's got to go. And it does in one dart, straight in to double 5 for Jeff Smith. And he's now just within 1 leg of victory here. Could both Jar and my picks for the day both fall in the round of 32? It's certainly looking very, very likely at the moment. Richie Edhouse working his way back into this game now. Just 4-3 behind Richie Edhouse as Andrew Gilding pulling away from Brendan Dolan. 4-2 up now, Goldfinger. Who is Willie O'Connor playing next is a great question, Bob. Let's have a quick look. Oh, this is going to be a big one. But William O'Connor is going to play. Let's have a quick look. Stephen Burton, I think. He could have played Peter Wright. You ask him which one he would have preferred, but he's playing Stephen Burton in the next round. And I think you'd probably fancy O'Connor in that. On paper, you'd probably make him the favourite. And looks like we're going to see a deep run from William O'Connor today. Connor Scott breaks back, levels up that match against James Wade. Chris Dobie being absolutely relentless here against Ronnie Hybricks as the man from Newcastle goes 4-0 ahead, averaging 102. A few players now within one. Kim Hybricks within one over Stefan Belmont. Ricardo Petresco within one, 5-2 up on Lee Evans. And of course, on the stream, on the featured game, Jeff Smith within one of Rob Cross. Martin Lukeman, again, Daryl Gurney just not getting away with it. He's having to grind every victory, Gurney, today. 5-4 ahead of Lukeman now. Lukeman averaging 104, really fighting back. And Jeff Smith, what a way to win this could be. If Jeff Smith can take out and reel in the big fish, he can't do it. So Rob Cross will come back for a go at 10. The double 5 that Jeff Smith took out in the last leg. Richie House levels 4-all now with Daryl Pilgrim. Fought his way back into this excellently. And Rob Cross can't get it done. So Jeff Smith will get darts at 72 for the match to get it done here and now. And the 72 goes. Jeff Smith, 6-2 victory. Another big hitter out of the way today. This is a really, really interesting draw today. Joel, I'm sure, is absolutely over the moon. And we are going to go. I know we've seen him once before. We've had him on already for a featured game. But it is very difficult at this stage, looking at where the games are, for us to not have Richie Burnett against Ryan Meikle. They've both played some great stuff and arguably come through upsets so far today. I don't think you wouldn't have picked them through the draw they came through, but some absolutely superb stuff. And Ryan Meikle now throws a 180, looking to get an early break from Richie Burnett here. Chris Dobie now 5-0 up on Ronnie Hybricks. Connor Scott 4-3 ahead. As Kim Hybricks, we were both Hybricks brothers playing at the minute, but Kim Hybricks gets through 6-3 victory over Stefan Belmont, and at exactly the same time, Daryl Gurney comes in with a 6-4 victory over Martin Lukeman. Gurney and Hybricks progress into the final 16 of today's matches as Dolan fighting back. Dolan now just 5-3 behind to Andrew Gilding. And Richie Edhouse, having been at one point, I think 4-0, certainly 3-0 down, 4-1 down on Daryl Pilgrim, is now within one. Richie Edhouse 5-4 up on Daryl Pilgrim. He's fought his way back into this match, and then he's passed Pilgrim and Connor Scott. Here's a result that wasn't picked. Connor Scott 5-3 up on James Wade within one. This is a huge run for Connor Scott today and could be very important in securing that position at the World Championships. Ricardo Petresco, 6-3 victory over Lee Evans. And that is making his spot in the World Grand Prix more and more. Well, it's looking like he's more and more potentially going to get one as he creeps and creeps on Kim Hybricks. Kim Hybricks just £750 ahead. Kim Hybricks is already through to the next round. Well, hang on. Well, that's why, because one's updated and one hasn't. Ignore that completely. Petresco is still in the driving seat on countback. Very, very close. Meikle takes that early break of throat to go 2-0 up on Richie Burnett. And Connor Scott goes 180, 140, 135, and then takes out 46 for a hugely impressive 6-3 win over James Wade. And we are going to see some really unpredicted, at the same time as well, Chris Dobie with a 6-0 win as well. We're going to see some really interesting quarterfinals today. We're definitely going to see some quarterfinals that nobody could have predicted. Yeah, I agree, Bob. It looks like they're just holding back those last 16 games. We have got Stephen Burton and William O'Connor warming up, but it does look, as Richie Edhouse, what a comeback that has been. 3-0 down, 4-1 down, and Richie Edhouse claws his way back, surpasses Darryl Pilgrim, and moves through to the next round, as does Andrew Gilding, who beats Brendan Dolan 6-3. Very impressive stuff there from Goldfinger. So we now only have one game left to play in the top 32. There is only one spot left in the next round. 15 of the last 16 are confirmed. And that is the feature game. So let's have a little look through. Oh, we can't see the draw, can we? No, because they're clarting around with the boards. Ugh. We'll have a look at the draw in a minute. But we have got... That's a game. Oh, Joel, we're going to come into a conflict now, you and I. It was all going so well. And then Jeff Smith and Chris Dobie are going to have to play each other. It's Richie Burnett. Oh, Ryan Meikle, 1-2-5. Under huge pressure, the massive visit from Richie Burnett. And Ryan Meikle absolutely pulls it out the bag. A 1-2-5 checkout to go 3-0 up. Richie Burnett had a big leg, but too many troubleless visits early in the leg, averaging just 77. And Meikle deservedly goes 3-0 up. Burnett again can't find a treble. But we've now got some big games, some really interesting fixtures for people that are going to make the last 8 today. They're going to make a quarterfinal. Richie Edhouse or Kim Hybrex will be in a quarterfinal today. Jeff Smith or Chris Dobie will be in a quarterfinal, as will one of Stephen Burton and William O'Connor. Anything else ridiculous happened in the football yet? Oh, Man United have scored a goal back. That's interesting, at least. Let's have a quick look who scored that. I'm more keen. I'm only bothered because it depends on how it affects my fantasy team. I've got a couple of Man United. Wow, I've got Onana in goal. What a stupid move that was. He's let 2 goals in early doors. Ugh. Christian Eriksen for Man United. That's not getting me any points whatsoever. Goodness. Oh, well. Back to the darts. As Burnett still struggling in the scoring phase of the game. Averaging mid-70s and really struggling. Ryan Meikle against the throw here, but it does just look this match like a matter of time. Big visit from Ryan Meikle, that 140 arguably puts him in the driving seat for this leg as well if Burnett can't find a treble here, which he's really struggled with in the last few legs. And once again, a troubleless visit from Richie Burnett. So Michael again against the darts in the driving seat. And we took 1-2-5 out to break in the last leg. So this 1-3-4 looks, it looks almost achievable the way Ryan, certainly very achievable the way Ryan Meikle's been playing. Sets up 80. Richie Burnett, and he's going to have to do something. He's going to have to do something like this in order to just stay in with a chance in this game, because his scoring's not doing it for him in this game at all. Will we see a monster checkout from him that might get things going? Because at the minute, it's very much just looking like another visit without a big trouble for Burnett. And Michael will get 3 darts to get rid of 80. He's gone close. It looks like he's gone around the house. It looks like he's come inside both numbers there. Unless he could have gone treble 20, come inside the 10. But if Richie Burnett can't take 81, Michael's going to get 3 darts at the double 5. It's just taking its time, this. And he doesn't. Richie Burnett leaves 25. Looks like he's missed the ball potentially. So Ryan Meikle, 3 darts at double 5. To go 4-0 ahead, and he only needs 1 straight into double 5. Ryan Meikle, who has played some superb stuff today, he's the legend killer today. Ryan Meikle, here he is 4-0 up against Richie Burnett, having previously knocked out Raymond van Barneveld, and Ryan Meikle today is the legend killer. Let's have a look. Who would he have in the next round? If anyone can see it in the chat room, stick it in. 1-2-7, good opener. Richie Burnett a mile away in this match, averaging 74. Meikle really comfortable. Another troubleless visit from Richie Burnett. Oh, and we are underway now in the last 16. I thought they were holding it. I was going to go to an advert break after this one, but they are getting cracked on in Germany. And Gerwin Price, who surely has got to be the favourite from here, I'd guess. Got to be, surely. Gezi Price underway against Jamie Hughes. Hopefully that means we start to get off. Oh, Meikle against Van Tripe, which is another game that I like as well. Yeah, we are making good progress today. We're only 3.5 hours in to today's event, and we're already underway in the top 16. That is good progress and bodes very well for me getting to eat some tea at a reasonable time, feed the kids, and get to watch the tea time football game. I think is Brighton West Ham, I think. Just exciting. Just Ryan Meikle managing, even when he has a slip up, he's not being punished at all. So a couple of troubleless visits there from Ryan Meikle, but Richie Burnett's inability to hit trebles at all in this match is just allowing Ryan Meikle to slowly just nod his way to victory. Chris Dobie on streamboard 1, Josh Rick on streamboard 2, Price on streamboard 3. Right. Well, I'm inclined, I know it's being streamed and it's not generally what we do, but I am inclined to go for a Jeff Smith, Chris Dobie feature game in the next round. I just think it's the pick of the games. Looking at the way both players have played today, I think it's the best game on offer. It's Ryan Meikle, 112. He'll get 6 darts from 112. Opportunity to set something up if it doesn't go his way straight away. Oh, and that's a bit... And this is the difficulty for Richie Burnett is, though, he's so far away with his scoring in this match that even when Ryan Meikle comes and throws a 19 that's followed a 58 and 2 other trebleless visits, Richie Burnett's still nowhere to be seen. and not within a chance. He still can't find that treble. Richie Burnett and Ryan Meikle will get another go. This time for 93 as Jamie Hughes takes the opening leg against Gerwyn Price. Now, if Jamie Hughes beats Gerwyn Price, is this the most wide open? This has got to be, surely, what we will see. The most wide open, certainly quarterfinals that we've seen at all this year. I'm not. Let's have a quick. Oh no, I'll look on the other screen so I don't mess you all up. Yeah, it's wide open, this, isn't it? Meikle getting another goal. Richie Burnett with a big score, but it's Ryan Meikle's to give away from here. And that is Ryan Meikle has been quite clinical early on, and that visits of 19, 23 and 30. I know, I appreciate he's trying to go for checkouts. He's not just trying to rattle the treble 20. But Richie Burnett had absolutely no business at all breaking in that leg. Absolutely none at all. And has managed somehow to get a leg on the board. Wow. I'm just going to have a little look and keep you in the loop with how things are going in the game that is underway in the last 16 as Gerwyn Price levels up. So they are holds of throw. Jamie Hughes and Gerwyn Price, one leg apiece. Jamie Hughes now has opened up with a 140. Hughes playing some good darts here. Still a bit lackluster from both players. Right, I think what I'm going to do, I appreciate I'm on my own, so there might be 20 seconds or so when I get back where there's no one there, but we're going to have a very, very quick ad break while I run to the smallest room in the house and back, hopefully before we get underway properly in all these last 16 games and before this game between Burnett and Meikle comes to a conclusion. Let me just find the button for an ad. And we are back. Thank you very much for that, everyone. Thanks for being patient. I know it is a bit of a challenge for you, both you as viewers and me as a host when I am on my own solo without anybody to bounce off. But your continued interest and involvement in the chat room makes it far, far easier for me as Ryan Meikle goes within one leg with another breaker throw over Richie Burnett. Burnett's average down right down now to 70 as Mikkel opens with a ton, and he's got to, surely is only a matter of time now, this leg, as Jamie Hughes in his game against Gerwyn Price has held his throw to go 2-1 ahead. Gerwyn Price with 82 to take out for a hole, and he can't do it. So Jamie Hughes comes back to the hockey needing 111, 1-1-1. And if he can take this out, he will take a break and a 3-1 lead over the Welshman. This would be a big moment in the match, and Jamie Hughes can't do it. He leaves 40, so Gerwyn Price, he's come back for double 10. He's got 20 left for a holder throw to level this game up 2-all. And he needs 2 darts to do it, but Gerwyn Price takes out the 20. The game stays on throw. Jamie Hughes with the darts now at 2-all. And all of a sudden, Richie Burnett has found his scoring shoes. 134, 140, and that is a big leg potentially. Is Richie Burnett going to claw his way back into this against the darts? We're underway here. We've now got more of our round of 16 games kicking in as Josh Rock and Connor Scott get underway on board number 7. Just having a look again because I can't take my eyes off today. The various different races for various different spots. Jamie Hughes is now looking very. These are huge strides for the likes of Jamie Hughes and Connor Scott and Ryan Meikle in their campaigns to be at the Ali Pali later in the years. Richie Burnett needs 87 after 9. He's really struggled to score in this match, but this is a monster leg of scoring, finding some consistency, and this would surely be the biggest and most shocking comeback of the day if from 5-1 down and averaging 70, Richie Burnett could play his way back into this match, and he's now got the darts in hand. Jamie Hughes is playing very well, Bob, doing some great things today, and he's certainly being very competitive here against Gerwyn Price. Jamie Hughes down to 107 will be the first down to get a go at a finish in this 5th leg. Gerwyn Price on 128. He'll come for a go. Jamie Hughes leaves 56, so 128 for Gerwyn Price to prevent Jamie Hughes getting a go at that 56 as Connor Scott takes the opening leg in his match against Josh Rock. And we're underway on board 2 between Kim Hybrex and Richie Edhouse, and they're all starting to just click in as well as Alexander Merckx and Daryl Gurney get underway. The 56 goals from Jamie Hughes, and he is 3-2 ahead of the former world champion. And Gerwyn Price is going to have to do something big because Jamie Hughes has the darts in this match and is just keeping Gerwyn Price at arm's length. You do get the way that Hughes is playing as well. 1-7-1 from Hughes. Putting pressure on Gerwyn Price here. Hughes follows the 1-7-1 with a 140, leaving him down to 190 after 6. Price back on 305. Jamie Hughes, Price can't find a treble there. Jamie Hughes looking favourite to break here and could go within 2. Well, Jamie Hughes there, 1-7-1, followed by a 140, followed by a 1-7-4. Hughes leaves 16 after 9. We could see a 10-dart break of throw from Jamie Hughes here if he can pin double 8, and he does with 1 dart. Jamie Hughes just a 10-dart break of throw there and goes a break up against Gerwyn Price. Absolutely superb stuff from Jamie Hughes. Really, really was there. Wow. Big. And then Jamie Hughes on throws a 140. This is absolutely like top stuff from Hughes. Really good. The rest of our games are starting to get underway. For some reason, we're still warming up Jeff Smith and Chris Dobey. And at the same time, Jeff Smith and Chris Dobey is underway. And Jeff Smith's won the first leg. So I think that might be a little bit of a cock up somewhere in the system. Ryan Meikle, it is your turn to be a mile behind and give your opponent multiple opportunities at doubles as Richie Burnett comes back for double 8. This game looked all but done some 10 minutes ago. But couldn't be further from the truth. And Richie Burnett. And now Ryan Meikle, will he get a match start here at 88 points? He's got 5-2 ahead. You've got to hope for a match start here, Ryan Meikle. You do feel like he just needs to get this job done. Richie Burnett seems to have pulled him down. Meikle can't get there. Richie Burnett again gets opportunities at double 8. Richie Edhouse and Kim Hybricks take a leg each in their game. 1-1, that's at the minute. Josh Rock levels up with Connor Scott. And in the top 16, an early break for Daryl Gurney, who's looked great today. 2-0 ahead he is on Alexander Merckx. Richie Burnett is handing repeated opportunities to Ryan Meikle, who now has 3 darts to get rid of 48 for the match. This has been a dreadful game of darts. And thank goodness it is over, because that has been dire. Ryan Meikle moves through to take the final spot in the last 16. And we are going to feature Jamie Hughes, who has got 3 darts at double 16 to go 5-2 ahead of Gerwyn Price, who's missed a dart for this leg. Can Jamie Hughes goes outside double 16 3 times there. Gerwyn Price should come back for double 10. Chris Dobey levels up with Jeff Smith. Joel and I still on speaking terms at this point. Gerwyn Price, you have got away with murder there. Jamie Hughes, 3 darts to go 5-2 ahead. But now, this is how quick things can change. If Gerwyn Price holds here, then this game goes to 4-4. We've got that one on there. Just getting to the business end of this match with Gerwyn Price and Jamie Hughes. It is getting interesting. Josh Rock with 1-3-2 left after 9. Hits another ton down to 32. Connor Scott all the way back on 2-8-8. So it's looking very, very likely that Josh Rock levels this game up at a Desmond any moment now. Daryl Gurney maintaining a really solid... Daryl Gurney's played some great darts today, and he's 3-0 up, averaging 102. Really good stuff from the man from Northern Ireland today. Josh Rock levels up 2-2 with Connor Scott. Andrew Gilding takes the opener. And let's not forget that final spot in the qualification for the World Grand Prix in that race. That final spot has now become almost a shootout. Granted, it's not just today, but a shootout between Kim Hybricks and Ricardo Petresco, both still in today's tournament. But at the minute, both in different positions, as Kim Hybricks is leading Richie Edhouse 2-1. And Ricardo Petresco is behind Andrew Gilding 1-0 as Chris Dobey moves ahead of Jeff Smith. Chris Dobey, definitely a player with the type of pedigree that could win today's event. Gerwyn Price, 56 to level up for all. And he does. He needs all 3 darts to get rid of 56. But there we go. This game is tied. Jamie Hughes still has the darts. But Gerwyn Price edging close. Alexander Merckx gets one back on the board for Daryl Gurney, and it is advantage Kim Huybrechts in the race to the World Grand Prix because Ricardo Petrescu falls 2-0 down against Andrew Gilding. Gilding averaging just shy of 104. We've seen some good stuff from Goldfinger today, and it's almost like Kim Huybrechts could sense that as he takes that break and moves ahead 3-1 of Richie Edhouse. Looks to move into that Grand Prix slot. Josh Rock ahead in this match now for the first time against Connor Scott, 3-2 up. Joby 12 dart break after Smith misses a dart at the bull off 1-2-1. Very lucky, shouldn't count. Yeah, I don't think it works like that, I'm afraid, Joel. I don't think it quite works like that. Alexander Merckx goes back to back. Al Gurney playing some great stuff, averaging just shy 107, but Merckx himself averaging 102, and he's clawing his way back into this from 3-0 down, now just 3-2 down. Merckx showing that he does have what it takes to break the Gurney throw in this match here. Big visit there from Gerwyn Price. Big visit. After that 30 to back that up with a 140 and a 1-2-3. Really big stuff. Jamie Hughes, little bit. He's got to do something with this now. He's got to set something very short. He needs at least a ton here. And that is nowhere near what he would have been hoping for, as he will hold the door ajar for Gerwyn Price. And this would be a breaker throw for the Welshman. It would mean that he takes it out, Gerwyn Price, doing what Gerwyn Price does. 1-10 check out. And now, it like from a mile behind, looking like Jamie Hughes was comfortable ahead to break up. And now Gerwyn Price throwing for the match. 5-4 up, but with the darts in hand, Gerwyn Price throwing now to move into the final 8. Jeff Smith levels up with Chris Dobie, and Connor Scott levels up with Josh Rock. Andrew Gilding now 3-0 up. No, Matt Campbell was there today. He played from memory. He went out in the opening round, I'm afraid. I'll just have a quick look now and I'll tell you exactly what happened to him and where he fell foul. He definitely played. I'm just looking. I'm scanning for Did he play? Am I going mad? I'm certain he did. I'm absolutely certain that Matt Campbell played. We streamed this game. Am I going mad? Oh, this is worrying. Oh, no, he did. He won. So he won his opening match 6-5 against Darren Webster, which means he must have got out in the second round. And he did. He got beat 6-1 by Alexander Merckx. Alexander Merckx has stuck around. He's still there. He's currently 4-2 behind against Daryl Gurney, but Gerwyn Price has got a chance at darts for the match here, even though Jamie Hughes had a monster of a leg, and he can't do it. So Jamie Hughes now, he's got a chance. He's got 36 points left. He's got 3 darts with which to get rid of them. If he can, he will force a noble leg, and he does. First dart straight in, Jamie Hughes. So we will go to a noble leg in the last 16 for a spot in a quarter-final, but Jamie Hughes will have the darts. It's our feature game on the screen. Azza thinks Jamie has thrown the game away. That might be just slightly speaking to, and that's not. You might be right. I was just about to explain how he might not. He's forced the noble leg. He's got the darts in hand. Gerwyn Price may have just let that off, though, because both players can't find a treble. Jamie Hughes, can you find a couple of trebles here? give yourself a bit of breathing space, because at any moment, Gerwyn Price can turn it on, rattle in some maxes. I did see Fallon's 9. I did. I thought it was. I mean, I find it difficult to see a 9 darter that doesn't impress me. They're just ridiculously impressive. It's mad that people do it. I think it's incredible. Yeah, great stuff. Glad that it was on the telly. Glad it's getting some coverage. Just generally, it's good. I'm a big fan of the MODUS Super Series anyway. So the more people that become aware that exists and is on free-to-air TV, that's really good as well. So yeah, absolutely top stuff all around. Well, congratulations to Fallon, well done. But yeah, on top of that, it's the extra eyes that it's bringing to the Super Series as well. Yeah, top stuff. Jeff Smith levels up 3-all with Chris Dobey. And Richie Edhouse has run 2 on the spin to level up as well with Kim Hybricks. Another game at 3-all. And that's a big... I did say early in this leg, Gerwyn Price at any moment can just hit a max and immediately put you under. And that's exactly what has happened. Gerwyn Price follows a trebleless visit up with a max, and all of a sudden Jamie Hughes is under pressure because Gerwyn Price could well get a match start here off 109. He could just get it done. We saw him take out 110 a couple of legs ago. Does the 109 go? And it does. Gerwyn Price's ton plus finishing has been the difference in this game. Absolutely amazing finishing from Gerwyn Price. Really, just top finishing. Scoring was a bit lackluster at times. I am just going to go for the feature game because I think it's a really interesting one at the end here. We've got Josh Rock and Connor Scott right into each other. It's 5-4 to Connor Scott at the minute, but Josh Rock is on throw. So we are looking like we could be heading towards another noble leg and another 5-all decider as Josh Rock, big visits there, ton 140. What have you got, Connor Scott, to follow that back up? Dobey still edging ahead of Jeff Smith. I've not heard anything about Clayton, to be completely honest. But we are having a sit down as we do every Monday on Monday night. And I think Phil and Gob will be on with me. They are generally better informed than I am about all things going on in the world of darts. So they may be able to provide a little bit more insight on that one than me. And Josh Rock, massive visit there, 177 to set up the double. And now we have yet another noble leg. Connor Scott and Josh Rock in another 5-5 decider. Connor Scott will have the darts in this one. Opens with a 120. That's a big start. And Bob, I agree with you. William O'Connor averaging 113. He was 3-0 up when you put that comment on. Stephen Burton has managed to get one on the board, but William O'Connor very, very much in the driving seat in that match, as is currently Connor Scott, who backs his 120 up with a 140. A 140 from Rock is good, but it still leaves him lagging behind. If Connor Scott can get to a finish here, which he can, Josh Rock's going to need he needs a max here. Josh Rock needs a 180 to put Scott under pressure. And there we go. We asked for a max, and immediately Josh Rock responds with a max. So now Rock down to 97. Scott, that is a decent score. He's left 52. He's left it handy. The pressure is on Josh Rock. He's got to take the 97 out, or Scott will get a match start. And he does. There we go. Like we asked Josh Rock, you need a max. Now you need to take out 97. There you go. Bang, bang. Josh Rock, who was, let's be like, up against Connor Scott, looked the more like it all the way through that game, nudging ahead, just getting further towards the finish line. And right at the end, Josh Rock just finds a 180 and a 97 checkout exactly when he needed it. And we'll now go, finally, Joel, for the benefit of you and I, for our feature game, we will go Jeff Smith, Chris Dobey. Oh, maybe we won't have seen the way that this leg is going. Oh, dear me. Come on, Chris Dobey. Right, Kim Hybricks and Richie Edhouse. Oh, Darryl Gurney through another quarter-finalist. So we've got, let's be honest, we've talked about this game opening up. This draw opening up. We've talked about some shocks, but Josh Rock, Gerwin Price, Darryl Gurney, they are the three quarter-finalists that we've confirmed so far. Probably none of them a particularly big shock. Top players who've played very, very well today. Those three seeded players getting through already. William O'Connor now 4-1, still averaging up just shy of 106. William O'Connor playing some really good stuff today. Jeff Smith, bit of pressure now. Little wobble here, maybe. Oh, that's good from Jeff Smith. Pressure on Chris Dobie again. As Richie Edhouse for the first time in this match, Richie Edhouse goes ahead 5-4 up on Kim Hybricks. Kim Hybricks looks really comfortable, really comfortable. Richie Edhouse has just rattled off a bunch of legs, and now throwing Jeff Smith. That's good. He set that up really well. The game is back on throw, and Chris Dobie's going to try and force. This has been the day of the noble. I can't remember in the last 3 years that I've been doing these streams a day that's had so many noble legs. I can't remember any event where we've seen this many 5-alls. Nobody's giving an inch today. And I feel like we are not yet done with our 5-all noble leg matches. Let's have a little look. I do apologise, but every now and again, I do just have to have a quick look and see what's happening in the football, what's happening with the racing. Derby 4-1 up at half-time. Good grief. That's a monster result, that. Right, let's see. Oh, I told you we weren't done with noble legs, didn't I? As Kim Hybricks gets one on over Richie Edhouse, and we now go 5-all in that one. Let's not forget, I know I talked about it a lot, we are right on the cusp as the World Grand Prix race starts to draw to a close. Ricardo Petresco and Kim Hybricks are almost in a shootout between them for that last qualifying spot. They are on exactly the same amount of money in the ranking, so whoever gets the furthest here will take advantage going into tomorrow's event. Ricardo Petresco way back with Andrew Gilding 5-2 ahead at the minute, so Kim Hybricks looks the most likely, but if he can't come through this noble leg, big score there. Jeff Smith, I know we're bouncing around a little bit, but Dobie needs to take this 70 out. Oh, he doesn't. Oh, Chris. Joel's on the edge of his seat as Jeff Smith comes, and he does it in one dart. Dobie is gone. He joins the rest of the Northeast darts players today out. We've got no representation in the quarterfinals from the Northeast of England. Joel is absolutely over the moon in the chat room. Joel, is Jeff Smith going to win today? Genuinely, I know you're a fan, but is he? Would you back it? Do you think? He's doing all the right things, isn't he? He's took some big scouts. He's played very consistently. He's scoring as well. His finishing's been good. He's looked great. Hard to make the case against him going deep. Let's have a quick look because it does have some better. Oh, and Kim Hybricks is gone. So it does look like the drama over that final World Grand Prix race slot will spill out into tomorrow because Richie Edhouse defeats Kim Hybricks. We'll go for the game with the longest out. That window seems to have crashed. Let's have a little refresh on it. There we go. It's caught back up with itself now, I think. Yes, it has. There we go. So, Ryan Meikle has played some great stuff today with a break of throw. That was a good opportunity there for Kim Hybricks. You got to think to move ahead and move into the green in that World Grand Prix qualifying slot. I know there are more opportunities, but that was a good one. And let's not forget, hovering around just a few spaces behind them in that qualification is William O'Connor, who is now 4-all with Stephen Burton. But William O'Connor could make a last gasp run towards that final qualification spot for the World Grand Prix. No, yeah, I appreciate your honesty there, Joel, and I tend to agree. He has had a wretched. He's had a you know I'm looking for a right word that's not offensive because I don't wish to offend Jeff. I think he's a lovely fella and he's a nice bloke. But he's played way beyond his potential and the level at which I would expect him to play for the last year. And yeah, you're right. Price in a quarterfinal isn't the most attractive. You know, there are more attractive games among those quarterfinals that you might fancy. But if you're going to win, you're going to have to at least knock out all the players playing well that day. As Andrew Gilding, who has played very well all day, very consistently, is a 6-3 winner over Ricardo Petresco. And Andrew Gilding, he's sort of gone under the radar a little bit today, but has just sort of consistently stuck around averaging about a ton all day, winning comfortably. Andrew Gilding could win this today, you know. He's going to play Josh Rock in the next round, which is not going to be easy. But Josh Rock hasn't... Well, to be fair, Josh Rock's done about the same thing. He sort of hovered around a ton all day and just sort of moved through things fairly professionally. He did have a bit of a scare against Connor Scott, but never really looked like really losing. He was always just one big score away from getting through. But that's a big break of throw from Danny Van Tripe, who goes 3-2 ahead of Ryan Meikle, opens with a 96, but with Meikle not being able to find a treble. And just for a change, we've got another noble leg. We have been relentless today in 5-all matches, going all the way. And Stephen Burton has come. And this is a superb performance from Stephen Burton, because William O'Connor, we did have a chat in the chat room about how far ahead he was. And William O'Connor's opened with a 180. Now, that is the way to start a noble leg on throw. 180 from William O'Connor, followed by a 140. So the Irishman very much in the driving seat here. Burton opens with a ton and follows it up with another ton, which in any other circumstances would be a great opening. But William O'Connor going 180, 140. Those tons aren't enough from Burton. Oh, William O'Connor, 180, 140, 140. He's down to 41 after 9. That is how you do a noble leg, William O'Connor. You give your opponent absolutely no chance whatsoever, other than to throw a 9 darter. And Stephen Burton, just for consistency, throws another ton. So, ton from William O'Connor, who comes back, hits a 9. So he's left himself double 16. I assume he's gone outside double 16 a couple of times. Burton now down to 141. So William O'Connor, at least 3 match darts here at double 16. If he doesn't hit them, this could get interesting. And he doesn't hit them, so this has got interesting. Looks like he's gone outside twice and gone into the 8 because he's got 24 left. So Stephen Burton 141 now. 141 potentially for the match. And he can't take it. He gets himself down to 81, but William O'Connor just 24, so he's going to come back for double 12. Oh, there's been some clout on with the scoring there. He's actually got 16, it says now. It's just changed in front of my eyes. So William O'Connor looking for 16. He's looking for double 8. More match darts. And he needs 2 to get it done, but William O'Connor gets the job done and goes through to the quarter-final. That's a good win for the Irishman. And he will play the winner of the current featured game. Ryan Meikle seems to have just been stuck every single round on the board that's taking the longest. I don't think he is to blame. I don't think he's holding up play, but Ryan Meikle has been the last man through every single time. He's also been involved in some lengthy back and forth games, which I don't think has helped. But he's open with a ton here on throw. Right, bear with me while I have a quick check-in on everything that's going on in the rest of the world of sport. I used to love World of Sport. Anyone remember World of Sport? I might just be the only one old enough. Incredible. Oh. $136. Meikle under a little bit of pressure with the little fish potentially on offer for Van Tripe. If Meikle can't take this, and he doesn't, not only does he not do it, but he doesn't really set up anything. This, if Van Tripe can hit a big visit here, he could really. Oh my word! There it is, the little fish reeled in, Danny Van Tripe, and this game all of a sudden has swung from one side to the other. Meikle looked like he would be able to get that leg done and go within a couple of serving the game out on throw, but Van Tripe finds the little fish, finds a 130 finish. And now this game looks very different, and Van Tripe looks like the most likely. Danny Van Tripe, the lowest ranked player left in this tournament, of course, ranked all the way back in position number 137 on the order of merit. But this is a big move potentially from Jeff Smith. Jeff Smith with an awful lot of work to do to keep his Pro Tour, to keep his tour card. A lot of work to do to keep his tour card. But it's days like today when that work's done for Jeff Smith. Just edging himself closer and closer back up the rankings. ABC's Wide World of Sport. That must be an international. Yeah, we did. So we used to get World of Sport ITV on an afternoon, which was an excellent combination of, well, just bonkers sports, lorry racing and professional wrestling. I'd bring that back in a moment. Like both of those things should be on ITV at prime time. Professional wrestling and lorry racing. That should definitely be replacing some of the garbage that currently is pumped out by ITV on a prime time. Ryan Meikle needs to hit this 116, and he not only does he not hit it, but again, not managing to get any pressure on Danny Van Tripe. And if he takes tops here, he's got 3 darts to get rid of it. Oh, and he can't. But again, Ryan Meikle probably now regretting not getting closer with that, because the 91 is not the easiest checkout. They're not, well, there's none of them easy for me. Double 5. We've seen this. We've seen a few players today come and take that 10 out, that double 5. Danny Van Trapp gets it done, so goes within 1. Ryan Meikle, there are no second chances. You do not get another go at not winning a leg in this match or in this tournament today. Danny Van Trapp, you will now have multiple opportunities to serve this out. And that is the way to start. Danny Van Trapp, 180. Will we see a 9? We haven't seen a 9 today. If anyone in the chat room is aware of one, I have desperately tried to keep abreast of everything going on at once. I don't think we've missed one. We've had, certainly on the live stream featured game, we've had 6 perfect 3 times today so far. Will we get another 6 per? Oh, we won't, Danny. You've let us down, man. But still, Danny Van Trapp is looking like he's going to take some beating here. We need a big visit from Ryan Meikle now. Doesn't have to need to be a big visit. And the visit of 30 is absolutely not going to be enough. Danny Van Trapp. Oh, monster. 1, 3, 4, 87 left. Yeah, Excalibur, that's a good. Might have to do it. I could end up in a bit of a YouTube hole later on at some point, reminding myself of various different things. Danny Van Trapp, yeah, he's teed that up nicely with Ryan Meikle back on 207. Danny Van Trapp has set himself up for 3 darts at double 16 for the match and a place in the quarterfinals. And once he comes back, we will potentially have our quarter-final lineup. And we do 1 dart straight into double 16 for Danny Van Trapp. And we now have our quarter-final fixtures and lineup. They don't tend to mess about too much in Germany. They don't often keep us waiting for ages between games. And now they've held back the others. We've not got any warming up just yet. But I don't think it's generally not usually too long before we get another game or we get the next round up and running. But the quarter-final fixtures are Daryl Gurney against Richie Edhouse, Jeff Smith against Gerwin Price, Danny Van Trapp against William O'Connor, and Josh Rock against Andrew Gilding. Some fascinating fixtures in terms of when you look at. So, all right. So, yeah, one of Danny Van Trapp, William O'Connor, Josh Rock, or Andrew Gilding is going to be in the final today. And not many of them names were mentioned at the beginning. Well, I suppose there's 1 or 2 always mention Josh Rock. They all, like Josh Rock always gets a little bit of a mention. But again, if you take Gezi Price out of that top half of the draw as well, Daryl Gurney, Richie Edhouse, Jeff Smith, Gerwin Price, one of them is going to be in the final today. So while we haven't got a game on in the chat room, you like my pick. I picked Rob Cross at the beginning of the day, and I think lots of our picks have all got because we've had some very strange results today. If you're in the chat room, do me a favor. While we haven't got a game on, give me your updated pick. Will it be Daryl Gurney, Richie Edhouse, Jeff Smith, Gerwin Price, Danny Van Trapp, William O'Connor, Josh Rock, or Andrew Gilding? Who is your tip to go on and win today's event from this point? We're now warming up Daryl Gurney and Richie Edhouse, hopefully, as we tend to do in Europe, moving fairly quickly. What should we do for a feature game here? Right, so what's on the stream over there? Josh Rock and Gilding, Jeff Smith and Gezi. I think we'll go Danny Van Trapp and William O'Connor. I think that's what we'll do. I think we'll go somewhere a bit different and a game that I didn't expect to see at this point in the tournament. So I'm inclined to go for that.
Quick check on our football scores. Arsenal still getting beat. Oh, Man United have levelled up. Casemiro. Still nobody in my fantasy team's picking up any bloody points by the look of it. Which is not helpful in the slightest. Horse is a non-runner. It's all gone wrong. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Right. Go on. We'll see that. Never mind. I haven't got any picks in yet. If you're in the chat room, stick your pick in. We've also got quite a considerable number of people watching this at the minute, but we haven't got a particularly high number of likes on the video. If you could stick your finger and or mouse just above the little thumbs up button and give it a little tap, that would be very, very much appreciated. It helps us out with the algorithm. It helps me not look a mug when people have a look and take the mick and say, oh, you did that all afternoon. There's only 3 people liked it. Well, so if you could like it, that would be really helpful. Come on, let's get some picks in. It's dead hard to not pick Gezi in it just because he's Gezi Price. And he wins things, although he hasn't for a little while. I am going to pick Andrew Gilding. He's just been too consistent all day. We've seen very, very little from him in terms of up and down. He's been very, very consistent throughout the day. And if he keeps that up, if he just keeps averaging a ton, then he'll probably, potentially win. So that's my pick, is Andrew Gilding from here. Please do share your pick in the comments in the chat room, and we can either celebrate or ridicule, depending on what happens over the course of the next couple of hours. Don't think. Yes, we've got. Oh, I just managed to open the stream boards without having to look at Keith Lemon. That's a refreshing change. Are they stream? Are they stream? I wonder if they're streaming all 4. They must. Oh no! Oh, there he is again. It's bloody Lemon again. One click too far there. I'll have to put up with that again. Wonderful start to sports weekend. Only some folks trying to bug me about the Cowboys more since they're waking it up to the toe dance thread. Right, okay. I'll own up to it. I don't know what that means. Dallas Cowboys. I assume that Cowboys refers to Dallas Cowboys and American football. I think. Let's have a look. Cowboys more since they're working up to Trey Lance trade. I assume that Trey Lance trade is some sort of transferring of a player from one team to another. Is he any good? Where's he going to and from? And is it as good a deal as Newcastle United signing Tonali from AC Milan? I suspect it's not. That's the best bit of business that's been done in football this year. We're hanging around a little bit, aren't we? Who do you think will win the tournament? I've just put my pick in, James. I've encouraged everybody to do the same. So I started the day off by picking Rob Cross, and he did me a favour and looked superb for the first half of the event. And then just ran out of steam, got beat by William O'Connor in the round of 32. So I have now, at this point, selected Andrew Gilding as my pick to go on and win the event from here. I'll reiterate, I just think he's been too consistent today. He's done really, really well just in terms of sticking around that ton mark. So I think Gilding will do well at that one. Josh Rock due. I don't know. Is he due? Is a player at that stage of their career due a win? I don't know. Yeah, so the Cowboys I don't think they'll be the team for me. If you were on earlier, I don't know when Jar is a big fan of American football. I am trying to get into it. I'm attempting to sort of this season. I'm going to make a bit more of an effort to watch it a bit more. We did talk about the fact that I could do with basically to support a team, because it might keep my interest a little bit more and keep me going. After some working out of things and some like sort of looking for transferables and things that match up between sports teams I follow for in other sports, we've come to the conclusion that the Washington Commanders will be my American football team. So I am, as of today, or maybe I'll start tomorrow because I've got a busy day today. But as of tomorrow, I will be a Washington Commanders fan. I want to try and learn about them in a way that will help me get into American football a little bit more. This is starting to drag on a little bit, isn't it? I wonder what they're up to in Germany that could take all this time. Goodness me. Arsenal. If Arsenal get beat today, that's a mass upset, isn't it? Like, monstrous. Oh, and Middlesbrough getting beat 3-1 as well. It's not all bad. It's not all bad at all. Oh, I don't know. Underperformed. Who's responsible for leading me to them? Well, it's a combination of, I think, the way that their history in terms of their organisation matches up with the history of my football team, Newcastle United. So I think that was primarily where it was. It was extrapolating teams that had a similar history and setup and organisation to that of my football team. What time does it start? It says 5:15. Good God, you what? Yeah, that is though, I believe, James, local time, which is an hour ahead of UK time because they're in Germany. So I think that means that the expected time for that game to start was about 9 minutes ago. Green Bay. That's going to be another team, isn't it? Is that a suggestion that is that the team you support, or is that the suggestion that should be the team I support? Because the Washington Commanders, I've not supported them for a 24 hours yet, so I've probably still got some wiggle room in being able to get out of that. I've not ordered a shirt or anything like that. Cool. Oh, there we go. We've got another game warming up now. Josh Rock and Andrew Gilding and Darryl Gurney and Richie Edhouse. Hopefully those other two games click on, so they're getting those iPads set up. Yeah, that's good timing as we've changed ownership. And there you see is the parallel being drawn across to Newcastle United. Is people have been through some troubled times and frustration with the owners, and then a new ownership regime in place. So there was some thought behind why they could be the team for me. I'm not quite sure. You know what I haven't done? I need to have a look. I need to have a look at what they're. Cool, I quite like that. It's almost like a burgundy and yellow. Oh, I like that. See, there we go. I like the colour scheme. That's quite. Originally, we did think maybe a black and white, but I'm very much into that maroon and gold. That's right. There we go. I've got the team now. What do I think of Harry Kane playing for Bayern Munich? He'll probably do a better job for them than I would. It's difficult. I mean, he'll do brilliantly for them. He'll score loads of goals. The way that they play and the players that they've got in around him, are almost tailor-made for him to score shitloads of goals. Like, he's got to, he will, without a shadow of a doubt. It doesn't upset me in the slightest. Like, I'm a Newcastle fan. The fact that Tottenham are slightly weakened, then great. Like, I'm happy. I'm more than happy with that. Like, he's the England captain, fine. Like, again, I've spent loads of time watching Kieran Trippier because of Newcastle. I don't think he lost a step from playing out in Spain. I would more than happily see him continue to play for England. I'd rather him play for England in amazing form. I'd rather, if Kane's going to play for England, I'd rather he'd bang 40 goals in and his confidence was on an absolute high, and he was winning the league in Germany, than him getting like, under pressure at Tottenham. I want him coming to England camps like absolutely full of confidence, banging goals in left, right, and centre. So yeah, I've got no problem with it whatsoever. Kane playing for Bayern Munich, as I say, if anything, it makes things marginally. If it weakens Tottenham slightly, then I'm happy as a Newcastle fan. We have got. I prefer the Canadian Football League. I know nothing about the Canadian Football League other than the fact that Dwayne Johnson played in the Canadian Football League for a bit because he wasn't good enough to play in America. We are underway in two of the games. You will see our feature game between Danny Van Trijp and William O'Connor is up on the screen. William O'Connor off to a flyer, 140, but Danny Van Trijp not letting up. Let's hope that this is the way things continue in this game, because this is a flying start as everybody can't stop hitting trebles and scoring over a ton. Josh Rock and Andrew Gilding as well underway in their match. This is nuts. 140, ton, 1, 2, 3. 140, 140, 1, 2, 5. What a leg. Oh, William O'Connor letting the side down with just a 40 down to 56. One dart, bang, Danny Van Trijp. What a ridiculous leg that was. That was completely mad and brilliant. Let's hope more of that, please, gentlemen. Look at that cheeky 116 average for Van Trijp, as William O'Connor maintains. Unbelievable scoring from both. Like top stuff. Right, that didn't mean that's not winning. Goodness me. Van Trijp there just banging a 180 in, just in case his average accidentally slipped below 115. Josh Rock takes the opening leg in his game against Andrew Gilding. William O'Connor up against it here. He's on throw, but that big max from Van Trijp. Oh, William O'Connor, huge, but is it too little too late? He finds the 180, leaves himself double 10, but he might not get a go. Ooh, that's strange. That's an odd. What's happened there? No idea. Danny Van Trijp down to 35. William O'Connor, that max did put him in a good position because now it takes him 3 darts to get there, but he levels up and holds, even though it looked for some time that he wouldn't be able to. So we are on throw. Van Trijp 140 start. Gerwyn Price takes the opener in his match against Jeff Smith, as does Richie Edhouse against Daryl Gurney. Do I think Luke Littler could win a Pro Tour event next year? In truth, I can think of very little that I don't think Luke Littler could win next year. Whether or not he will win them or not, is a harder one. This again, what a ridiculous leg again. This scoring has been completely ridiculous in this match. Van Trijp has played some just ridiculous darts. This is absolutely amazing. What a game so far. He could win anything because he's that good. He's so good.
Such a talent, loads of potential. I absolutely would not be surprised. Danny Van Trijp, 11 dart leg there. Cheeky 11 dart leg is averaging 113. William O'Connor is going to have to play ridiculous darts to make this competitive. Yeah, he could win anything. Luke genuinely could win anything at all. He's a special talent, and I think only time will tell how sustainable it is, how much he can keep it up over a period of time. I would absolutely not be shocked at all if he won a Pro Tour event next year. Genuinely not. Especially because we do get days like today where it opens up a little bit, where, you know, the seeds go out early. A few of the big names aren't there. Like, I think there'll be opportunities for him next year, and he's the sort of kid that's a little take advantage of opportunities. Break in the game against Gerwyn Price. Sorry to let you on this one, Josh, but Gerwyn Price 2-0 up with an early break on Jeff Smith. Gilding and Gurney both levelling up in their games, one apiece in those quarterfinals. Do I think Peter will qualify for the Euros? No. If I had to answer, no, I don't think he will. We saw a little bit from him today. Oh, I just don't. I don't at the minute. He's so unpredictable, though. He could just come out and win an event anytime. Like, Peter Wright can win any event that he enters, but he can also go out in the first round as well. So, difficult to predict. But he certainly... No, I don't think he will. He could, but I don't think he will. William O'Connor needs this. Oh, that is a big, big slip, because if Danny Van Trijp can pin double 10 from here, it's a big breaker throw, and he's going to throw for a 4-1 lead. Taking a little bit on, he does it in 2 darts, so 3-1 up is Danny Van Trijp against the throw. So now throwing to extend that lead even further. And Richie Edhouse again nudges in front of Daryl Gurney. Gurney being solid all day. Gurney's averaging 110, but finds himself 2-1 behind. Who retires first, Peter or Gary? Oh, I mean, I don't know. I'd probably guess. If I had to have a guess, I'd guess Gary. But I don't know. Finger in the air. Everyone's, I don't know. I'd like to think that neither of them financially needed to carry on playing. Like, I'd like to think that they've invested the money they've won well enough, and they've looked after it in a way that means they don't need to keep coming to play darts events. And therefore, it just comes down to who wants to keep playing the longest, who has more on their to-do list that they want to do. In which case, I'd probably say that Peter hangs around a bit longer, because he's probably got more that he wants to achieve. I think Gary's achieved everything that he could have ever dreamt of achieving. And I don't know what his appetite is to carry on winning things, and, you know, what's on his to-do list and his bucket list still to do. But who knows? Who knows? Jeff Smith gets a leg on the board against Gerwyn Price. Gerwyn Price is not going to run away with it. We are not going to be serving any bagels in the quarterfinals, as everybody has a leg on the ball. But Danny Van Trijp with the little fish that we have seen reeled in already by Danny Van Trijp. If he can do it again, he does. But that is a lovely setup. 150, William O'Connor. This is not an easy checkout. This is not straightforward. But he's had a good go at it. He's had a good go at that. William O'Connor leaves 30, but 3 darts at tops. Danny Van Trijp 4, a 4-1 lead. And he only needs 2 darts to get it done. So Van Trijp absolutely powering his way through. William O'Connor with it all to do now. 4-1. The Dutchman leads the Irishman as Gerwyn Price gets another one on the board. Jeff Smith got one back, but Price extends that lead again and just keeps that little bit of arm's reach away. But speaking of having your opponent at arm's reach, Richie Edhouse now 3-1 ahead of Daryl Gurney. Will we see Richie Edhouse in a semi-final today? Will Hendo get a card back next year? I mean, I suppose I think he certainly could. You know, he's 5th on the Dev Tour at the minute. So that tells me that his form is close enough where he could maintain it. It's difficult. It's whether or not he'd want one. Like, he can do. We say it all the time. There has never been a better time to not be a tour card holder. Like, at the minute, he gets invited to Pro Tour events. He's playing the Challenge Tour, but he can also go and play all sorts of different things that he wants. Like, there's all sorts that he can do on TV and off TV, and he can play in all sorts of different tournaments. And I don't know how much he would benefit from being back on the tour. I also think that, and I might be wrong, but I think he turned 50 this year, which means that the World Seniors has now become an option for him. Now, if he could do, Challenge Tour, Super Series, still get invited to a few Pro Tour events because of where he's ranked in the Challenge Tour, and do World Seniors as well, I don't know, like, would he want to go through Q School for that? Don't know. Probably make more money not having a card, I would have thought. Van Tripe now within 1 and opens with a 180. So we are on the verge here. You've got to hope, or you've got to expect, of seeing our first semi-finalist confirmed. 6 starts from 136 for Danny Van Tripe as he gets down to 76. William O'Connor, all he can do is score big and hope to pressurise at 76. Gerwyn Price goes within 1. And have we just been spending the day saying loads of other names, but really just realising that there's one member of the top 10 who has just gone about his business today. Danny Van Tripe wins and does secure a spot in the semi-final. What a day. Surely nobody had Danny Van Tripe picked at the beginning of today for a semi-final. I certainly didn't. Big, big, big win for Danny Van Tripe. At the minute, he's moved 20 spots up the order of merit today. Huge, huge move in the right direction. Gerwyn Price gets the job done, and I know we've got some big Jeff Smith fans in the chat room, but dispatched with ease there as Gerwyn Price averaging over 105. Huge and very comfortable victory. Josh Rock, speaking of comfortable, 4-1. In fact, shall I tell you what we'll do? We'll go with Edhouse and Gurney because of the 2 games, it looks the most like being a bit more competitive as we come towards the end. What we'll do as well, as we get into the semi-finals, I will try and do a bit of tinkering around with my display on my screen to try and get both semi-final streams on as feature games at once. Big 180 from Daryl Gurney there. Richie Edhouse, though, he's done the hard work already in this leg. Leaves double 16, so big ask now for Gurney for this 1-2-4. And if he doesn't take this out, Richie Edhouse has got 3 darts at double 16 to go within 1 leg of the match. As Andrew Gilding gets 1 back, we did say Josh Rock was looking very comfortable
out ahead. Good setup from Gurney, but will he get an opportunity at that 32? Or will Richie Edhouse? And he does go 5-2 ahead. Richie Edhouse is definitely going to get a couple of opportunities to throw for this match now. He's going to get at least 2 opportunities to throw for this match. And that is an absolute shocker of an opener on throw from Daryl Gurney. 24 scored. Richie Edhouse follows him with a 140. And everything I just said about having the darts in hand and throwing for the match, you can completely throw out the window, because that 24 from Daryl Gurney has just handed the darts over to Richie Edhouse and allowed him to essentially have a go at being on throw, yeah? Gurney again, just not putting the pressure on that's required at all. And Richie Edhouse benefiting from it as he moves closer. Oh, the football's all changed as well. Arsenal now ahead. Palace have levelled up with Brentford. And United were 2-0 down at half-time, and now they're bloody winning. What an absolute shocker that is. Ugh. Bloody Man United doing well again. Not on. Match starts incoming, surely, for Richie Edhouse here. And that is a really, really good performance today. If Richie Edhouse, and who's to say that that'll be the end of the day for him, but if Richie Edhouse makes, and he does, Richie Edhouse makes a semi-final where he'll play Gerwyn Price in a semi-final of Pro Tour event number Players Championship 17. Josh Rock within 1. So we are potentially 1 leg away from confirming our semi-final lineup, and that's a good start from the young man from Northern Ireland. Again, that's done a lot today to advance the cause of Richie Edhouse, moving himself in all the right directions in every race that matters at the most important time of the year. Richie Edhouse has today moved in to the Players' Championship green spots. Richie Edhouse started the day without much hope at all of going to Minehead. He now looks like a player who's going to Butlins. He needed a big run to get to the Players' Championship finals, and that is exactly what Richie Edhouse has put in today. A huge, huge run that he's been on. And if he wins again, if he makes a final today, he's almost guaranteed to be there. He's also put himself within £250 of those spots for the World Championships as well. And I appreciate there's still quite some way to go. But Richie Edhouse, that run he's been on today, he could have potentially booked himself into 2 of the biggest events of the year. Gilding, got to take this 25 out, surely. That would be a break, though. And is it then game on if Andrew Gilding breaks here? Oh, gold finger. Opportunity allowed to come and go there. Josh Rock letting him get away with murder a bit here. Looks like he's set up and gone outside of tops. Gillian will go for double 6, and he goes straight in, 1 dart into double 6. Now that was a game of a break, break of throw. for Gilding. And he's just trying to, or he's just starting to play his way back into this match. Big 140 opening. Josh Rock, though, only needs to hold once, and he will get a go to throw for the match. He will get to try and hold out for a semi-final meeting with Danny Van Tripe. Gilding, though, just lifting his level at the right time, it may seem. Could he just edge Rock out? Sorry, that noise. Just opening myself a tin of pop. It's too early. I mean, I know it's a Saturday, and it's nearly 5 o'clock, but it is probably too early for a tin of anything stronger than pop just now. Good progress in this leg from Gilding, but you've got to assume the next leg will be the big and important one, with Rock only needing one more leg to close it out. Is he having one off here? And is he focused on that next leg where he will start with the darts in hand? Goodness me, Gilding's had a right bash at that, hasn't he? Is Gilding just working himself up? Is he just playing himself into enough form that might allow him to break Josh Rock? And he's going for it. He's made a game of it, and it's competitive. But we do know that, and we've seen today from Josh Rock, that all of a sudden, when it's important to do so, he just turned it on. Earlier on, it looked like he was about to exit in his match against Connor Scott. Josh Rock just found a 180, followed by a 97 checkout. Boom, off you go, done. Gilding got to break in this match, and a trebleless opening visit does not get him the start he needs. Could get tense, this. If Gilding can post a big score, put a bit of pressure on Rock, this could get really tense. Coffee's finally overcame tea as a favourite drink in the UK. Is it really? That's an interesting fact if that's the case. I reckon I'm about 50-50. I drink coffee until about lunchtime, and then after lunchtime I drink tea. So I drink both coffee and tea. We invested in a new coffee machine about 3 months ago, and I probably drink a lot more coffee since we've upgraded our coffee machine because it's particularly good. I would have had a cup of tea on here, and sometimes, well, Mrs. S is away at the minute, and she will often sneak cups of tea in for me while I'm on the stream. But whilst I'm on my own, I can't leave you all while I go and brew up and do a cup of tea. So I haven't had a cup of tea this afternoon on the stream, which is a bit sad. Josh Rock 101 for the match. Nicely set up. One trebleless visit, but the rest of them he's just worked his way through nicely. This leg could be a very standard holder throw. Sets up the 56. Andrew Gilding, it's going to need, we thought it might be something a bit special, but has he left himself too much to do? No big ton plus visit in this leg. And when the opportunity's presented itself, is he just too far away? To that combination now for Josh Rock. But there's a bit of pressure because 60 is very gettable for Andrew Gilding. But Josh Rock doesn't care about pressure. And there is the 56 that was required. And Josh Rock is a semi-finalist. We're going to get a Rock Price final, aren't we? Are we? Is everyone else back in that? I know Van Tripe has been amazing today, so has Richie House. With the greatest respect to both of them, we're probably going to get a Rock Price final, aren't we? And that's cool. I'm looking, that's amazing. So, ladies and gentlemen, watchers, followers, subscribers, visitors, My mum, maybe. She sometimes tunes in to watch me. Semi-finals are Richie Edhouse against Gerwin Price and Danny Van Tripe against Josh Rock. One of those four will be today's winner. It's going to be a Price Rock final, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. However, right, I'm going to leave you all very, very shortly. I'm going to go and check on my kids. They're not unsupervised, don't worry. I'm just going to go and say hello to them. I'm going to call into the smallest room in the house. I'm going to leave you with a quick ad break for 1 minute or so. I'm probably 30 seconds. I'll be as quick as I can. And I'll be back with you very quickly. And we're back. Sorry, everybody. It is just marginally harder when I'm on my own to keep backwards and forwards. There are over the what we're up to now. 5 hours exactly to the moment. So yes, there are occasions over the course of 5 hours where I do have to visit the facilities. Laura's picking Josh. Yeah, do you know what? It's hard to back against him, isn't it? He just seems to have if I'm honest, he's put the best starts I've seen from him today has come every time I've thought he might lose. Every time I've thought, he's a bit riskier, he's just turned it on and done something. That finish, closing that game out against Connor Scott was just superb because I just thought he was done for at that point, and then just exactly when he needed it, bang, 180 goes in, 97 checkout. Thank you very much. And it has, we have seen a bit of a pattern, I think, whereby we have seen the best of him when we've needed to see it today, which is a really good sign. Shows that he knows how to win things. So hard to argue with that pick. Who's my favourite now? I think I've just talked Josh Rock up to a point where, I mean, It is just, it's boring, but it's hard not to pick Gezi, isn't it? Like, very hard not to pick Gezi because he's played well today. Like, he averaged over 105 in his last game. Like, he's playing really well. Very tough to argue against it. So I would have to say Gezi's the favourite, I think. Yeah, I definitely think you're right, Laurie. For me, it's one of the most impressive things about his game. Like, obviously, him throwing the darts into the right bit of the board is impressive because that's his job at the end. We know he can do that, and all of the darts players can do that. There's nobody with a tour card that hasn't got the ability to throw a dart into the treble 20. That's what they do. It's doing it under pressure at the right time with the level of consistency that's required. And I just think that the thing that impresses me the most all the time about his game is that he does it when he needs to the most. It just seems to be when it's really required, he can just dig in and find that 180 and find that finish. Beep. Oh, it looks like we've started to warm up. Only in one game, though, but we certainly don't look like we're too far away as we are drawing to the end. Probably just an hour away from the end of our time together this afternoon. So one thing to remember going into the semi-finals is we do play to 7. We've played to 6 all day today, so do hold back on celebrating when your favourite darts player gets to 6. They're not quite over the line just yet, and we are playing first to 7. Come on, let's get this rocking and rolling. Meanwhile, I'll have a quick check of the final football scores. Have we got final football scores yet? Don't put you on the spot. Who's the better dart player, Phil or Gob? Well, not on the spot at all, Gob. Yeah, I think it's universally accepted. Gob is a better player than Phil. I've never played darts with Phil, but I just think it's. I think Phil would answer almost the same without having to think too much about it. Gob's probably the best player of the online darts team. I don't think he's got a great deal of competition, to be fair. It's not like the rest of us are particularly talented. But I think, yeah, Gob's definitely the best player on the team, I would have thought. Why are we only warming up in one game? Has anyone got the streams on? Is anything happening on the streams just yet? I keep terrifying myself every time I look at my phone I don't know if anyone can actually make out my new home screen on my phone. Or guess what that is. But it does terrify me every time I glance at my screen. And that's I set it up as a joke the other day and it made all my kids laugh. So I've probably kept it for a couple of days longer than I intended to. And it does make me shit myself every time my phone goes off. Right, we're now warming up in both games, which makes me think we're set up on both sets of controls and any moment now. Favorite ref or caller? Oh man. Well, I don't know. I mean, I had a hell of a good night out once with Kurt Bevins, and he's like a right good laugh. Everything I didn't expect him to be honest. Now, it's not that I didn't expect him to be a good laugh, but he was just. You see these people on the TV, don't you? And they just like stand and read the scores. You don't find out a lot about them as people. But I had a decent chat with him in Minehead and with Jar as well, and we had a good night out. So yeah, Bevins is a good bloke, nice fella. Yeah, correct, Bob. I just keep reminding everyone we are playing now to 7. Don't celebrate when your player gets to 6. They've not quite got over the line just yet. Right, let me just have a quick look here. 50 profit. And there we go. We're underway we're underway in both semi-finals. Right. So we've got, let's have a little tinker with the display here. Oh, because we can get rid of one of these, can't we? We don't need them both open. Right. We've got Richie Edhouse and Gerwin Price there. Let's do this. Just bear with me a moment because I'm working on it. It's not like an official second screen, to be honest. It's my lad's telly that I've robbed out of his bedroom while he's away. I'd like to be able to make it a bit bigger, but I don't think I can. In a way that... here we are. This is better. Why is that so bleeding big? Sorry, bear with me. There. That's better, isn't it? Are we happy with that? I think that's okay. If you can't see it, let me know if I've missed something off the screen. But so, it's arsing with the scores now. Sorry, I'm going to have to clap on with it because I've made it too big and we're going to end up having to move down them. Right, hang on. I think that's all it needs is a bit of that. Bleeding stupid thing. There we go. Right, so both of them. Ooh, Danny Van Tripe has played some absolutely amazing darts today, and he's took a break off Josh Rock in the opening leg. Rock scoring well though and coming back at him. Rich Yedhouse, solid opener. Josh Rock fighting his way back in. A couple of big 140s. Gezi Price, though, is going to race down to the 130. Dan, can we have an Oasis pun for Boise? I don't know if I can do an Oasis pun out of me. my head. I don't do loads of Oasis puns. And I'm not good at thinking them on the spot. I'm better if just over the course of the stream, they just come to me little by little. Having that? There's an Oasis pun slid in really quickly. I'll keep thinking of a few more. Stand by me. Right. It's awful, isn't it? Richie House got to take out 91. Oh, Josh Rock. Broke immediately back after Danny Van Tripe broke him in the opener, broke back straight away. Gerwyn Price takes him 3 darts to do it, but he gets rid of the 10 points he had left to go 2-0 ahead. And is the Welshman just going to get off here? He's a good front runner. We know Gerwyn Price is an excellent front runner. And when he starts getting ahead, he's very, very difficult to chase down. Starts again with a 140 with Ed House not able to find a treble. Big scores needed from Ed House. Rock looking much, much more confident on throw now than he did in that opening leg. Van Tripe not able to find the consistent big scoring that's really got him through to this point in the tournament. Seems to be both games actually seem to be playing at a good pace. It seems that we're getting very, very quick updates. Josh Rock maybe at risk on his throw again here after that big 180 from Van Tripe. If Josh can't get rid of this 10 points, find that double 5 and messes around a little bit, Van Tripe's going to get darts. Oh, and he finds it with his 3rd dart in hand. Josh Rock, when it was most important, back to the wall, managed to find that double. And oh, that is an awful start on throw for Danny Van Tripe, only managing to find a 28 in his opening visit. But is Gerwyn Price currently at risk of getting broken after 4 trebleless visits on the spin? Rich Jaros has come back for double 8 for a breaker throw, takes it and breaks the Welshman. Did I speak too soon? Van Tripe scoring now, but that opening visit of 28 has put him hugely up against it in this leg. And Rock just finding a bit of consistency down to 161 after 9. Headhouse looking to try and hold here to tie this game up with a Desmond. Bit of pressure on Rock at the minute, but he is against the darts, and that's a good setup. That down to that 71. Good finish there from Josh Rock, 3-1 ahead, which is exactly the scoreline that Gerwyn Price is hoping to achieve if he can get rid of this 96. He can't, however, leads himself a single dart out if he comes back. But if Richie Edhouse can hit this 86 and tie himself up, things are going to get interesting. Oh my word. So I do apologise for all the beeping. I'm clearly a popular guy this afternoon. Right. Headhouse levels. Gerwin Price opens with a 39. I wish I could find a way to stop my phone beeping through my computer every 10 seconds. I think I'm going to have to deactivate me. I'll have to deactivate my WhatsApp. There we go. See if that works. Average losses plentiful today. A few cents over. Yeah, we've seen some very unusual results today, Excalibur. Some very strange ones. We're not seeing a strange result there in Josh Rock scoring rampantly and then cleaning up the doubles for a 4-1 lead. But just opportunities being granted here to Richie Headhouse that he probably shouldn't be getting. Gezi Price he seems that when his doubles are on, his scoring is not quite right. Oh, Richie Headhouse, 107 checkout for a 3-2 lead over Gerwin Price. And a break of throw. Oh, he's not backed it up, though. That is not what he would have wanted to do, is to break the Gerwin Price throw and then start his own with a 43, because it's only a break of throw and it only counts if you can then hold, because it doesn't gain you anything otherwise. Josh Rock looking very comfortable here. Even when he's not quite on it, Danny Van Tripe isn't either. And could this be an opportunity for another break? If Rock can find a couple of trebles here, will we see another break of throw? Van Tripe needs to lift his levels here, or he's just going to be pushed out of this match. Josh Rock will be first to a finish. Can we see another big monster checkout from Richie Headhouse? This 1-2-6 has got to go, because Gezi Price, you would back him to take that 56 out the way he's been finishing today. And Headhouse, oh, he's gone for it. And he's just, it looks, I think he's come inside double 12. Price now 56 to immediately, oh, it doesn't take it though. Price misses the doubles. Richie Headhouse double 6 for a 4-2 lead. And to back up that breaker throw with a hold, will he get Gerwin Price at arm's length? He does. It takes him all 3 darts to get rid of the 12. But Richie Headhouse moves 4-2 ahead as Josh Rock comes back for 25. Two dart combo straight in, 9-8-8 does it for Josh Rock. 5-1 ahead, and Josh Rock is 2 legs away from a final. Gerwin Price, massive opener here, but he is a breakdown. Richie Headhouse, all he's got to do is hold his throw from here on out, and he will be in the final. But Gezi Price scoring big, goes 180, 135, 140, huge. He's down to 46 after 9. Headhouse not even within a max, miles back. But does it matter? Headhouse could have one off because he's got that break of throw. Again, Rock. Big. 140, 140, 140. 81 after 9. Josh Rock looks like he is progressing with ease to the final today. But I think we're in for a far more complicated conversation about who he plays. Rock just messed around with that one a little bit. 75 leaving 6. He's going to come back for double 3. Not a straightforward double. Not many players in the world would pick to leave themselves double 3.
Price still not able to close this leg out. Edhouse can't finish still. If Price doesn't nail this double two, he's in bother. If he doesn't get rid of 4, and he does, straight into the double two. Now, can Richie Edhouse just sustain this and hold it and just keep going Price at bay? Josh Rock has thrown this leg away. Rich House once again opens with a 43 on throw. Like, he keeps doing this. He keeps starting off when he desperately needs to hold and throwing a 43 opener. These two are arsing around now, Van Tripe and Rock, with their doubles. Josh Rock is in the madhouse. He comes, it takes him 3 darts to hit double 1, but he does it, and he's now 6-1 up and 1 leg away from today's final, from the final of PDC Players Championship event number 17. I'm just going to really quickly close my conservatory door because one of my neighbours has started banging and rattling something. So just so that we don't get any interference, I'm just going to nip and close the door. Beauty of living in a village is it's not a bad thing, but half the village have got their own diggers, and all of a sudden on a Saturday afternoon decide they're going to start digging up half the road. Big score again. He did it earlier on. Oh wow, Richie Edhouse 84, big leg, now 5-3. He did hold that. He maintains that lead over Gerwin Price, and he's still just potentially now 2 holes of throw away from the match. Josh Rock 88, done, bang. 140, 93, 180, 88. Thank you very much, Josh Rock. A 7-1 victory. Huge victory there. And what a performance from Josh Rock as he books his place in the final, as many predicted before we went into it. Now, the big question is, who will Josh Rock face in the final? Will it be Gerwin Price or will it be Richie Edhouse? Now, the big question there is just if Richie Edhouse can hold his throw. Gerwin Price can throw 9 darters on his own throw, but as long as he doesn't break Richie Edhouse is winning. Because he's 1 break up and he's close to the line. Gerwin Price, that's a good leg though. Gerwin Price has looked amazing, but he's looked amazing on his own throw. All of his best work in this game, Gerwin Price has done on his own throw. And he has to get a break. But if he does break, Gerwin Price would then have the darts to throw for the match. So he's only got to break Edhouse once. And that is a big 180. Exactly when he needed it. Because he can't let Edhouse get... If Edhouse gets within 1, it's good, solid, that consistent from Edhouse. That 140, 140. He's forcing Gerwin Price to have to throw maxes to stay in the leg. Edhouse will get a go at 124. And he'll be able to set something up with Price back on 191. He sets it up perfectly. Edhouse throws 92. So you will get 3 darts at double 16 to go within 1 leg of the final. Gerwin Price not putting as much pressure on that as we may have hoped. Richie Edhouse, 3 darts at double 16. He only needs 1 and goes within 1 leg. 6-4, Richie Edhouse leads in a race to 7. Gerwin Price is going to have to reel off 3 legs on the bounce. All right, come on. I'm trying to put the stream on, but... Oh, it's Keith Lemon again.
This is absolutely not the start to his own throw Gerwyn Price needed at all. Because he can't make a mistake now, Gerwyn Price. And Richie Eddowes finds a couple of trebles here. He's going to get a go at throwing for the match. Like, he's going to get a go at finish. He's going to get... Ooh, 57. This is tight. Tight. Price cannot make a mistake, though, at all now in this game. How much pressure? Big pressure. 102 from Price. Has to go. We've seen Redhouse check out all sorts in this match. All sorts. It doesn't go Richie Eddowes 104 for the match. For a place in the final against Josh Rock, 104 Richie Eddowes. Does... Oh, he's gone close there. He's missed double 18. He's come inside, hasn't he? Come inside double 18. Richie Eddowes, I think, has had a match. I think he's had a match start. Gerwyn Price takes the 48 out. Let's have a look. See what Redhouse. Oh, Richie Eddowes did have a match start. He went the 20. He threw treble 16 and missed double 18. Came inside. He's throwing now for the match. But if Richie Eddowes gets broken here, it's surely advantage Gerwyn Price, and Gezi goes on to win. That's a big slip from Eddowes. No treble. If Price scores well here, the pendulum could have swung all the way towards Wales. Can Richie Eddowes cling on to this lead and just get this game done in this leg? Gerwyn Price 101 to force a noble, a deciding. Oh, and he does. It goes after the max. Put the pressure on. It's 6-all. Gerwyn Price has the darts in hand now. Will we just see a hold and done? We saw a big celebration on the stream from Gezi Price after that last leg. And this leg is going all his way at the minute. 140, 180. Eddowes struggling in the scoring phase of this leg as he just lost his composure at the wrong time. It looked like all the hard work was done for Richie Eddowes. Oh, Gezi Price. 140, 180, 90, 91. Done. That is a very, very impressive finish. I know I did say some time ago that it's going to be Rock against Price, isn't it? And lo and behold, Rock against Price it is in the final. Really good finish there, though, from Gerwyn Price. Very, very impressive. Just make this a bit bigger. Get some of my background out of the screen. I wonder if I can zoom this a bit. I would like to be more of an expert in how I use my computer, you know. But unfortunately, I'm not particularly gifted on that front. So, last chance for predictions in the chat room. You've now got a 50-50 chance of getting it right. But who wins from here? Is it Gerwin Price or is it Josh Rock? Let's get your predictions in. When you type your prediction, you find that little button on the stream with a little thumb on it and give it a click as well, because the likes are good for the algorithm. It makes me feel good. It massages my ego a bit. It makes me feel I haven't wasted my afternoon. But if you could click on the like button for me, that would be tip top. And then put into the comments box your predictions. Will it be Gerwin Price? Will it be Josh Rock? And because we've only got one game, let's do score predictions as well. Don't forget, we are in the final playing the first to 8. So we played first to 6 to most of the day. Semi-finals, we do first to 7. And here in the final, we will play to 8. So I am going to go with a Gerwin Price victory. And I think he'll win 8-5. That's my insight for what it's worth. What else have we got in the chat room? Stick your predictions in. We'll have a look through and we can all laugh at them at the end when they're nowhere near correct. Joel is with me. He thinks Gezi Price. Bob thinks Gezi Price as well. He thinks Gezi's going to win 8-6. Anybody brave enough to pick Rock? He's played well today, Josh Rock. Like, I'm almost a bit annoyed with myself for not picking him. Like, I feel like I'm not having the faith that I should have, but I guess he's just been solid. He's just averaged a ton again. His last few games have just been really solid. I'm just not sure that Rock, I mean, Christ, 171, but there wasn't a huge amount coming back for a Lord's parts that game. Danny Van Tripe, I think, ran out of steam a little bit in that one, which is a bit of a shame because he'd played so well all day. Right. Well, this is going well. We'll be finished in time for the football. Well, not in time for kickoff, but at least I'll get to watch a decent chunk of the football anyway. And then the boxing's on tonight. It's a full day of sport for me. Are we yet warming up in the final? I don't think we are, but they're not going to hang about, are they? These two don't hang about either. This will be played at some pace, I think, this final, because neither of these players like to hang about. They are both very, very rhythmic, fast-paced players. So I think we're going to see a good pace. This does. Let's just have a quick look. So Richie Edhouse, we've seen where he's finished there. He's now just Richie Edhouse, £250 away from a World Championship spot. I appreciate there is still some time to go. Josh Rock, though, qualifying for everything. Will I watch MODUS Super Series this evening and see Fallon hit another 9? I probably won't watch I probably won't see the Super Series
live tonight. But I have it on I have the Super Series on a series link. I just have it. I'm lucky enough to have Sky Q, so I have a series link on, so it records. It records everything, so I just watch them as and when. I will probably watch the Brighton West Ham match after I've finished talking you guys through the final. And then I'll watch Usyk against Dubois tonight. I'll watch the boxing. I think there's some decent fights on the undercard. So I will watch that. And then I will more than likely watch the Super Series with a big pot of coffee tomorrow morning when I get up out of bed. That's more than likely what I'll do. And then it's Newcastle-Liverpool tomorrow afternoon. So a proper sporting extravaganza for me this week. So a right good session of sport. Are we up and running yet? We're not, are we? Come on. Yes, James, another tournament, exactly the same as this. Same format, same players, to be fair. Yeah, today what you have been following is Players' Championship event number 17 from Hildesheim in Germany. We will see Players' Championship event 18 tomorrow. So yes, exactly the same time, same format. Won't be me. I'm not sure, to be completely honest with you, who is in the chair tomorrow. Not 100%. Guess it's probably Baz. I would have thought Phil will be on. Don't know if he's on solo or if he's got some company. I know it's not me because I'm busy with other stuff, but I guess it'll be Phil. Maybe Gob. Don't know what Gob's up to tomorrow. He might be in it. His online dance part of MODUS. Do you know what? Probably. Probably. No, they're separate. They're separate entities. They're linked quite a lot. Similar. They cross over some staff and they cross over some resources, but they are separate. Separate entities, separate things. Otherwise, this would just be the MODUS live stream, wouldn't it? Or we'd have, or whatever. So yeah, they are different things. Right, I tell you what, it's all gone well in the. It's all gone well at York today. As I just quickly run myself through the racing results, it's gone very well at York today. We've still got a couple of bits to do as well elsewhere. Oh, lovely. Right, why are we? Here we are, warming up. It looks like we're about to get underway. Are we on the stream yet? No, stream says starting shortly. But it does look like any moment now. Same stress tomorrow. Yeah. I can only imagine, Laura. I can only imagine. 2-2 Arsenal. Was it 2-2? Get in. Did it finish at Desmond? Well, I'm sure I stopped checking that score because I saw that Fulham were down to 10 men and Arsenal had gone ahead. After getting back to 2, did Arsenal get beat after that? I mean, that is funny. Oh, England rugby team lost to Fiji as well. Goodness me. That looks like it's been a bit of a disaster. Jar did assure me earlier on that
it was crap and things weren't going well, and it looks like he had that absolutely bob on. Goodness me, you are right. Fulham, 10 men of Fulham pulled it back against Arsenal. That's hilarious. Goodness me. I'm just gutted Man United pulled it back and went ahead. Did the heavy metal kid participate today? I'm assuming by heavy metal kid is probably generous. You mean Ryan Searle? In which case, no, he didn't. He didn't. I don't believe he's travelled to Germany for this event. So we didn't see Ryan today, and as I understand it, we won't see Ryan tomorrow. We'll have MLB, must be Major League Baseball, I assume. The Irish game or another. What's the Irish game? What's is that must be? What is that? Am I missing something there? Am I being thick? It's not. You all get upset. The teenage boys think they do better. I love that. Yeah. Yeah, I've got an 8-year-old and a teenager. I've got a 14-year-old and an 8-year-old and a littler one as well. So I almost understand exactly those ages in terms of how the kids will react to things. Do we know what week Luke's going to be back on MODUS? I'm not sure off the top of my head. Phil is the expert, as you know, on that, as is Gob. They will probably be able to answer you tomorrow. I'm certain they will. I'm just not as close to it as they are, and I don't see all of the stuff in advance before it happens. But we are underway in the final. We've got Gerwin Price against Josh Rock. First to 8. Don't forget, if you haven't got your predictions in yet, I will allow you the first leg to get your predictions in as to whether you think it's going to be a Wales or a Northern Ireland celebration in Hildesheim, Germany today. Blow for blow at the minute. Gezi Price with the darts. One 6-7 for Josh Rock. Imagine if that went. It's taken a little while on the update, that. Oh, no, never mind. Right, 81 for Gezi Price for a hold of throw in the opening leg. Good start, and it goes in 3 darts. Solid finish there from the Welshman, and a good opener. Josh Rock can't afford a mistake when he hasn't got the darts, even over this form. Both of these players play so quickly. Gerwin Price is such a good front runner. If Gezi Price catches an early break, he could be tough to catch, but that is an early slip from Gezi Price, 43. Rock already finding that 140, so already looks like this leg is lost to Price. And we expect Rock to hold from here. 100-point advantage after 6 darts. As Rock gets down to the big fish. 170. He doesn't need to find it. Price is all the way back on 266. Doesn't have to find that. He sets the 80 up. How did we do that? Just messing around a little bit there, Rock. Double 15 he comes back for. Goes in the first dart, ties it up. I do think that neither player really can afford any slip. I think one break wins this match on either side. I think the first person to break, they're both such rhythmic, fast players. That's a bit weird. I was going to say we had a strange little stutter there. A technology problem. 140 here from Rock makes it interesting. Very interesting, in fact. Against the darts. This is getting interesting. $97 for a break of throw for Josh Rock. And it goes. 97 goes. So I just say I will be backing whoever got the first break of throw, and Josh Rock gets that break of throw. He's now ahead in this match, and as long as he holds his own darts, he'll win it. That's all he's got to do. But that isn't the best start to it. A 57 is no use whatsoever to him. Especially if Going Price comes and does that. And we're very quickly, perhaps, on the face of looking at that break of throw that Josh Rock found becoming absolutely meaningless. Because Going Price has immediately knocked the door down in this leg. The 180 followed by a little slip, but still 90 points ahead. Price Rock needs multiple trebles, probably a max, in order to feel like he's ahead. And that is an absolute catastrophe again. 25 is nowhere near good enough from Josh Rock. And he risks here all his hard work that he fought for that game of throw, that break. Why do I keep saying Game of Thrones instead of break of throw? It's the strangest thing that my brain and mouth won't stop doing that, and it's becoming a little bit irritating. However, Josh Rock can only pressure the 60 that Going Price has got remaining. And how much pressure will be on it? Not a huge amount. He would have wanted to find an extra treble to that. Just the one treble there from Josh Rock. So Price, how comfortable will this 60 be? 20 double tops. He loves that double top, and it takes him 3 darts, but he does it. And the break of throw is null and void and gone. And now Going Price has got this game back on throw. And once again opens with a max. And the former world champion is just looking like he might be starting to make a move in this game. If he can put a couple of legs together, that's another big score. Price down to a finish, down to that 136. Another big score though from Rock. No, that's not good enough. Can't get down to a finish. So Gezi Price will get 6 starts from 136. He could just tee something up here. And he does exactly that. 51 left for Price. Rock back 179. Let's see what pressure we can put on that 51. He can't go out from here, but 59 leaves 120 Shanghai for Josh Rock if he does get to come back to the hockey, and that is a big if because the finishing and going price has been very, very high level today, and it once again that goes 51 goes out, and the opportunities to break the throw of going price are starting to run out for Josh Rock. You're not going to get that many opportunities. And Going Price, who's got the game on throw, he's got the darts, is just going to keep trying to edge closer and closer to the finish line with every holder throw. Rock not able to capitalise on Price not finding a treble. And that big score, again, just might... If Rock can't find something big, just put Price once again in the driving seat. That's all right from Rock, but might not be big enough if Price finds 2 trebles here. Oh, and he doesn't find 1. Or even 320s. That's awful. 44. Can you capitalise, Josh Rock? Can you get down to a finish? Needs to be big from Price, but you've got to assume he's not going to be too concerned. He gets to a finish. He gets to the 170. Don't forget, Price doesn't need to break Rock now from this point. He just needs to hold his own throw, and Going Price will win Players Championship event 17. And it is Josh Rock that needs to make the game here. Can the Welshman reel in the big fish? Oh, he's gone close. He's missed the bull, I think. He must have done. He missed the bull. He's gone treble 20, treble 20. He missed the bull, but now pressure on this 68 from Josh Rock, because if he doesn't take it out, Going Price is coming back for... Oh, and that's good. That's good from Josh Rock taking out that, because Going Price there sat on a very, very gettable finish. Now, could this swing the other way? Josh Rock needed to dig in and take that check out, and he did. Going Price, 2 visits on his own throw, can't find a treble. Josh Rock could pinch the advantage here. Just not able to capitalise there in that last visit. But another trebleless visit from Price. Didn't, but could have allowed Rock in. Price looking to go halfway there with this leg. If he wins this leg, he's halfway to the title. Halfway to winning something, and it seems to be some time since Going Price has won anything at all. If anyone, I can't remember what the last thing Going Price won was. If you can remember and you're brighter than me, stick it in the comments, stick it in the chat so I can remind myself. Now, Josh Rock, 82 to break. His combination finishing's been good today, Josh Rock, and he needs it here. That big 180's put him in position. Gave him the chance, but he hasn't been able to capitalise. And once again, Going Price comes 1 dart, holds, and he is halfway there. Josh Rock, half of his opportunities to break the throw are gone. Doesn't count. Josh Rock got away with that trebleless start. He's going to have to bang a score in, though, here, because 1 more break from Price, and surely it's open. 123 is good. Yeah, I think you're right, Cameron. I seem to recall that being the last time we saw him win anything on his own. Just having a leg off, maybe, Price, but as long as he holds his own throws, it doesn't matter at this point. Oh, big from Rock. Big. The biggest. The maximum. And he's going to get 6 darts from 80 to tie this game up at 4-all. And then he'll have another go at breaking the throw of Price. How many darts will he need to get rid of this 80? He needs 3, but he's done it on that visit. Price again. She was going quick there. She was a bit jumpy. Started with a 97. What can Josh Rock reply with? Oh, a max. Is this where it happens? Is this the break? Is this where Josh Rock makes a move to put a hand on that title? Can he follow that 180 up? Can he go back to back? 3 times on the stream today, we've seen 6 perfect darts. And Christ. The less said about that, the better, I think. Oh, that must hurt. Because that is big. After Josh Rock started with that 180, that 21 is being punished as Price goes 140, 180, gets himself down to 84 after 9. And after throwing a 180 and a 140, Josh Rock is looking at maybe not even have a dart at a double in this leg. If Gerwyn Price, he's missed a double. He's missed a double, leaving Josh Rock 160. He takes a ton. 5-5 for Gerwyn Price. Rock is breathing down his neck on the 60, and Price can't get rid of it. Looks like he's gone outside twice, then inside. Josh Rock 60 for a break of throw. Oh, but he looks like he's come inside the 20. Both having a bit of a battle with the doubles here. Price comes back for 5. He'll go 1-2-2. And it goes in 3 darts to get there. Another opportunity just slipped through the fingers of Josh Rock, and Gerwyn Price edges himself another leg closer to victory. He's now just within 3. Josh Rock can't slip up from here because Price is just too close to the finishing line. He's got to keep winning his own legs and then hope for an opportunity on the Price throw. But he's not going away, Gezi Price. He's just pecking at Josh Rock, not allowing him to make any mistake at all. Will Price be first to a finish? It looks that way. Price is first to a finish. Price will get a go at 85. What can Josh Rock do with 181? He can do a ton so he can get it to 81, but he might not even get a go at it. He might not get a look at that 81. Oh, Price. Oh, he's bounced around the doubles there. He's left himself 5 again. And we did get rid of the 5 in the last one. Josh Rock can't take his finish out. He can't get rid of the 81. And Gezi Price again gets rid of 5. That's another break of throw. Price within 2. Gerwyn Price is capitalising on every single mistake that Josh Rock makes. Not mistake, but every time he doesn't score highly, every time he doesn't check something big out, Price is there. Do I think having European qualifiers on Mondays is better? So, I mean,
I know we're here for content, Bob, but I know that I'm supposed to offer insight. It makes no difference to me at all. I mean, see, I work a 9-to-5 job, so I can't follow them anywhere, whether they're on a Monday or a Friday, because I'm busy at work on both of those days. We don't live stream them, so that's not, it's not something that really crosses over with us either. It makes no odds to me whatsoever. Whether they do the Euro qualifiers on a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, overnight. I'm sure some people have a view on it, but I don't. If I'm completely honest, yeah, it's having 2 5s on the bounce. Like, good on him. Like, they're not easy finishes. They're not easy. Like, hitting a big number under pressure there is hard. Like, they're not easy finishers. But break's only a break if you hold your throw. Josh Rock has got 3 darts at tops. To break straight back. And he does. Josh Rock breaks straight back. Now has the darts to tie this game up. Is this going to get interesting? It looks like we might be... Oh, Josh. Not the start you want, my friend. I'm sure I've just heard a train go past. But I don't live near a railway line. I don't know what that was. Must have been some sort of lorry. Bizarre. Is this your job and your job? Yeah, this is not my job, mate. I genuinely appreciate the fact that you feel I have anywhere near the professionalism in order for this to be my job. That's very, it warms my heart. But no, this isn't my job. I have a proper job. Arguably a career, like a real grown-ups career and job. This is very much my hobby. It's something I do because I enjoy it. I really enjoy the darts. I really enjoy the online darts team and the lads are ace, and I like doing this and talking to you all and talking about darts for the day. So yeah, it's I have a real grown-ups job, and this is my hobby. Big score needed here from Josh Rock. Because you would not push the Shanghai past Gerwyn Price at all. He's really good at hitting treble 20s and he's really good at hitting double 20s. So the Shanghai almost seems like the perfect finish for Gerwyn Price. But there's pressure on it and he doesn't take it out. He looks like he's missed. He's hit the treble and then he's hit the 20 and he's just missed up inside the double. But Josh Rock, 59 to tie up this game 6-all. And then things get in. Oh, but Josh has missed the double. He's missed double top now. So Gerwyn Price. Oh, he's missed outside 3 times. He's missed outside double 10 3 times, Gerwyn Price. Josh Rock comes back for the same double to hold and tie this game up. Josh Rock for double 10. Oh, he's got inside as well. This is torturous. Both players with opportunities, and Gerwyn Price comes back first start in hand. And now he goes within 1 leg. That was another breaker throw. And Gerwyn Price is now serving for the match, so to speak, opening with a ton. 7-5 ahead of Josh Rock. First to 8. Is Gerwyn Price getting back into the habit of winning just at the most important time of the year with all of the biggies ahead? Yeah, I think the X means the bust, and I think there's a 0 with the line through it that I think means no score, like they've hit outside, one way or the other. I used to be able to know if that. I can't remember. I'd have to. It's one of them things that when I see it, I know it.
I genuinely don't mind. Like, I'm not really of one player or the other. It's nice to see young players get on and do well. Gerwin Price is a terrifying prospect for all the darts players I support at the top end. Like, you know, I'm not the world's biggest Gerwin Price fan, but I have absolutely nothing against the bloke at all. I think like he's an amazing darts player. He's just not sort of on the list of generally because I support the players from the northeast generally. But 3-match darts for Gerwin Price, 3 darts at double top. There is some pressure on it because Rock scored well in this game and he's down to 20. But he doesn't get a go because Gerwin Price only needs 1 match dart, and the winner of the PDC Players Championship Event 17 from Hildesheim in Germany is the Iceman, Gerwin Price, who wins with an average of 94 over Josh Rock, who takes the silver medal for today's event. And ladies and gentlemen, I will thank you very much after 6 hours and 6 minutes with you this afternoon. I will thank you very, very much for you paying attention to the nonsense that I have spouted, for listening to me and Jarlath have a bit of a catch up, for following and enjoying the darts with me, and as always, for taking part in the chat room and making sure that today wasn't just a madman locked in a small room talking about darts. Thanks for joining in. We are back tomorrow at 12 p.m. UK time, 1 p.m. European time for Players Championship event number 18. Thank you all very much again for today. It's been an absolute pleasure as always, and lovely to see and catch up with all of you. I will see you again very, very soon indeed. Take care. Good night. Goodbye.